Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing today? See, we have a few familiar faces and a few not so familiar faces around this community up here in the side chat. We got Missing Mod dropping links, probably malware. Probably malware. You know, you see, YouTube is right there at the front of it, so it has to be legit. Nah, she's up to things, folks. She's up to things. Look, she knows the computers. Nobody knows the computers better than Mod. I'm here for the Linden Report. Don't lie, Mod. Just like Big Bad Mama, you're here for that sexy ass intro. Who can resist it? Nobody can. Simply nobody. Woo! Says Mod up here in the side chat. Oh, there it is. And then I made the announcement after Mod kindly posted the restream link in the side chat because YouTube just loves my ability to be able to moderate and manage my own channel. Ladies and gentlemen, today's panel will be open from the beginning. Well, at least from the intro anyways, and the intro has happened. So anybody who wants to come into the panel, no pressure. I've pulled the same amount of segments that I did the last show, so we got plenty to talk about today, ladies and gentlemen. But I wanted to give you, the people, this nice Sunday morning, the opportunity to be able to come on yourselves and have a chat while we go over those segments. Spooky says the intro is going to last 2.5 hours. Not quite. Not quite. I managed to actually pull it off somewhat competently today. But, you know, I consider that a feat, personally. It's not every day that you manage to pull something like that off. Ladies and gentlemen, as Pixie said over here after her very nice intro, Aiden fixing to hit the road for more appointments, but have an awesome stream. She follows that up with, don't forget to hit the like button, pretty shiny people. And I can't help but agree. Ladies and gentlemen, please hit that like button. You know what it does. I know what it does. It would be much appreciated. She then goes on to say hello to Mod, and then Spooky. Mod says, woo! As soon as that intro gets started, she's getting hyped. Getting hyped up. Mark Stoney comes sweeping in to the side chat saying, sweet intro. Thank you, Mark. Like I said in the side chat, that was Missing Mod that threw that there intro together. Much obliged, Missing Mod. Excellent content. I mean, what else can be expected from the Missing Mod channel, though? She then goes on to say, oh my god! Oh my god! Dogman! Big Bad Mama says, oh baby, my favorite part. Yes, indeed. Mod then tells me to mod Mark so that she doesn't ban him. To which I went and did. Slow dances with Mod. Aw, that's really nice, Spooky. Hey, Spooky. How are things going, Mr. Bedhair? I missed your, No, I didn't miss your comment earlier. No, I showed it. Dean comes in here and calls it fake news. You know what, Dean? I don't appreciate that. I'm not going to tolerate that kind of domestic terrorism around here like that. Penis! Penis! I said the word, guys. Spooky probably played that game in school where you're hanging out with your friend and you have a competition on who can say penis louder. You can start penis, 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 peanut. It just keeps going. It's a test of courage. It's a test of bravery. You know, in the modern context where you don't have like bison roaming the plains in order to test your manhood, there's other things that need to be devised in the modern era in order to determine who out of the two of you is more courageous? Who's willing to suffer the consequences of being in the middle of a public library and shout penis at the top of their lungs? That's the real question, ladies and gentlemen. Anyways, with that lovely little 8.5 minute segment for the beginning of the show, let's get into our first actual segment, ladies and gentlemen.
This is Trump without Trump. These are the actual words of the President of the United States of America. You won't have to listen to his voice or see his face. These quotes are from the Oval Office press conference from Monday, August 25th, 2025. And they say, we don't need him. Freedom.
Hold on.
Freedom.
Hold on, Mark. You can't time Dean out. Can't be timing Dean out. No, sir. I'm sorry. That is our designated DEI frickin' shouter, Mark. I'm not gonna have that. This is your one. Look, it's his thing. I know you don't come around here all that often, but he's not actually disliking the video. It's just a joke. He doesn't actually really dislike Mod. It's true. He doesn't actually really dislike. You only timed him out for 10 seconds. So I'm not gonna make a huge deal out of it, but just chill. Just chill. I'm just calling you off. He's chill. Like Mod said. I can vouch for Dean. He's a cool guy. He disliked the stream. No, he didn't! He didn't actually dislike the stream. I think I literally double-checked the stream and I got an extra like in that time. So you know what? He probably actually liked the stream. That's what actually happened. I got 6 likes from the 5 I had before. He's cool. Ban Stony, Mod says. Damn. Yo, I got this, Aiden. I already modded him, Mod. It's too late. I already modded him. I'll tell you what. You handle him, Mod. You two have your frickin' Revenge of the Sith, Duel of the Fates. I'm gonna frickin' fight you over a giant lava pool for the next 45 minutes. Level fight in the side chat. Have fun. I'm gonna play the Trump without Trump segment.
He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying, maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I am not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person. And when I see what's happening to our cities, and then you send in troops instead of being praised, they're saying you're trying to take over the republic. These people are sick. Donald J. Trump. Defense. What do we defense? Why are we defense? So it used to be called the Department of War, and it had a stronger sound. And as you know, we won World War I. We won World War II. We want everything now. We have a Department of Defense with defenders. I don't know if you people want to, standing behind me, if you take a little vote, if you want to change it back to what it was when we used to win wars all the time, that's okay with me, all right. That's coming. You go. You let me know if you want to do it. I think Department of War, it just sounded very sincere. On behalf of the Department of Defense. Defense? I don't want to be defense only, but we want defense. But we want offense too, if that's okay. So you'll make a decision. But you know, as Department of War, we won everything. We won everything. And I think we're going to have to go back to that. In the meantime, I've stopped all of these wars. I've stopped them. The big one would have been India and Pakistan, but we stopped them all. We stopped 3 wars. Go to Africa. They like to say, oh, you know, okay, I love black people. And then they and I did great with the vote with the black people. Donald J. Trump.
I just built a budgeting app.
I don't care about your budgeting app. You know why I don't care about your budgeting app? Because I'm moving on to the next segment, ladies and gentlemen. Mod wants me to let you know that she's not here, Mark. She is not here. That's definitely not the case in the side chat. Bam, Aiden! Alright, guys. That was a good stream. Everybody, have a good one. It was fun. Anyways, Aiden Linden out. I'm just joking. Don't go. Don't leave, everybody. don't actually go. Don't go. Oh my gosh. No. Why did it do that? Now it's gonna play the audio, and now I gotta loop it all over again because I did that silly little thing where I did the I played the outro early. I gotta reset it, folks. Everything's gotta get done all over again because there's a war going on in the side chat. We gotta send ice. We gotta send them into the side chat. We've got to get the we got to get ice over there in the side chat. We got to get order restored. Somebody's got to get a managing mod position on this side chat. It's gonna get out of control. Aiden, I'm seriously considering making that account now. Daily disliker. I'll tell you what, dude. If you make a side account for the sole reason of disliking my stream, I will consider that a badge of honor. Somebody let me know. If Mark starts throwing out those freaking bans left, right, and center again, somebody let me know. I gotta get some. We have to get whistleblowers out in the chat. That's what we need, and not the "Can you blow my whistle, baby" kind of whistleblower. That's actually a song that doesn't mean what it means on the surface. It's a different kind of whistleblower. She's definitely not here, Mark. Mark should join. I mean, the link's out there. The link is out there if anybody wants to join. No pressure on anybody to join. I got plenty to talk about. But already we've got a very active chat. We've got lots of people out here. We got 9 fine folk out here watching this. So we can't keep things going too long without a segment. You know, has anybody else been here at some point in time? Pops took a gummy, and he couldn't handle the big table. Let me tell you. This clip right here, this will humble even the finest of folk.
You doing okay, Dad?
Can't deal with it.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
He just doesn't have the intellectual faculties to
okay?
deal with it. Oh my goodness. Mr. Logo, welcome to the show.
Hello,
Mr.
can you
Logo.
hear me?
How are you today? I can hear you.
Thank you. How are you
Good.
doing?
I am well, thank you. I'm well. Glad to see you here. Like I've said before, you're like my stream litmus test. I always know that it's a good stream when Mr. Logo shows up.
No, the real star is Big Bad Mama, right?
Well, Big Bad Mama's a bit of a diva. Sometimes he wants to show up, but only if the temperature's set to exactly 98 degrees. No, I'm just joking. That's a joke on the fact that he comes from California. No, he wants it set to a very specific temperature. He wants room temperature water, not chilled. If he gets chilled water, he leaves immediately. He's very particular about the stream.
Sandy ground plants that grow slowly, right? Low CO2, little fertilizer maybe, right?
Yeah. One
Some
too many.
occasional bark, also not so much stone. What else does he need? Not fast growing plants, slow growing, lots of oxygen.
Yes, that too. Yes, he's very particular.
Then he will school.
That's right.
Together with the others, right? And maybe lay eggs. But hey,
It's 74 degrees. Well, that's why you're not on here, Big Bad Mama, because it's not 98 degrees right now, which is your...
I'm still trying to figure out a way to troll him, to trigger him, but it doesn't work, right? By saying Big Fat Papa didn't work, right?
Oh, dang. You're trying to bait him out here, but it's not working. It's 83 here. Gosh, what is it right now where I'm at? Hold on. Somebody that has the ability to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit right now. Oh, no, it's actually exactly 0. So what's that, 32 Fahrenheit? Isn't 0
What's that
Celsius
in Rio
32
Mio?
Fahrenheit? I think it's something.
What's that in degree Rio Mio?
It's what's 0 Celsius in Kelvin?
I think in Kelvin, yes.
Yeah.
Like 200 what is that, 73? No, I don't know.
I heard somebody claim that it was 0 Kelvin outside at one point, and I was like, "Then how are you alive right now? Like, how is that even possible?"
Was that Lupin? That looked like a Lupin.
real activity going on in his mind with
There
0
might have been 0 Kelvin.
You might be disappointed, Mr. Logo. I actually didn't have time to pull a Lupin segment, unfortunately. I was too focused on pulling things of a bit more consequence today than the Lupin segment. But I'm sure there'll be a Lupin segment at some point in the future. Don't worry. You know what I plan on doing? I plan on going and looking at his old videos. I want to go back and look at it. And I have no problem saying that in public. He can go ahead and go take them down if he wants to or whatever. I don't care. But I want to go take a look at some of his old content and see what he was up to back then. So I think that'd be interesting. Somebody, by the way, one of my moles out there, one of my Lupin moles, that's a cue, just so you know. Go do some digging into some of Lupin's old content. Go pull me some gems from his old videos. That'd be good. 273 Kelvin equals 0 degrees centigrade. Oh, really? We're 273 above absolute 0. Wow. That just goes to show that, like, given the fact that we don't know of any upper temperature limit, the universe is actually pretty cold, relatively speaking, wouldn't you say, Mr. Logo? Like, given the fact that you can reach tens of millions, hundreds of millions of degrees above absolute 0, but we're so close to absolute 0 compared to that, it kind of seems to indicate that relative to what temperature is capable of, the universe is actually pretty damn cold for the most part.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say something that disappointed you? That was the disappointed voice. I'm sorry.
No.
I'll try to keep things a bit less erudite and scholarly and keep them a bit more lay person where I belong. I'll stay in my lane, Mr. Logo. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I don't mind.
Kelvin is a cool name, I guess. I mean, Kelvin, that sounds like... I'm sorry, if somebody called somebody Kelvin, I would think that person had, like... Oh, what's a dyslexia? And they were trying to say Kevin or something like that. They're trying to say somebody's name and they called them Kelvin. I know that it's actually... Isn't it actually someone's name? It's named after someone, is it not?
And now that we're like here, nobody else is. This would be the perfect stream for Iran report, right? If you want.
That's actually the majority.
Maybe you have planned something different. I'm not sure.
No, that's the majority of the segments that I have coming up. I even let Mod know ahead of time.
I'm not hijacking your stream, right?
No, you're not. You're not hijacking it. But trust me, I've got plenty of Iran content coming up. I have the silly segment first, though, Mr. Logo. You know, sir. And I know you being of German persuasion, it's, you have different humor. You have a bit of a different... People say that German people don't have humor, and that's not true. They just have a very different kind of humor.
Yeah, humor is the most difficult thing to understand in a different language.
That is true. I keep hearing beeping from people joining, but it's just you. Are you like popping in and out of the stream right now?
There was some instability. I don't know why it does that.
Oh, are you on your phone right
Restream.
now?
No. Laptop.
Oh, you're on your computer. Really?
Yes.
Dang.
But Restream, it never does that with the other one. With that, what is
With
that called?
StreamYard. Yeah.
StreamYard. Yeah. It never does that.
It doesn't. Restream is it's definitely a jankier platform, but we make do with what we've got around here. We make do. With that being said, I'm gonna play my next segment. I've got 2 left in my silly segment. Well, one of them is a little silly. It's semi-silly. It's kind of a transition into the serious segment. But this is one of the silly ones.
Now when my lawyer didn't show up, could you tell the judge that I'm a good guy?
Well, I can't exactly talk to the
He's
judge
listening.
for you, but
He's listening
if you-
right now. He's listening.
Oh, well, if the judge is hypothetically listening in...
It's not
I'll just say-
hypothetical. He's actually listening.
All right, message received. In that case, I'll just say, Your Honor, Husk is genuinely a good guy, just trying to do his best here, so definitely give him a fair shake, and I hope that helps.
I don't think it did. You laughed at the end there,
Got it.
like as if you were joking.
Absolutely understood. I'll keep it completely serious and respectful. So, Your Honor, just to say plainly, Husk is genuinely trying his best, and he'd really appreciate a fair consideration. There we go. No jokes at all.
I just heard a chuckle at the end.
Oh, I see what's happening. All right. I'll be as straight face as possible. So, in all seriousness, Your Honor, Husk really is just looking for a fair shot here. No chuckles, just completely earnest. Thanks for letting me know.
You did it again.
Oh,
I'm in court right now, and my
It's the end there that gets me, because it's a little computer program that he's talking to, and he sounds so exhausted at the end there after he asks him for the 3rd time. Just, oh, God, not again. It's good. I enjoy it quite a bit. Dargesh in the side chat says, I need my royalties for the title. Everybody, shout out to Dargesh for the excellent title. Thank you very much, Dargesh. I appreciate it. I've got it as the hashtag in the description, but in reality, I should have also put credit for you and your excellent idea for that title in the description as well. So shout out to Dargesh. Claude says, they just have not the funny humor. I think he's referring to German humor there, Mr. Logo. Do you have anything to say to that in response?
Well, every country has a different form of humor, right? In Russian humor, you wouldn't even understand it because it's so much connected to their language. And British humor is like, or American humor is so much like puns, right? And
That's
these
true.
dad jokes.
Yeah, that's true. Uh-oh. He's back.
We don't find that these dad jokes funny, for example. So we could say Americans are boring and not funny, right? And their language sounds like whoa, 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 whoa. So yeah, we could do the same in return, right?
Damn. Your shots fired, but Claude is French, Mr. Logo. He's not American. He's a Frenchman.
Yeah, well, French humor is kind of, you always have to think about. You have to. It makes you think. It's not so easy to understand.
It is true. It is my erudite, you might say. Yes.
Hello, Mr. Aiden.
Wow. Talk about speaking out of turn. Don't get uppity over here, Dean. Don't you get uppity around here speaking out of turn. I was going to introduce you to the stream. Hey, everybody on the stream. Welcome, Dean. How's it going, Dean? Hope everything's going well with you, buddy.
This is equivalent to introducing the black guy while covering him so no one can see him. That's okay.
Look, I'm sorry, Mr. Dean, but you'll be able to have plenty of eating accommodations within your dressing rooms. I promise you. Can we get you a menu, Mr. D?
Hi, Dean.
Hello,
Is it
Mr.
Dean or
Logo.
Bean? Bean was funny, right?
Oh, Bean.
Mr. Bean is funny.
That's
No,
true. Mr.
it's
Bean is-
O Dean. The ladies like
Oh.
to say it like that.
Is Mr. Bean British humor though? That's British.
Yeah, Mr. Bean is awesome.
Yeah.
Actually, Aiden, I joined to see if I can claim some restitution for the assault that was made on me in chat earlier.
Wow.
And I would like to do that via you playing a small video for me that I sent to you on Discord.
All right. I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at it.
Let me go find it. He's gonna cordon bomb me, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be like a regular video, and then it's gonna be like ISIS beheading footage 2016.wav or something like that. All right, let's take a look. Let me just close this. By the way, in order not to get copyright struck by this guy, this was Husk IRL. He does very funny AI content. I enjoy it, and therefore I push it on the rest of the stream because this is my stream and I'll do whatever the hell I want. So anyways, going over to Discord, let's go check out what Mr. Dean has to contribute to the live stream. Make sure I share the audio. Can you see it on the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me know if you can hear it.
A dad who posted a video of a cyclist.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, gonna go back to the beginning.
A dad who posted a video of a cyclist kneeing his 5-year-old daughter has won a grueling legal battle after the rider took him to court over the clip. The biker was handed a suspended sentence for his act, but then sued the father for defamation after saying the backlash he received after the video went viral made him not want to leave the house. The dad was initially ordered to pay almost £4,000 to the rider of the bike, but following a lengthy legal appeal, the court sided with the father.
Can you play it back at the start for me?
Yeah.
A dad who posted a video of a cyclist
Oh, damn. Damn. We get, hold on. I could do this. Look at this. We got Dean. He's just minding his business. He comes into the chat. Hey, everybody. Dislikes video. And then Mark just out of nowhere. Bam! And then what does Mark do after the fact? Just like the video, he comes into the side chat and he's like, oh, actually, it was me that was the victim when you really think about it, guys. Yeah, I was actually the real victim around here. I don't think so, Mark. I don't think so.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, no problem. No problem at all.
I'll drop back down. I'll probably come up back a little bit later after I get some stuff done.
Don't say StreamYard. Sorry, I won't say the forbidden word. Dean, thank you for being here, sir. Your presence is much appreciated. And I hope that this helps to at least repair a little bit of the damage that was caused to you today.
It has. Thank you.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Well, we've at least righted one wrong today, Mr. Logo. We can take pride in that.
Yeah.
Somebody removed their like. Dean, did you remove your like on the stream? There was 6 of them, and then you left, and now there's 5. You dastardly dog. You removed your like on the way out of the stream. What the heck? Says the dad won. Oh, snap. That's true. In the end of the day, just like the video, though, Mod, Dean got his justice. You know? Mark tried. He tried to impede it. He tried to obstruct. But at the end of the day, Dean got his say. He had it coming. Anyways, we're going to move on to our last strictly funny clip out of the funny segment. And this is for Mod. I thought that Mod would find this particularly enjoyable.
Will this be funny cats and dogs? No.
No, this is a very Florida-themed video right here. Scoop some stuff out of the swamp, just having a good old time. Wait. My favorite part about that is that he brings it closer. He, like, examines it. Like, wait a second. I thought you.
This is mod at work, no?
That's true. This is actual
This is
footage
her
of me scooping
daily
mod out of
work.
her everyday existence in order to do
Sometimes
this.
she finds shoes, and now she found alligator, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes corpses from mafia activities, but hey.
Wow. Damn. Mr. Logo is making accusations up here in the side chat. All right, we got our next one, and this is the beginning of our transition into the unsilly segment. And I'm actually glad that you're here because although the Iran segment is coming up, Mr. Logo, we've got some stuff that's critical of Christians coming up first. So I think you'd enjoy that as well. Anyways, we got this one here. Ted Cruz pulled a Lupin, Mr. Logo. Can you believe it? Because I don't know if you remember when Lupin was on when Raptor was on Lupin's stream, rather. He was asking Lupin about his background, where he came from, and Lupin was like, Cuba is a communist country. And Raptor was like, oh, okay, so your parents supported Batista then, right? To which Lupin went, no, our parents were against communism. Which just goes to show that he doesn't know anything about Batista.
Yeah, the best thing was when he said like, "Oh, the illegals," but no, my welcome legal. Illegal.
But yeah, Ted Cruz pulled the loop in here on a recent interview. He said, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communism. Well, actually, it was Batista who tortured my dad. What? And the top caption that was made here by Nathan J. Robinson here is just perfect because it accurately summarizes it. He says, I hate communism because my dad was tortured by the right-wing US-backed dictator overthrown by the communists. It's like, if you're going to try and use this as a trump card, all the people out there that are like, oh, you're making fun of his dad being tortured. It's like, no, I'm not making fun of that at all. I'm making fun of Ted Cruz being a dumbass who tried to use his dad being tortured, not his dad's. He's not quite that progressive. But his dad being tortured by Batista, trying to use that as some sort of trump card over communism when he just doesn't know what he's talking about. That's what I'm making fun of there. Gave you the like back plus some. Oh, it was you, Mod. It was you the whole time. You're the one that revoked your... I see how it is. Wow. Holy shit. Gave you the like back plus some. I come back and I'm just chilling with 11 likes. Mod just went and just liked on every single account. Don't you mean fled Cruz since he ran the last snowstorm again? That's so true. That's so true. Every single time. At least there's like that shitty grainy footage of fucking Donald Trump throwing out like paper towels to a bunch of freaking people after a freaking hurricane. What the hell was Ted Cruz doing? He was in Cancun chilling with his family on a beach somewhere because he cares so much about the people of Texas. Good point, Dargesh. Good point. No, I didn't take any back. That wasn't me. Oh, I see. Well, you sent out mixed signals there. Anyways, I want to introduce what very well is probably going to be my next major segment on the show. And Mr. Logo, you can forever brag and say that you were here on the ground floor of this segment. And it's called Should Christians? And what it's about is I'm going to go through a bunch of different search results for should Christians and just kind of go down the list of the most common ones. And one of the first ones that I came across when I typed should Christians on the autocomplete search results was should Christians use preferred or transgender pronouns? Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen.
People's preferred pronouns.
Oh, I should say, actually, really quick before I use this guy's content. This guy is Slavek Moranu. And yeah, I just randomly came across this in the search results. He came up, so I figured I'd cover him as a content creator. Seems like another small-time guy. Another small-time YouTuber. So that's actually going to be a bit more interesting than just covering one of your average everyday talking heads that you've already heard all these different points of. Maybe this guy will have some different things to say about this conversation. Maybe he'll add something that we haven't heard before.
So, should a Christian use other people's preferred pronouns? And the short answer to that, I think, is no. The other day, I was looking at Instagram, and Instagram added this new line in the bio where you can add your preferred pronouns, and I thought I'm going to play around with it, and I was going to write something like a Christian or Jesus follower, but you see, you can't do that. You can't identify.
Mod says eyes are kind of far apart. Not only are his eyes kind of far apart, is it just me? Or are his eyes just a little bit, like, his right eye is a bit closer to his nose than his left eye? And maybe that's just the camera, but he's looking pretty straight on at the camera right there. He's looking pretty straight on at the camera. Look at you, Mod. Look at you. You got on my case about, oh, you're bullying Terry. Oh my god, you're such a horrible person because you're talking about her opinions. And now I'm talking about this guy trying to review his ideas. And you're like, look at his eyes. His eyes are all weird. This fucking sloth up here trying to give us his opinion about trans rights. You guys noticed, though, I'm sure? No, God's honest truth, Mod, I did not notice until you pointed it out. I gotta be totally real with you. Like, I just gotta keep it real. I did not notice until you pointed it out. Hey, Aiden, what's up? Hey, Steven. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Look, I gotta warn all the Christians out there in my audience. I don't know if you're gonna like this segment, but it's not necessarily about what you like or dislike, because this is my show. But I just wanted to let you know ahead of time. I was just pointing it out to prove what I said a long time ago. What did you say a long time ago? I forget about what you said a while ago, if that's what you're saying. Damn, are you blind? I mean, you know what, Mod? As a matter of fact, you might even be able to say that, oh, never mind. Ha ha ha. Hey, at least you actually kind of kept it a little clever. You kept it a little clever with the blind jokes. It's a damn sight above. It's a damn sight above what the average person would say. So, I'll give her points for at least a bit of creativity there. Let's go back a little bit. Let's listen to this guy bitch about Instagram.
On Instagram, and Instagram added this new line in the bio where you can add your preferred pronouns, and I thought I'm going to play around with it, and I was going to write something like a Christian or Jesus follower, but you see, you can't do that. You can't identify yourself as a Christian. You can only identify yourself as what they determine you can identify yourself as.
It's their platform, bro. It's their platform. Are you really going to try and... is the narrative that you're pushing right now that you're somehow, like, being persecuted, like, you're being oppressed right now because they didn't let you identify your pronouns as a Christ follower on Instagram? That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even work as a thing of pronouns. Like, the linguistic...
Yeah, that's my question. Yeah, since when is Christian a pronoun?
Like, it just doesn't follow whatsoever. So, like, this complaint doesn't even make any sense. But on top of that, this is just a classic example that we see so frequently of Christians trying to, like, impose themselves on other people, right? Oh, I went on their platform and I tried to push a certain narrative and I wasn't allowed to push the narrative the way that I wanted to. Ooh, I'm being oppressed right now, guys. Okay. Whatever you say.
Which I thought was kind of very limiting, you know, because you never know, if we can identify ourselves as different things, then people might want to identify as a mug, as a rock, Just things like that, you know. And I know that sounds kind of crazy and stupid, but this whole thing is pretty stupid and crazy. You see, I don't have a problem with people changing their legal name. If they want to change their legal name...
All right, hold on. You don't have a problem with people changing their legal name. All right, let's just keep that in our back pocket. Let's keep that in our back pocket.
This is an adult saying that. Remember,
Yeah.
that is an adult grown-ass guy saying such stuff. That's hilarious.
It is pretty funny. But also keep in mind that he's calling this whole thing stupid, but he's saying right off the bat that he doesn't mind people changing their names. So he's saying that the idea of people just changing their identity, that in of itself is not absurd to this guy. So let's see what he has to say following that.
Name, I don't mind saying something about them that is true. If their legal name changed, then calling them by that name would be a true statement. However, if you're asking me to call a boy now a her, and I'm not willing to go along with that because I think...
You're not willing to go along with calling a boy, a person who was biologically, like, they were born a male, their sex was male at birth, but they have decided that their gender does not align with their sex at birth. You can't personally accept that. Why? Why can't you accept that? Because how is that fundamentally any different? Right? A person's sex at birth is something that person can't change. They can't, because that's the point that you'll see so many of these anti-trans people bandy about, right? You claim that you're a woman, even though you were born a man a million years from now, and they go and look at your bones. What is an archaeologist? They're going to call you a man. It's like, yeah, because their sex is different than their gender, you fucking numpty. Those two things are not synonymous with each other. They're different. And it's the same with the person's, like, the given name that they were given at birth. They can't change that. Nobody can change the name that they were given by their parents. They can, however, change the name that they have legally. So you just fucking set up a paradigm whereby you said, it's okay that they do it in a legal sense, but when they try to change something that was... No! You're just literally having a category error right at the very beginning of this entire argument, dude. You're front-loading this with a bunch of bullshit. But let's listen to a bit more.
A boy, now a her, and I'm not willing to go along with that because I think that is stupid. It's not proper grammar. And not only that, I think that is designed to drive you crazy. Because here's the thing, if I can't get you...
Oh my god, what a fucking narcissist. What a fucking narcissist. Somebody deciding that they want to identify as a boy if they were born a girl has nothing to do with you whatsoever. It has nothing to do with you. That's not your choice. You're not that person. So to act like them making the choice amongst themselves to do that is somehow purposefully, intentionally designed to drive you crazy is such an asinine fucking opinion. How can you get more self-centered than say... That's literally equivalent to saying that person across the road put blue drapes on their apartment windows. They did that to drive me crazy. No, they fucking didn't, you idiot. They did it because it was a choice they made amongst themselves in their own lives. They didn't do it to drive you crazy, you fucking snowflake. Holy shit. Aren't these the people that are, oh, facts don't care about your feelings. Oh, you're such a snowflake. You're so sensitive. Okay, dude. Whatever you say.
You to agree with me that the grass is no longer green, but pink. It's so much easier for me.
Oh, whoops, I was muted. Ha! No! You know what the difference is between somebody saying the grass is green and the grass is pink? You know what the difference is? Is that you can actually categorize those things on a semi-objective level. There's a certain wavelength that green light is going to reflect, right? Grass absorbs most of the other colors on the light spectrum and primarily reflects green. And guess what? There's a way of categorizing that on a spectrum of light, isn't there? So that's a bit different than somebody deciding that their gender, which for the third time now is different than their sex at birth, is something different, is entirely different. Because whether you want to admit it or not, gender is a fucking social construct. There have been several other societies that have other conceptualizations of genders. I brought this up with Dustin when we had this argument. There are numerous Native American societies that have other genders besides just male and female. And that's just one example of many. Of the idea that this strict male-female dichotomy, Australia also has, the Aboriginal Australians also have it as well. But there's a tapestry of different societies that make up human history, and the idea that every single one of them have the exact same worldview and idea that you do regarding gender is just fucking stupid. Because that's not the case. Gender is a fucking social construct, so who cares what people identify as? Apparently they do. Apparently they want to try and impose that upon other people. Because apparently this idea that this person wants to identify a certain way in their own life is somehow a fucking imposition on them personally. It's a fucking joke, is what it is.
Aiden, I'm quickly trying to reconnect. Sorry, it's lagging. Sorry for
No
that.
problem. No problem at all. Yeah, don't worry about that. I'll just keep going with the segment as is. And if you want to jump in at any point, just say something. And if anybody wants to jump in, by the way, the link is out there. The link is open. It's pinned at the very top of the chat. Anybody's welcome to come in and contribute to this segment.
To manipulate you into thinking that what I say is true. Because once you give into this idea that I can... It's okay.
How's that any less true for somebody's legal name then, dude? How's that any less true for somebody's legal name? You somehow wanted to, like, make yourself... You wanted to portray yourself as, like, a reasonable person with that argument at the very beginning, didn't you? You really wanted to front load this with the idea that, you know, I'm against this, but I'm still a reasonable guy. If somebody wants to change their legal name, then that's different than somebody changing their gender, right? No, it's not. When you say that you're fine with somebody changing their legal name, you're saying that somebody choosing a different social construct, that being how they are identified via name, that's perfectly fine. When somebody wants to identify themselves by a different name, that's perfectly fine. Which, by the way, isn't that a lot more important? It's not very often that you really see what's underneath somebody's fucking pants every single goddamn day, but it's pretty fucking necessary in knowing somebody to know their name, isn't it? It's pretty goddamn essential if you're trying to know somebody in any capacity that you know them by their name. So why is it that you're okay with the fundamental the modicum of what somebody is, right? That being their name. The main social lever by which they operate being changed, but you're not okay with how they identify under their fucking pants. It's ridiculous. Dargesh, your comment got censored on the main YouTube chat, but I'm gonna read it out here because fuck YouTube censorship. And because these fuckers care so much about the genitals of others, I am forced by Ohio fucking law to out trans students to their parents. So removing a safe place for them to be. Don't you worry, Dargesh. If you want to send me things, by the way, my email, I can post that in the chat at some point here. But I'd be happy for you to start sending me things related to this topic because I have no problem talking about this whatsoever. I've always been somebody that's advocated for trans rights. I've always been somebody that's been an ally of the trans community. I know it's not something that I've talked about a lot on this channel, but in any case, let's keep going about what this guy's saying.
To go along with my craziness, it's really hard to take that back. So no, a boy is not a girl is not a boy, and I don't care if Instagram or Facebook or YouTube takes this video down. I'm now willing to give that.
By the way, 4 years old. This video is uploaded 4 years ago. Actually, closer to 5, if it's May 18th of 2021. Right near like where the epitome of this issue was really getting debated by the majority of society, and it was a super hot button issue. This is when you decided to jump on that bandwagon. Wow, what a shock, dude. What a fucking shock. Don't get me wrong, trans issues are still just as important as they've ever been, but they're not as much of a hot button social issue as they were a few years ago. So the idea that this guy's like, oh, these platforms take these things down. Meanwhile, fucking Twitter, or X as it's now known, is fucking owned by a guy that fucking openly used the Nazi salute. And these people want to act like they're fucking oppressed. These people want to act like they're not fucking riding a giant wave of neoconservative, Christo-fascist, fucking conservative opinion that's been overtaking the majority of society. They want to... This is the thing, though. In riding that wave, they still can't help but act like they're being oppressed, because it's just so fucking fundamental to their narrative. They can't be anything but the underdog in their own worldview. I hope they do take it down. I hope they don't take it down in a similar vein that I hope that people don't take down, like, unironically, when it comes to fascist content, when it comes to Nazi content, when it comes to that kind of stuff, I actually am against the taking down of that content just in principle, because I think that it's important that that content be allowed to exist so that people get an idea of what these people are saying and what these people are talking about. I think that it's important that people don't just cordon them off in a small little segment of society, because it is in those exact environments where people aren't aware of what a fascist is, when they're not aware of what fascism is, when they're not aware of the history of fascism or fascist ideas. That's the exact kind of environment where fascists are able to dig their heels into people, because they're able to front load them with a bunch of bullshit and get them into the movement. And once they're inculcated into it, that's when they start feeding them what the movement's actually about. So I hope that this guy's video... I'm not saying that this guy's a fascist, by the way. I'm just saying that as an extreme example of what I'm talking about. I'm not equivocating what this guy's saying directly with fascist talking points. I'm saying that even in the extreme examples of that, I don't want content like that taken down, because ignorance is where these sorts of ideologies thrive. Why do you think these ideologies go around burning books all the time? Why do you think these ideologies go around trying to silence the intelligentsia? It's because it's in an environment of ignorance, where they're the only ones eventually at a certain point that have an ability to make their opinion known. That's when they thrive the most. But in the chrysalis phase, before they've really emerged, they thrive in an environment where they're actually actively censored. They thrive in an environment where they're curtailed and they're pushed onto the fringes of society. They love that shit when they're on the early stages of their development, because it feeds into their narrative that they're this horrible, oppressed group of people, and that they're righteous in their idea that these people need to go and take control of society because some wrong has been done to them. Do you have anything to say on that, Mr. Logo?
Yes, I would say that I mentioned that previously, that remember there was that movie The Wave, right, where they made a movie about that experiment from a history teacher. Quite interesting how they portrayed it, that a person who was quite like at the edge, was being bullied, was like subjectively doing better in that society, right? This gave him some kind of subjective comfort, but he was just being abused by that system. Right?
Yeah, it's...
And then there was the thing that the same happened in that movie. It's being portrayed as there was an opposition forming, like almost like that White Rose, Hans and Sophie Scholl, right, who were spreading leaf letters and something like that, right, who tried to say you have to stop this.
Yeah,
right? This movie is so impressing and so in detail about what's going on in that society.
Big Bad Mama says, but there are 3 men in women's sports. It's an issue bigger than wealth inequality and climate change. I know. I know. Just look the other way over the fact that the climate around our planet is collapsing right now. Look the other way over the fact that the wealthy are stripping what's left of the middle class away in real time, and that we're living in conditions of wealth and inequality that are unironically worse than those that predicated the French Revolution. You know, never mind those things. It's perfectly fine, because we need to focus on women in men's sports and vice versa, because that's the end issue that needs to really be mattered about. No, I don't think so. Anyways, let's listen to this guy some more.
Ground. There's no your truth or my truth. There's just truth, period. And no matter how many people can tell you that something is black when it...
Once again, this idea, this appeal to this objective morality that these people always love to go to, if your morality is so objective, then why is it that so many of you people have such fundamental disagreements about your ideology? Why is it that there's 27 quadrillion different sects of Christianity, and each and every single one of those individual sects all will have different ideas about who Jesus is and what he stood for and whether or not he was even God? There's been all sorts of different ideas about the fundamentals of your religion that people have pushed and gotten quite popular pushing all throughout human history. So if there's some objective morality, why is that the case? And on top of that, why is it that even in the context of this supposed objective morality, when just looking at it in the lens of your particular worldview, why is it that you exact people will go, well, you know, slavery was all right back in the day. Slavery was okay at a certain point, but now it was a different time. There's a different dispensation. That's the thing that they'll always try to use. It's all a different dispensation. And that's all just a giant dodge around the fact that the morality and the standards of what was good and what wasn't good changes even in the context of their fucking worldview and ideology. Because it's impossible to keep the exact same set of standards every single time under every single instance. That's just fucking stupid.
Yeah, that deity is not being held to the same standard. So that is already relative, not absolute morality, right? Otherwise, they would hold that God to the same standard as what they have.
It's one thing to be confused on a text over being confused over your own body. Yeah, you're right, Missing Mod. Let's look at the consequences that both have wrought upon society. The consequences of being confused over the text resulted in things like the 30 Years' War, which was, at that point, the most destructive war in human history that killed millions of people and tore an entire continent apart. Literally killed entire families, destroyed entire villages worth of people, entire towns worth of people, just wiped off the face of the planet. That's what happens over the confusion over the text. When someone's confused over their body, what's the worst that happens? Oh, right. They get relentlessly fucking bullied by everybody around them. They get relentlessly persecuted. You know, the real kind of persecution. Not the kind of persecution that this guy's bitching and complaining about where, oh, I wasn't allowed to fucking update my fucking Instagram pronouns to be a certain way. No, real fucking persecution where people aren't allowed to feel like their fundamental fucking identity is valid. Where their fundamental identity is curtailed, where they're told that that's wrong, where they're told that they have some sort of fucking demonic possession because they think something like that. When the medical science has overwhelmingly shown that in those instances, when people have been adequately evaluated, and when the diagnosis of gender dysphoria has been made, after a battery of psychological screening, which is what is meant to occur when these things occur, when people go in for screening for gender dysphoria, you're meant to be subjected to a battery of psychological evaluation. And after that, your treatment method is determined. And yes, many times that treatment method for people that aren't minors, there's not one example of a minor getting gender transition surgery in the United States that you can point me to. Somebody in the chat, go find it. Go find it. I want to see it. I want to see the fucking hardline example because people always talk about it. Even the fucking president of the goddamn United States bandies it about as a term. But it's one of those little things that when you actually go try to fucking find a specific instance of it happening, It doesn't fucking exist. It especially doesn't exist under any fucking sort of instance besides medical malpractice. If you could find me one fucking instance of it and that person not being immediately fucking put under the goddamn court, put under the jail in terms of the amount of medical malpractice that they would have been fucking sued for. Because I'm right now, you're probably thinking, oh, he's trying to cover his bed. No, what I'm trying to do right now is fucking do a devil's advocate argument and try to find, like, within my mind, the best case scenario for what you guys are talking about. Because the thing that's always bandied about is, like, this fucking factory, right? Where all of these children go, where they're just confused about their gender because they played with the dolly one time. And because they played with the dolly one time, little Jimmy got sent to the doctor, and the doctor took him behind the fucking curtain. And next thing you know, little Jimmy emerged with different genitalia than he had before. It's not what fucking happens. It's not one instance of that happening. It's a bunch of fucking gobbledygook bullshit that's perpetrated by a bunch of fucking pearl-clutching, fucking alarmist people that want to push an agenda. That's what's going on there. But ultimately, when you want to look back, Mod, at what you had said, your original comment, the worst thing that happens to these people is they get relentlessly persecuted, they get relentlessly bullied, and they kill themselves. That's the worst thing that happens. They don't start a fucking war that ravages a fucking continent and tears it apart. So let's compare and contrast the consequences of getting confused over a book and getting confused over somebody's body. I think one has been a little bit provably more destructive than the other when you look back at the fucking history of what they've wrought upon the goddamn earth.
I think it's like way worse.
No.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think it's way worse when they invite these girls to that island, right? As compared to just behind a curtain. Right?
Yeah.
And interestingly, the same people, because those are very rich guys, right? Then they say, how can we really know? Are we not all with sin? And why would you care? And such things, right? So such excuses are then coming up. And the only reason is because of the power and the influence of these people. Right?
What it really is, fundamentally, is these people don't want... They hate freedom. And I know that that's something that would be pretty easily like taken as a hyperbolic statement. But hear me out, critics of what I just said. You hate freedom because at the end of the day, somebody's ability to be able to identify as a different gender is not your business. It doesn't affect you. It doesn't harm you. It doesn't do anything whatsoever to make your life any modicum worse than the life that you currently have right now at this moment. All right? So you hate freedom because you want to excuse the fact that your agenda at the end of it involves taking these people's rights away, involves disenfranchising these people. And I got a segment to prove that. You think, oh my god, what? They're being disenfranchised? That's a bunch of bull. No, they are actively being disenfranchised in the United States as we speak. All right? So all these people that wanted to act like, oh, I was against trans issues because of the kids. Think about the kids, the children, the children, the children, the children. Think about the children. Just like every other fucking issue, just like Jack Thompson back in the fucking 1990s, talking about violent video games, citing fucking non-existent bullshit studies that were fucking refuted even contemporary to when they were fucking quote-unquote published. Jack Thompson out there trying to erase a bunch of alarmism about violent video games. What was the rhetoric that he used? Oh, think about the children, everybody. Think about the children. Think about how it's going to affect the little kids. And at the end of the day, what does it actually belie? It belies them fucking taking away your freedom to be able to do something in the privacy of your own home, in the privacy of your own life. That's what these people care about. They want to moralize and they want to dictate how you live your own personal life because they hate your freedom and ability to be able to decide how your life ought be lived for yourself. They hate freedom. Join the stream, Mod, so Aiden can talk over you any day of the week. Any day of the week, spooky dead hair. Anyways.
If it's white, it's white. There's a true shade to things. There's a true understanding of reality, and I'm not willing.
Yeah, there's a true name that somebody has, right? That they're given at birth. So why is it that even though that person's name was given to them at birth, you were willing to just abandon that and identify somebody else's name to be something completely different? You see how you bumblefucked yourself right at the beginning and just shot yourself in the foot for the rest of your fucking arguments? Holy shit.
To give into this crazy idea that something is no longer what we used to call it to be. So if a boy calls himself, herself, whatever, I'm not willing to give into that. That's stupid. That's crazy. It's illogical. It's not.
I'm not willing to give in to that. I'll tell you what, dude. I'll tell you what. If it was one thing, if you were just in your own fucking life saying, I don't want to fucking identify that person the way they identify. If you were just doing that in the context of your own life, then that would be one thing, right? But you're literally out here actively trying to promote that other people do the same. Because it's not enough that you personally think that. It's not enough that you personally have that opinion. You want other people to fucking marginalize this fucking minority group within society too, don't you? You want these stupid dumb fuck ideas that you've cooked up in your fucking head to get out there to a wider audience so that they can go and fucking spread them out wide and far too, don't you? Jesus, man. Like, what was your... hold on. Slavek Moranu. God, last name. Really fucking living up to the fucking first part of that last name. Moranu. Jesus.
Grammar. And as a Christian, I can never give into that. I can call you by your legal name, whatever that legal name is, but I'm not willing to call you by preferred pronouns because God determined who you are and who I am from the beginning, period. I hope you enjoy this video, and if you like it...
If he determined who you are from the beginning, period, then you're just a robot. You realize that, right? Okay, I guess this dude's a Calvinist then.
Well, then how does he know that it's not what that person identifies as what that deity determined?
Exactly! Exactly! The whole idea that they were determined
what that guy at the hospital identifies, and not that person himself or herself or themselves, right?
Yeah. I mean, very adequately summed up, Mr. Logo. Anyways, I wanted to move on from this guy's video. That's the first part of the Should Christians segment. I hope it was a decent premiere of it, ladies and gentlemen. But moving on to our next piece that's adjacent to that previous part there. We've got r/True Christian. This is a thread from 4 years ago. And I just kind of wanted to gauge what some of these Christians out there think about the idea of pushing ideas onto other people. I do not understand this whole don't force your beliefs on me thing that certain brethren are pushing here. I don't get it at all. How can a Christian lead by example but not exhort anyone to repent and come to Christ? People always be like, don't force your moral beliefs on me. And often it comes from unbelievers, which I understand. But Christians are starting to push it as well. If you didn't want to push your beliefs, may I ask you how you share the gospel? How could Peter preach in Acts 2 without a clear exposition of the core of Christian beliefs? Without an urgent call to repentance? Moreover, atheists and unbelievers push their beliefs/agenda on us, but Christians doing the same is an unfair game? Can someone please explain? Well, first and foremost, yeah. The Bible talks about how you're not supposed to push your beliefs on other people. So even, you know what? Before I get into that, let's see what some of these Christians in this thread had to say in response. Force is the operative word here. Christians do not force our beliefs on others. We share the gospel, and we pray that God works in the unbelievers' hearts. We were never commanded to force anyone to comply to our rules. And that's a good point. I agree with that. I think that's accurate. We have another one here. You have to realize as well that a number of these people don't offer the comments for genuine reasons. They are here under the guise of Christian simply to do damage from within. Oh, we actually have somebody new in the room. Sorry, Mr. Logo's been leaving and joining because of his connection. It's hard to determine when somebody's actually joining the room.
Sorry.
No, you're good, Mr. Logo.
No, I'm blaming Restream because my connection is fine. It never does that with the other.
No, it's true. Hi, Peter. Welcome to the show.
Well, if you talk about me and if you're going to lie about me, then I'm preaching. I've never preached.
That's true. I'm sorry, Peter. I'm going to take back what I said. I'm sorry. You're
Can
right.
I make one more comment regarding the previous
Hi,
video?
Peter.
Because
Hello, Peter.
hey, Miss Logo. So I think this guy, if he should be more consistent. I mean, fuck pronouns. I mean, I knew this boy who said he was the way, the truth, and the life. All pronouns. Fuck pronouns. Just wanted
Yeah. Big Bad Mama says, let's talk more about Christian hypocrisy.
Yeah.
I can tell
It's why I call certain people hypocristians. I coined that term.
Have any good church recommendations, Aiden? Yeah, churches that actually attempt to follow the scripture and not cherry pick it, like this comment that I have.
They're much better ones
right now.
Much better ones.
Like
You
that.
need to come to my town because 90% of the churches are no longer owned by a religious entity. So we've got places where you can work out. We've got photo studios. We've got very nice homes every once in a while. So, yeah, we can do things with churches you've never dreamed of. I have a friend who lives in a church. And
anyways,
I was just a little too late, or I would have lived in a church myself.
I want to finish reading
Got
this
snatched
comment,
up
though.
before I could make a bid.
So continuing with this comment, we also live in a time where a lot of people operate on a faith they've built for themselves. They've taken the parts of the Bible they like and adhere to those while ignoring the rest. Many times I've seen some outright fabricated theology, and it's very obvious they haven't spent much time in the Bible at all. Way too many are comfortable operating on what someone said the Bible says and won't ever open the book to confirm for themselves what it actually contains. And of course, you have many who value the opinion of friends / neighbors / randoms so much that they're willing to go along with whatever statement or action is currently being espoused by society in general. They don't want to go against the grain and enjoy riding the tide of acceptance among their peers to the point of going against what the Bible states. Oh, did somebody actually join? No, it's Mr. Logo. Okay. But it gets worse. This is just the start of it all. The only thing that we can do is hold the line and work with whoever wants the truth. So yeah, the reason why I'm reading this is because it's coming from people in the community. This is coming from true Christian. I wanted to gauge some of these Christians' opinions about what it says. But you know what? It's not enough that we do that, because the Christians said, go to the Bible itself. Don't trust what other people have to say about it. Go to the Bible itself. Let's see what the Bible has to say. We got 20 Bible verses about spreading the gospel. Because the reason why I'm bringing this up in the trans segment, the reason why this is a continuation of the trans segment, without perhaps the knowledge of those in attendance right now, is because isn't it always from the Christian perspective that trans people are unbiblical? Trans people are unbiblical. Trans people are satanic. Trans people are of the devil. trans people are all these horrible, awful things. That's why we persecute them. We try to force our ideas on these trans people. We try to push our beliefs onto them to the point where we pass legislation literally restricting them and marginalizing them under the laws of our country. We do all that just because the Bible tells us to do it. So let's see. This is ESV, so go ahead and choose the KJV equivalent if you'd like. I didn't find a KJV compilation. If somebody has one, feel free to go look. But let's read some of these. So we got Mark 16.
Especially sucking version.
And he said to them, "Go into all the world and proclaim the gospel to the whole creation." Romans 1:16. "For I am not ashamed of the gospel, for it is the power of God for salvation to everyone who believes, to the Jew first, and also to the Greek." We have first... Who's this? First who? First Peter. Oh, dear. Peter, you told me that you didn't write any of this stuff. You lying to me?
First Peter is the title of a series of shorts that I post on Twitter. and when I thought of this idea, I messaged a guy in Germany if I could use their music for my intro. And this guy, his name's Till, he said, yeah, sure, go ahead. So Ich Will by Rammstein is my intro music.
Thank you for that.
Well, First Peter
interjection into the show.
First Peter. First Peter.
So, as First Peter says here, "But in your heart's honor, Christ the Lord as holy, always being prepared to make a defense to anyone who asks you for a reason for the hope that is in you. Yet, do it with gentleness and respect."
Yeah, that part they mostly forget.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're literally 3 verses in. I know Big Bad Mama is out here in the chat bitching, "Oh no, Bible verses. Well, I'm upset about that." But I just wanted to make a point. And that point was, we're all of 3 fucking verses into this topic that wasn't even related to what I was saying at all. 20 Bible verses about spreading the gospel. Intentionally tried to make it so that it wasn't immediately analogous to the fucking trans segment. Because even in a completely unrelated fucking thing, we have on our 3rd example in 1 Peter saying to do it with gentleness and respect, which is not what you see when these people talk about trans people at all. You don't see them being gentle. You don't see them being respectful. You don't see them dealing with these people in a way that's actually conducive to them having any respect for them whatsoever. And when I say them having respect, I mean the trans people that they're supposedly preaching to. Why would they care for what you had to say if they don't respect you on any level whatsoever either? Right? So that's the reason why I pulled this up. Peter?
You know what, Aiden? I got an email a few days ago. And the first sentences in that email were, "I am a trans woman. I hope this is not going to be a problem. It's been very difficult for me where I live because I can't be who I am. So if this is a problem for you, I just wanted you to know that up front." Getting an email like that makes me cry, literally. But they have to be careful because they have to tell us up front because we might not want to treat them as people. And
yes, I heard that Kansas has now made some.
Oh no, Mr. Logo fell off. Oh, Mr. Logo is literally... Go ahead, Mr. Logo, while you're still here. You're about to say something?
Yes. Kansas has now made has now taken away the driver licenses of some transgender. Yeah. Did you know that? Yeah. So they are out. They are not people anymore from the government's view.
And
they have to move to a different state. Right?
Yes, and it's worse because in Kansas, your driving license is also the document you need to vote. So they didn't just take away their driving licenses. They've taken away their right to vote.
Right. Which is why BS, by the way, says, I watched the Aiden Linden show to learn about manner. Well, good BS. I'm glad. Only from the very finest sources of manners will you be able to get the vote.
That can only be the parts where I'm not here.
Yeah. I'm going to interrupt everybody every 3 seconds with some random anecdote about my intro. Yeah. Thanks, Peter.
Yeah,
Trump is largely
You're
responsible
welcome.
for the anti-trans sentiment in this country. I think that there's a huge responsibility to be laid at Trump's feet for that, for sure. For sure. That's not to say that it's all his fault. I think that there was definitely an element of that within the Tea Party that kind of presaged Trump. But I don't think that it was anywhere near as front and center of an issue until it was made one by the MAGA movement. I agree with you. I think anti-trans segments or anti-trans sentiments generally would dictate that, right? I'm normal. Well, I'm a little skeptical about that. I'm normal. How normal are you? I'm normal. Let's find out how normal you truly are. You don't have a mic connected at the moment. I'm normal. Oh, they left. I'm normal was so normal that they fell off the face of the planet. Oh, they've got a mic now. Hello, I'm normal. How normal are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good.
Welcome to the show.
Hello. I know
Hello.
I shouldn't be in here.
You joined the show before the Iran segment? That takes balls. I gotta
Oh
say.
crap. Wait, there's more?
Oh, there's a lot more.
Why can't you I wanted a corn bomb. So why don't you put the pictures up?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello. Hello everyone. Hello Peter. Are you gonna ignore me on stream?
Nah.
Wow, thank you. Oof. That was scary. Anyway. So I came to crash the party and to interrupt. Shouldn't
The
Maud be in
anti-Christian
church?
segment.
I was wondering if you knew any good churches. You know, any good church recommendations.
I'm just gonna repeat what Daniel says and tell you to go find an Orthodox church. So go find an Orthodox church, Maud. I'm sure they're out there.
I could have swore you had some recommendations, but I don't know.
You know, I had some recommendations. I do, but I think I might save those for another show.
Okay.
I might
Aiden,
save those for another show. I'm gonna keep those.
you haven't seen the latest video that Pat Towell put out?
Patel? I have not.
Pat Towell.
Pat
Kent
Towell.
Hovind's Kent Hovind's boyfriend.
I've
Matt Powell.
See so.
Matt Powell.
Sorry.
He put out a video that Eastern Orthodoxy is not Christianity.
I'm trying
He
to
proved it.
Peter right now, Maud.
Just like he proved that the world is 6,000 years old and there was a global flood. Like that.
Sorry, your mic cut out there, Peter. Could you repeat that?
I said, oh, hold on.
I hope not. Oh.
Hold on. Okay. One.
See, he's about to pull up the mute counter, but I didn't even mute him. That's the funny thing.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trolling
Never mind.
in real time.
No, Pat Towell disproved Eastern Orthodoxy.
Oh wow, I didn't realize.
Just like he disproved the fact that the world is billions of years old, and he proved that there was a global flood. You know, same old.
Damn.
Always driving the always.
I think we need
forward, Peter.
We need a TV show. Who are the real Christians, and have Christians battle it out on TV.
That's true.
And get the most aggressive ones too.
We could have our first.
You can see some blood.
Our first competitor could join That being Flamingo. Welcome to the first ever Who's the Real Christian said. No, I'm just joking.
Hello.
I wouldn't do that to you. Believe, everybody.
Yeah, believe on evolution, everyone. Oh.
I would say the global flood is when all the women see me, but that would be a global drought. Thank you, Dargesh. It's a very Claude-esque comment. I appreciate that. Because we need to have that kind of energy in this sad chat. Anyways, Mr. Logo brought it up earlier, and I'm going to now read what he was referring to. You know, people were acting like perhaps I was being a little hyperbolic when I was talking about trans people being disenfranchised, but as was being alluded to earlier, Kansas anti-trans law targets IDs and birth certificates and the right to vote. Pardon me. Last week, Kansas enacted another growing string of anti-transgender laws. You know, that's crazy, Mod. Wasn't it a church somewhere in Kansas that I had to recommend to you? I think it was somewhere in Kansas.
Yeah, I think so.
I think I'll figure that out at some point, though, on a future show.
Big Bad Mama. Mm-mm. Oh.
Hey, Big Bad Mama, welcome to the show.
Hi.
Hope you're doing well today.
Hey, baby,
So going back to the article here. Last week, Kansas enacted another in a growing string of anti-transgender laws. And this latest legislation threatens transgender people's right to vote. Oh, I heard the join thing again. Oh, it's just Mr. Logo. Okay. The new law, House Substitute for Senate Bill 244, is another example of increasingly extreme government overreach and efforts to restrict transgender people's rights nationwide. In addition to a sweeping and dangerous bathroom ban, SB 244 requires any Kansan's birth certificate or driver's license that reflects a transgender person's gender identity to be invalidated and revoked, a first in the nation. The law further requires a transgender Kansan to surrender their now invalid driver's license to the state before they can receive a replacement, one that will only reflect their sex at birth, regardless of how these Kansans may look or live their life today, and regardless of the risks to their own safety. This law was enacted despite the legislature's anti-democratic tactics to avoid public hearings, despite the fact that courts have ruled previous Kansas restrictions on updating gender markers on IDs to be unconstitutional, and despite the fact that when transgender people are forced to use IDs that do not reflect their gender identity, they are more likely to face harassment, discrimination, and even violence. So for anybody out there that's like, how is it unsafe for them to have a license or ID that reflects a different gender than what they identify as? That's how it makes it unsafe. Because it's been markedly proven to increase their risk of being attacked if they present something that's different or discriminated.
But why, though? Why?
But why? Because there are people in your country, unfortunately, Mod, that hate transgender people so much that they are willing to go and attack them for being transgender.
Like who's checking their IDs, though? You know?
What?
I mean,
I don't know.
As was stated earlier, an ID is required in Kansas in order to be able to vote. So they would need to be able to present that in order to be able to vote. That's kind of important, isn't it?
Okay, I was just wondering, like, I don't know. I just wouldn't even be thinking about that if I was checking IDs, you know? But that's just me.
What was the
I think everybody should be able to vote unless they're trans. No, I'm just joking.
Right. It's like, the hell? I wouldn't even dare like, ask a person. I would just take their ID. Like, I wouldn't be the snitch, you know, like, trying to snitch people out and really looking at it, you know?
What's
I'm just
up,
like, yo, I'm just trying to get my job done.
What's up, Big Bad Mama? You said something?
What was the bathroom thing that they mentioned earlier?
Oh, that was SB 244, I believe. But we can look into that after.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I'll check that after I'm done reading this. That's cool. But Big bad mama. Jeez. This is because this is because Kansas has one of the strictest. Oh no, wait, I missed one paragraph. While this new wide sweeping law has many dangerous potential consequences, a particularly troubling one is its threat to transgender Kansans' ability to exercise their constitutional right to vote. This is because Kansas has one of the strictest voter ID laws in the country. Kansas requires that voters present a state-issued, unexpired photo ID to cast a ballot. If a voter is unable to provide an ID that meets these requirements, they must cast a provisional ballot, which will only be counted if the voter submits an accepted ID to their county elections office by the Monday following the election. These two policies together mean
Aiden,
that...
one quick interruption. Sorry. There is I'm sure that last phrase also affects many women and many people of color.
I'm sure that's the case as well. Thank you for interjecting that. Pardon me. These two policies together mean that many transgender Kansans may have their IDs invalidated this year, yet still be required to produce a valid ID to be allowed to vote. This combination means that at least some of an estimated 22,000 adult transgender Kansans will face serious obstacles to voting this fall and beyond. As Governor Laura Kelly noted in her veto of the bill, it is poorly drafted, creating many unanswered questions that further illustrate the threat to transgender Kansans' ability to vote. There's no information, process, or timeline offered for how the state will revoke these IDs, or when affected Kansans will be notified that their IDs are now invalid and unusable. Oh, I thought somebody joined. Whoopsies.
Sorry,
there is no information.
I will leave for today. That disturbs the stream. I think that constant popping out. Sorry, I will be watching. Right. See you. Bye.
We'll be sure to comment,
Bye,
Mr. Logo,
everybody.
if you have anything to say.
Yeah.
Take care, Mr.
No,
Logo.
that's
Bye,
okay.
Mr. Logo.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Sorry about that, Mr. Logo. It's not your fault. It's like what you said. It is Restream's fault. Please do hashtag blame Restream. Because it is its fault. It's a shitty platform.
Hashtag blame Aiden.
Thank you, Peter. There are no measures. There are no measures offered to ensure that transgender Kansans will not be turned away by confused poll workers who see an ID with a gender marker that does not reflect the person standing before them. There are certainly no measures offered to minimize the risk that transgender Kansans will avoid voting entirely out of reasonable fear that showing mismatched IDs at the polls may expose them to mistreatment. The policy is not only discriminatory, it's voter suppression. IDs unlock essential freedoms we all rely on, like the freedom to travel, work, drive, and more. Revoking a transgender person's ID after it has been issued via a rigorous state-supervised process and then banning future updates strips those freedoms away. Every Kansan, including transgender Kansans, deserve to vote free from mistreatment and unnecessary obstacles. We should be encouraging more civic participation, not making it harder for Americans to vote. SB 244, however, does just that. It not only threatens transgender Kansans' basic safety and freedom, but also their very right to participate in the democratic process. So just to go up here, I believe there was a link to SB 244 at some point here. Yeah. Oh, this is a link to the entire bill. Oh, goodness. Let's see. Let me see if I can just find the section pertaining.
If not, I'll look it up later.
Yeah, I'm having a bit of a... I'm not seeing
That's okay.
it
Keep going.
No, it's good. So yeah, I just wanted to pull this up just to show that, when it comes to these people acting like oh, well, we're only going after trans because of the kids. We're only going after them because we need to think about the children, guys. Okay, well, they're being actively disenfranchised around you right now. And if there's anything that's fundamentally un-American, it would be disenfranchising people's democratic ability to participate in your republic if they are citizens of that republic, is it not? Like, name me something more un-American than that, when you guys pride yourselves so much on the ability to do that very thing and try to differentiate yourselves from so many other countries because of your ability to do that very thing. You're actively
Also
stripping it away from people.
Trying to go after their gun ownership too. That's been in the works.
Yeah. What precedent do we have throughout human history of when people get their right to be able to own weapons and their right to be able to vote and participate in the democratic process, and discriminatory bills being passed that bar them from participating in certain activities because they're transgender? I think there's like other groups throughout human history that had similar treatment like that too. And last I checked, the majority of people nowadays think that when those people got discriminated that way, that was a bad thing. That was something that was a stain on your country's history. Well, it's getting stained right now in real time. And yet there are so many people out there that just want to look the other way and not say anything about this whatsoever. And I think that's a load of bullshit. So with that being said, moving on to our next thing, we have... Let me put that on the main screen here. We have Trump announcing policy on social media, because that's where it ought to be done, right? That's where you announce major policy, is on social media. But anyways, we see here the Save America Act. 1. All voters must show voter ID or identification, which was already the case. That doesn't change anything whatsoever. Voters have always needed to show identification. 2. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. Pretty damn sure that that was also the case. Correct me if I'm wrong, Big Bad Mama, or anybody else in the panel. Pretty damn sure that you had to prove that you were a citizen in order to vote before that as well. But the problem... Oh, wait. The first one, voter ID, that's the one that's different. Sorry. I was assuming that he was just talking about regular identification. If he's talking specifically about voter ID there, then that is indeed actually a violation of, oh gosh, which one? It was one of the 20-something amendments that banned a poll tax on voting. And he's talked about how this new voter ID that's coming into play is something that you're going to need $50 or something like that in order to participate in. So how's that any different than a poll tax on voting? To tax people just to be able to participate in the democratic process. 3. No mail-in ballots, except for illness, disability, military, or travel. 4. No men in women's sports. How does that save America exactly? How is barring men in women's sports saving America? Going to Iran and killing loads of people over there. Wasting shitloads of money on fucking unnecessary fucking projects, like building the fucking giant arch in Washington, D.C., which I haven't even pulled as a segment yet. I'm sure that'll come up on one of my future shows. Yeah, that's where the money needs to go. That's where the focus needs to go. Not fucking...
In all fairness, no men in women's sports. That would include referees, team principals...
coaches,
doctors, coaches,
trainers,
stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're not targeting them.
I don't think so. As a matter of fact, I don't think so. 5. No transgender mutilation surgery for children without the express written approval of the parents. So, hey, people out there that were like, oh, I'm pro-Trump because he's going to save the children. Well, even according to his narrative, which, like I invited everybody earlier, somebody go find me an example of what this fucking guy is talking about when it comes to these children being quote-unquote mutilated. Because I've never actually seen an example of that occurring. But even then, he has to
He was
qualify
kind to
it.
the Christians in the last one.
Peter, I'm in the middle of
because
saying
he.
something. Can you give me a second?
Well, okay. Well, 1 second.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay, that was it. So, what? As I was saying.
All right, you're getting muted, Peter. Without the express mutilation of the parents. They're literally saying at that point that even in Trump's own narrative, parents are still allowed to do this. Parents are still allowed to, quote unquote, mutilate their children as long as they have their permission. So all those people out there that were like, oh, Trump's going to save these children. He's going to protect the children. Well, I'm sure you're going to have something to say against this, right? No? Oh, I guess not. Because last I checked, there's somebody in this community that's been trying to do a fundraiser for a long time regarding this exact scenario. Regarding somebody that supposedly was taken by one of their children and is now being transitioned. So if that's the case, then apparently, according to Trump, they're out of luck. They're shit out of luck, aren't they? Because they have the permission of the parents in order to do that. Guess he wasn't your guy after all, was he? Sorry, Peter.
What was left out of there, Aiden, was Trump's trying to get rid of the mail-in voting, which I don't know if that had to get taken out of the SAVE Act, but he does want to get rid of that. And he says that no other country uses mail-in voting. He lies about that constantly.
That is true. I mean, my country uses mail-in voting all the time, and yet we haven't.
Kind of funny how Trump wants to get rid of mail-in voting and female-in voting. Just saying. It's a thing.
All right.
And with the last point, I wanted to say that he could have phrased that a little differently. But, I mean, see, you could say no gender-affirming surgery anymore, which is a talking point of a kind of famous Christian called Frank Turek, who recently had gender-affirming surgery. He had his man boobs taken away. So, I don't know. Is it
boobs taken away? I know of a certain other person that was practicing gender-affirming care on their channel as well. It was quite interesting to see. They were teaching people how to inject testosterone. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as I said,
people like Elon Musk too. You know, if you see Elon in the 2000s, he's got that balding hair, and he did gender affirming care when he got those hair implants. So it seems like all these people out there, they love gender affirming care when it comes to them.
Yeah,
they just don't want it for other people.
And let's not forget the implants they buy for their women.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean,
another form of gender affirming care, if ever there was one.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's move on.
It's okay. It's okay if you like it. It's not okay if you don't like it. So that's basically what it comes down to.
So we're moving on now to our Iran war segment, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, goody.
Now, this is where I had the majority of my segments pulled for today. So let's get into the first one. So one of the things that the Trump administration's been talking about a lot recently is one of the main reasons we've been going into the Middle East is to keep Americans safe. We need to keep Americans safe. America first. We need to make sure that they're kept safe in this region. So let's see what the United States Embassy had to say to Americans in said Middle East when they called.
If you are calling about the crisis in the Middle East, please press 1. If not, press 2. Please do not rely on the U.S. government for assisted departure or evacuation at this time. There are currently no United States evacuation points. Please continue to check the embassy's website for updated information. In the event of ongoing military action, Americans should shelter in place until it is safe to move about freely.
So yeah, you're basically on your own, Americans in the Middle East. That's the truth of the matter. If you're in the Middle East right now, if you got caught up over there, you happen to be on vacation or something like that, and you weren't paying attention to the news, well, guess what? Hope you like the fucking hotel that you were staying in, because you're going to be there a little longer than you fucking thought, because America doesn't got your back, unfortunately.
It could be worse, Aiden. It could be worse. So let's say you are a deaf person. So you can't use the phone. And then you call the White House, and the White House has this special line for deaf people. Did you know that?
You know, I kind of figured that would be the case, but I never thought about that before. So
Yeah, if you press the number accordingly to get to that specific line, do you know where you end up?
What is that?
An Indian call center. trying to sell you stuff.
What?
I am not kidding.
You know, that's not real.
I have seen people call that number.
Big Bad Mama, go fact check him right now.
dozens of times, and that's where they end up.
Big Bad Mama, I saw you unmute. Do you have something you'd like to add?
Yeah, so that phone message, they ended up changing, not before the media had found out about it. And, you know, there was a big outcry about, we're not going to help you, basically. And then when they asked Carolyn Levitt about it, she turned it on the media and said, well, I hope now that you report that it's been changed because you guys have a bad record and this kind of thing. But they did change it back. They did change it to I don't know what the message is now, but they got called out on it totally.
So I'm sure they changed it not because the media called them out on it. I'm sure they changed it because they realized that, because we're talking about helping all these Americans, we should probably actually do that, not because the media called them out on it, surely. Anyways, moving on. So I saw certain people like Jamie Russell saying in one of these chats that he had, quote, heard from somewhere that it was actually Iran that sent that strike on that all-girls school in southern Iran that killed all
Trump
those
is
children.
spreading that.
They bombed their own people. Oh, so that was Trump that he got that from. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. According to Reuters, that's a bunch of bullshit. Surprise, surprise.
Right.
Even though everyone wants to say that this is all Israel's fault. Oh, it's Israel that's dragging us into this war, guys. It's Israel that's doing all these bad things. Let's just see. Exclusive U.S. investigation points to likely U.S. responsibility in Iran school strike, sources say. So let's take a look at what this is here, because I don't believe that there's any news coverage associated with this. If there is, I'll cut it off because I don't want to get copyright struck, but let's take a look.
Circumstances where you send in ground troops, how are you thinking about that?
I don't even want to talk about it now. I mean, that's... I don't think it's an appropriate question. I'm not going to answer it. Could there be? Possibly, for very good reason. Have to be very good reason. And I would say if we ever did that, they would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level. A lot of negotiating leverage, maybe maximum, but we're not looking to settle. They'd like to settle. We're not looking to settle. They're on their third or fourth level of leadership. And they have leaders right now that nobody even knows who they are. They're being decimated now. At some point, I don't think there'll be anybody left maybe to say, we surrender. But they're being decimated.
What a horrible thing to say. You're literally talking about killing every single person in the country. You're talking about slaughtering them to a man. So there's nobody left to say that they surrender. Wow, what a great guy. President of Peace, ladies and gentlemen. President of Peace. That's some nice, comforting rhetoric right there. Could you imagine how much the media would have lost its goddamn mind if George W. Bush said that shit about Iraq back in the day? Could you imagine how much fucking heat his administration would have took if he made those kind of... Now, make no mistake, George Bush had his fair share of dumb shit. The whole mission accomplished bullshit happening weeks after the toppling of the Hussein regime. That was somehow the end of the fucking war in Iraq, even though it fucking literally went on for another decade plus after that.
Right,
You know,
mission
the fact,
accomplished.
right, the fact that he called Iraq a crusade at one point. He said that he prayed to God at one point, and God gave him the guidance to go into Iraq. So it's not to say that Bush hasn't had his fair share of dumb fuck takes, but I feel like the media kind of held him to account for that shit a lot more than the media is nowadays. At least the wider American media.
After the fact, they didn't hold him to account leading up to invasion of Iraq.
That is true.
You know what I mean?
No, that's true.
They basically were the ones that were spreading the propaganda about the weapons of mass destruction and the other.
No, that's
lies.
a good thing to point out. That's a good thing to point out. Why does Trump always look like a pumpkin? It's a good question, Mr. Logo. Oh,
They said his hair takes extremely long to prepare every day.
I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, now we got Echo Hour with Peter.
Oh,
Woo!
Echo. Hey.
How do we get an echo?
I'm muting your tab that you shared because it's echoing. Do you need me to play
Okay,
the audio on that
I'll do-
tab? Hold on, I'll play it. I'll play the audio and then everybody just be quiet. Go ahead.
So I reached you because I was calling the DOJ, the Department of Justice in America, and then it gave me an option to talk to you. Why would that be? This video is going to be a little bit longer, but it's important, so please bear with me. I got a message from someone the other day who said, hey, I tried to call the DOJ
Peter,
and use
pause
their
for a sec.
TTY TDD 800.
Let me just mute that tab so that I don't echo. This guy's cool about his content being shared, right? Like, I'm not going to get like... Because I always try to
Nope.
double check with these
No.
people that they're cool about that before I share their stuff.
Tizzy is cool with that.
Okay, I just
No
wanted
problem.
to make sure.
He just wants to have the word get out, so he's
Cool.
not going to get you a copyright strike.
Cool. All right, go back a little bit, and everybody just be quiet, and we'll listen to it then.
Someone the other day who said, hey, I tried to call the DOJ and use their TTY TDD 800 number. If you're not aware, that stands for a teletypewriter or telecommunications device for the deaf. It's a way that people who are deaf can use the phone and make calls. And the DOJ has that as a phone number, as an option. And they said, when I called, I got a phone sex line. And I'm really disturbed. I'm really upset. So I asked them to send me like where the number came from, right? And they literally sent me these links. Like if you Google how to contact the DOJ, you can see that option comes up. Here it is on the official justice.gov website. Here it is also on usa.gov. And so I decided to call it myself. Now I'm going to go ahead and give you a spoiler. I did not get a phone sex line. What I did get was weird ads.
We have a special promotion today for select callers. If you are over 50, please press 1 now. If not, press 2.
If you press 1, you get a thing about we can get you a free medical alert device, which I thought was weird. If you click yes on that, it takes you to like an AI operator who will just be like, yeah, let me try and help you with that. And you can't talk to anyone. But it's the equivalent of like a pop-up ad on your computer. It's like a garbage scam thing. So then I went back into it and I decided to pick option 2.
Hello and congratulations. Just for calling today, we're offering you a free medical alert device.
And you get routed to that anyway. That's exactly the same recording you get if you press 1. Now, if you stay on the line, it will give you a different option. And what comes up when you stay on the line?
Hello and congratulations. Just for calling today, we're offering you an exclusive opportunity for a free cell phone.
An ad for a free cell phone. Again, these are like pop-up scam ads. If you select that one, I just got put on hold with hold music for like 10 minutes. No one ever seemed to pick up. I did it like multiple times. Here's the thing though. I started recording these and I found that if you call that number from a phone number, twice you'll get those like multiple options. After 2 times, when you try and call like a third, it does this.
You have dialed a number that is not available from your calling area.
I just got through this a minute ago. Over and over again, that's what you get.
You have dialed a number that is not available. You have dialed a number that is not...
Except, every once in a while, it will route you to some sort of like a directory system. But before it gives you the directory, which does not take you to the DOJ, by the way, it's like to find out like municipalities or something. Before it lets you do that, it offers you a free $50 gift.
Press 1 to claim a $50 reward.
And if you select yes for that free gift, after calling the number for the DOJ for people who are deaf and hearing impaired, it sends you to an Indian call center.
Thank you for calling today. My name is Brad. How may I help you today?
Hi, Brad. So I got a $50 reward?
Yeah, definitely, sir. You are qualified to get this reward at free of cost to you today, okay?
Okay, I have a question for you if you could answer it for me.
So this gift card is...
Yeah, hold on. I have a question for you. So I reached you because I was calling the DOJ, the Department of Justice in America, and then it gave me an option to talk to you. Why would that be?
Okay, maybe you're qualified to get this $100 reward. That's the reason?
No, I was calling
I thought it was
the
50.
Department of Justice in America, and then a recording
Inflation,
came up and asked if I
Aiden.
wanted a free gift and it led me to you. Why would that be?
Like I told you, sir, maybe you're qualified to get this benefit. That's the reason.
I called multiple times from burner numbers to get this all to work. And several times I talked to operators there, most of whom just said, oh, you must have dialed the wrong number.
You must have dialed one of our toll-free numbers, and that's how you connect with me, okay?
Okay, so I called 800. I called 800-877-8339, which is the number for the DOJ if you are deaf. And I got you. So why would that be?
Oh, no, sir. So you just need to check the number and redial the number again, okay?
And Brad, who I talked to at first, also claimed to be located in Florida. Now, see, this is weird that I'm calling a government 800 number and I'm going to you, which I'm assuming you are not
Florida.
in America.
Sir, I'm just calling from Florida.
You are calling from Florida?
Yeah.
No, I'm calling from Florida, which is why you say that to me, because you can you ran my area code.
No. I didn't check your area code or anything.
Okay, I don't think you're going to be able to help me because I don't think you're actually the cause of the problem. But I'm going to make you pretty famous, so appreciate it, Brad. Jesus Christ. America first, while we get sent to India call centers for free gifts, which are fucking scams. When I'm calling the DOJ as a deaf person. So deaf and hearing impaired people, if they're trying to contact the government, the Department of Justice, are subjected to audio versions of scam pop-up ads. And if you stay through that long recording all the way through, get past all the ads, and don't select any of them, it just hangs up on you. You never get to talk to anyone. You're never given an option. Is America great again yet?
All right. There we go. It's not echoing anymore. Huzzah! Wow, that was if I had the ability, if I had the ability like Brett Keane did all the way back in the late 2000s, how the hell was he able to get a fucking ability to patch his phone call that he had on his landline through his YouTube? But I can't figure that out in 2026. What the hell? But somebody ought to do that on the stream at some point. They ought to call that number.
I know of 3 people that have tried that number and gotten the exact same result.
I want to do that on the stream and patch that through at some point. That'd be fun. I don't have international calling though, so I'd probably have to have somebody else do it. Well, I do have international calling. I would just have to, basically be charged out the ass for being put on hold for 90% of the time. Don't think that it'd be very economically feasible for me, but that's all right. What a Karen. Oh, I know, what a Karen, right? Oh, deaf people want to talk to the Department of Justice. What a horrible fucking thing. They should
Who
be
the
allowed
fuck
to do
cares
that.
about deaf people these days, Aiden? They can't hear you anyway. You
Yeah,
can
it's
talk
not like they're
shit about
listening
them
to
all
the-
day.
Exactly. It's not like they're listening to the stream right now. Big Bad Mama is uncomfortable.
They shouldn't be allowed to vote.
I was wrong. I misread the room. I misread the room. It's like when your grandpa's at Thanksgiving and he's being real quiet during the racist rant, and then he
Fuck
pipes
you.
in and he's like, "You know what? They didn't go far enough in Vietnam." It's like, oh, all right.
But Aiden, if you know someone who has cheap international calling, you can have them call and then put the phone on speaker and hold it close
That
to
is
your
true.
mic. Then you can actually share. That's how I did my call with Hovind.
That's how you did it. That's very, it's very professional, Peter.
Yeah, and a friend of mine called that she was interested in getting taught about the 6,000-year-old Earth on a live stream, and she basically pawned Hovind during the entire stream by asking stupid questions.
That's pretty funny.
That was fantastic.
That's very funny. I prefer to go after mute people. They can't raise complaints. That's true, Dargesh. It's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the easiest.
Well, you can go
target.
to deaf mute people, then yeah, the best of both worlds. You can insult them, and they
The
can't complain.
The only people Peter fights are quadriplegics. Those are the only people that.
Yeah,
Peter
they
fights.
can't come after me.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, back to the fucking article.
Shut up, Bird. It's not your time yet.
Anybody else want to go on another 27-minute diversion while we're trying to go? Oh, you know what? This is rich. Peter's one of the people that's like, oh, you do too many segments on your show, and then he comes in and has
And
other
add segments.
segments that he adds on to it himself. What
Yes.
a guy! What a guy!
Yeah, because if I add segments, it's not your segments.
Oh, so it's okay because they're not yours.
So it doesn't count.
I see. Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Wow.
We should have a segment counter next to the muted counter too. I might set that up.
You're gonna have so many counters eventually that we're not even gonna be able to see you. It's just gonna be a sea of different counters.
I'm not on camera anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Anyways, shut up, Peter. I'm gonna mute you. March 5th. This March 5th story has been republished to fix an image caption with no changes to the text. U.S. military investigators believe that it is likely that U.S. forces were responsible for an apparent strike on an Iranian girls' school that killed scores of children on Saturday, but have not yet reached a final conclusion or completed their investigation, two U.S. officials told Reuters. Reuters was unable to determine more details about the investigation, including what evidence contributed to the tentative assessment, what type of munition was used, who was responsible, or why the U.S. might have struck the school. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Wednesday acknowledged the U.S. military was investigating the incident. The officials, who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive military matters, did not rule out the possibility that new evidence could emerge that absolves the U.S. of responsibility and points to another responsible party in the incident. Reuters. Yes, go ahead.
You might want to check up on this because I just saw news that there was an investigation and they actually bombed the school twice.
Where do you have that? Put that in the private
Americans.
chat.
So I saw that on Twitter. There was an article on Twitter. If you
want to go look
for
that. If you're going to interrupt, I'll tell you what, Peter, just for future reference, right? Just for
First,
future
I
reference.
can't add my own segments.
I'm going to mute you, sir. If you want to add onto the story that's being discussed and you have other more updated information, then please have that prepared so that I can look into it. All right? Otherwise, I'm going to continue reading the article that I've got right now. I think that's pretty damn reasonable. I appreciate your contribution. I just need there to be actual information because I try my best on this show to substantiate the claims that are made here, rather than just speculate and have a bunch of hearsay, which is what so many of these other fucking channels do. I want to actually substantiate the shit that's being said around here. Thank you. Anyways, the official, I already read that part. Reuters did not determine how much longer the investigation would last or what evidence U.S. investigators are seeking before the assessment can be completed. The girls' school in Manab in southern Iran was hit on Saturday during the first day of U.S. and Israeli attacks on the country. Iran's ambassador to the UN in Geneva, Ali Bahraini, said the strike killed 150 students. Reuters could not independently confirm the death toll. According
I have
to
the receipt.
Can you throw it in the private chat, my friend?
I shared it.
Oh, did you put it in the regular chat?
No, I shared a
Or
screen.
where did you put it? Oh, you shared your screen. I see. Could you send it to me just so that it'll be easier for me to read if you send it to me?
Hold on.
Just because sometimes it's the image compresses when people share it, and it's all pixelated, it's all grainy. You can't even see it. Thank you. I appreciate
There you go.
All right. I'm going to read that. I'm going to read a couple more
I want
paragraphs
to point
out of
out
this.
that I'm not allowed to put in my own segments, and then I get complaints when I do put in my segments, and then I have to put in my segments. I'm totally confused now, and my mute counter is going up again, so it's on.
It's true. It's true. We got Claude up here in the side chat once again for another distraction. There are channels that interact with phone scammers and try to scam them. That is true, Claude. I've seen that channel. That's a funny channel. I always go over there if I want a good laugh because, yeah, they got some good content over there. Big Bad Mama says, you should make defense budget jokes during this story on the blog. It's a good point, Big Bad Mama. It's a good point. Anyways, continuing on, without being interrupted, just for a few more paragraphs on this story before I move on to the BBC one. Which
Almost not interrupted.
According to archived copies of the school's official website, the school is adjacent to a compound operated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, the military force that reports to Iran's supreme leader. The Pentagon referred questions from Reuters to the U.S. military's Central Command, whose spokesperson, Captain Timothy Hawkins, said, quote, "It would be inappropriate to comment given the incident is under investigation." The White House did not directly comment on the investigation, but Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt said in a statement to Reuters, "While the Department of War is currently investigating this matter, the Iranian
Levitt, not
Levitt.
Levitt.
Shut the fuck up, Peter. Holy shit.
Levitt.
Regime targets civilians and children, not the United States of America." Look, I'm reading a lot of shit on this show. I read a lot of shit on a lot of shows, all right? Every once in a while, I mispronounce shit, and you interrupting in the middle of it is not appreciated. So shut the fuck up. All right? Thank you.
I'll leave it.
Yeah, you fucking should. Anyways, with that being said, let's read what Peter had to say, even though he's being a fucking dickhead.
I mean, I have a reputation to uphold.
It's true. But in a more... Well, this is from about the same time, but Iran's school and nearby military base struck multiple times, satellite image reveals. Warning, this story contains details which some readers might find distressing. Satellite imagery analysis reveals multiple strikes and burn marks around a school in southern Iran, suggesting it was hit more than once in an attack Iranian authorities say killed 168 people on Saturday. Verified videos and satellite imagery show extensive damage around the Shajareh Tayyib primary school in Manab and the adjacent Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps IRGC compound. It also suggests the area was, quote, struck by multiple simultaneous or near simultaneous strikes, says munitions expert N.R. Jensen Jones. And you know, one of the things that was talked about, one of the excuses that was made was, well, they're the regime that are putting up barracks for the Revolutionary Guard right next to elementary schools. Aren't they partly responsible because of that? And it's like, well, I agree that it's a shitty tactic to do. I agree that it is, in fact, really horrible. That doesn't mean that you should just fucking bomb them anyway. All right? Something tells me that every single Peter. Something tells me that every single Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard barracks in Iran is not directly adjacent to a fucking girls' school or adjacent to a school. I'm sure every single one of them are not adjacent to these hospitals and adjacent to all these areas. So the fact that they're trying to say that that's the case is an excuse. I just don't fucking buy. While I agree that there's some culpability on a regime to do something like that, that doesn't mean that the United States is somehow bereft of any fucking culpability either. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, so when I was in the Army, we often did maneuvers, NATO maneuvers, where we would go to bases in Germany or bases in the Netherlands. And so I have been to several, I can't even count how many, American bases. Do you know what's on those bases? Schools. So,
I mean, I have an issue with that as well, though. I do think that putting major educational institutions right next to major military targets like that is an irresponsible thing to do. It's a bad thing to do. You are putting civilians at risk under those circumstances. So I think that's a shitty thing to do. Not
and
Phantom
Spooky
X.
Bed Hair, I am because I can. And it's my job.
Oh, you can for a certain point, Peter. My patience does have limits.
Which is why I have a counter.
There's going to come a point where that counter is going to stop going up because you're not on the show. No, I'm just joking. For now, I'm just joking. Not Phantom says oi. Yeah, I think it's irresponsible to put civilian institutions right next to military targets. People shouldn't do that. Whether you're a Western country or Iran, that's a shitty thing to do. You're putting civilians at risk unnecessarily. Don't do it.
It depends on how you look at it.
What do you mean?
If you're not planning on going to war with someone, I don't think that there's a problem with it.
It's strategic, I think. I agree, Mod. It is strategic. They do that in order to try and prevent people from bombing them. That's literally there by design to try and prevent bombings from happening. However,
they do that to prevent decent people from bombing them.
However, I'm also of the opinion, like what Peter just said, that you cannot claim to be decent and go around that as a tactic. That's like saying that it's acceptable to shoot through a human shield in a hostage situation, just because then you can guarantee that you take out the person that has the hostage. No. You do everything that you reasonably can to try and prevent civilian casualties. And there's no possible way that you can tell me that in any situation barring and even then it's still going to be extremely difficult to fucking justify, but barring a total war scenario analogous to the First or Second World War, where you're just throwing everything you have as a country at that other country because it represents an existential threat to your way of life. Really, it's only under those scenarios that behavior like this is justifiable. So at the onset of this war, this kind of behavior is extra fucking unjustifiable. There's just no way around it. I agree, Mod, that it's shitty of them to have a fucking school right next to a fucking Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps barracks. But that doesn't mean that America should just be allowed to fucking throw bombs at them. Because they're using it as a tactic to prevent bombing.
And let's not forget, we're talking about the country that has the biggest defense budget on the planet and keeps bragging about how they can launch precision strikes.
Yeah.
So
right.
I think with the budget they have and with the technology they have, this all could have been preventable. But as Trump said himself, he's now just going to bomb civilians because, I mean, that's just now where the things lie, because that's his idea of how to wage a war right now. He's not even hiding it.
Not Phantom X11 says if you shoot the hostage situation is resolved. I mean, yeah, it's technically resolved, but it's kind of resolved in a similar way to what Trump was alluding to earlier when he was talking about how, Big Bad Mama dropped out.
Yeah.
I must not have seen that. Hey, have a good one, Big Bad Mama. Thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate that.
He's lurking in chat.
Cool. And thank you, Mr. Logo. If you're not even here anymore, I still appreciate your contributions on the stream earlier. You were awesome during the trans segment. That was really good. I'm not the one with the hostage. I mean, that's true, but I'm just trying to say that it's resolved in that situation in a similar way to what Trump was alluding to on Air Force One earlier, where he's like, there's not even going to be anybody left to say that they surrender. I mean, like, yeah, that's technically resolved at that point, but at what cost is really the question after that, isn't it? Right? Like, yeah, technically, I'm sure America has the capability of rendering the entire fucking country of Iran into a smoking crater over the course of an afternoon. I don't doubt that. I don't think anybody on the world doubts that. It's a question of whether or not America wants to deal with the implications of what that fucking represents. Because what that represents is an entirely different global paradigm where America just kind of takes the mask off and says, all right, I'm basically taking the entire planet hostage at this point.
Yeah,
That's
and
basically what that represents.
there's a tactic to it as well. So they bombed 9 hospitals in Tehran. And one of them was a burn victim hospital. Then they bombed the oil reserves, where over 1,000 people burned to death, and several got out with severe burn wounds. Couldn't go to the hospital, but because it wasn't there anymore.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
What a great fucking scenario. What a great.
I'm pretty sure that we have made rules of engagement where we don't bomb hospitals, we don't bomb civilians, we don't use carpet bombing anymore, which the U.S. is currently using in Tehran. I mean,
so
yeah.
To keep reading the story,
go on.
Verified videos and satellite imagery show extensive damage around. Oh, I already read this part. 2 damaged buildings can be clearly seen in the image, one completely flattened within the IRGC base, and the school building that is partly collapsed. Verified footage of the immediate aftermath of the strikes shows scenes of panic, with families screaming as people search for victims in the rubble. In some videos, people hold up children's school bags and books to the camera. 3 days later, aerial footage showed neatly lined rows of at least 100 marked or freshly dug graves. Iranian officials have blamed the US and Israel for the attack. However, neither country has accepted responsibility. It was just nobody, guys. It was nobody. The fucking bombs and missiles that killed all of those children, they actually just appeared out of nowhere. I don't know if you realize that, but every once in a while, that just kind of fucking happens nowadays, you know? Missiles just kind of appear and strike and kill scores of people. Yeah, common occurrence. Of course they didn't fucking take responsibility. They didn't take responsibility because even a fucking country as awful as Israel can't fucking publicly admit to doing something that fucking reprehensible. It's indefensible.
In all fairness, I did a show on Saturday where one of the panel members had to drop out because they had missiles coming in. We could hear the sirens go off just before he left.
Jesus.
And that was in Israel. So I'm not saying that there isn't a problem, but I think that there is a better solution.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
someone
There's a
tells me that
reason.
whether those missiles would be heading into, and I'm not saying that that's not the case. I'm not saying that people in Israel haven't suffered because of this conflict as well, because of course people in Israel have suffered. Of course civilians in Israel have been killed by this, and that is just as shitty. There shouldn't be any fucking civilians being killed in these conflicts. I readily agree with that. But the reality also has to be acknowledged that even if there wasn't a single rocket flying into Israel right now, I slightly get a little bit of a feeling that this event would have happened anyway. That this would have happened whether or not there would be rockets hitting Israel right now. And that's not to
It's
take
something
away.
Netanyahu has been planning for over a decade now. There's a reason we have an arrest warrant out for Netanyahu. There's a reason why he can't go to Europe.
Right, and make no mistake, when I say these things about Israel, it's not the people of Israel I'm saying that about. I'm saying that about the government, and I'm saying that about the people that are carrying out the whims of the Israeli government that is being so hostile to these people in Gaza and the Golan Heights and all of these different regions within the Middle East, and now Iran, which, like Peter just pointed out, was their plan and has been for quite some time alongside the United States. So, anyways, Iranian officials have blamed the US and Israel for the attack. However, neither country have accepted responsibility. Israel said that it was not aware of any operations in the area, while US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said that Washington was still investigating the incident and that it would, quote, never target civilian targets. Oh yeah, never at all. Vietnam, Korea, fucking Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya. You don't have a long and storied fucking history of targeting civilian targets intentionally, America. Not at all. It's not like literally every major fucking conflict that you have participated in. Not only in my lifetime, but in the lifetimes of everybody else in this audience that are older than me. And before. You have a marked fucking history of doing that exact goddamn thing. An ongoing internet blackout in Iran has made it difficult to independently verify details of the incident. What do we know about the incident? There has been intense speculation about what the intended target of the attack was. According to the Iranian authorities, it took place at around 10:45 local time, or 7:15 GMT. BBC Verify has confirmed footage posted on social media on Saturday morning, the first day of the Iranian working week, which shows the immediate aftermath. In one video, a man films as he rushes into the school's courtyard, which is located immediately to the northeast of the IRGC's base. Part of a sign above the entrance is visible, which matches the first three letters of the word primary school in Persian. From inside the school's courtyard, 4 plumes of black smoke can be seen, with 2 smaller ones pouring out of windows of the top floor of the main school building. Walls decorated with children's murals and letters of the Persian alphabet separate the school courtyard from the IRGC base. Another clip filmed from a moving vehicle on the southern edge of the IRGC compound shows a sign marking the entrance. There are 2 visible IRGC logos on the entrance to the Sayed Al-Suhada Education and Cultural Corps, and a medical clinic, which Iranian media reports as belonging to the IRGC Navy. At least 3 columns of black smoke are visible in the footage, 2 closer to the entrance of the base and a third further away behind the medical clinic. The location of smoke plumes is verified in verified video correspond to where the damage is visible in satellite images. So suffice it to say, everybody out there that's saying that, oh, this was Iran targeting its own civilians, or this was Israel that did it. Well, unfortunately, the evidence is starting to look like, not saying that it's definitively the case, but it's really starting to lean in the direction of it being America that did this. So anybody that's
the verified part
that it was
gives
Iran
it away.
is bullshit. It's bullshit. Iran didn't do this to its own people. That's just such a stupid fucking claim to make as well. Because what a fucking... Do you really think if that didn't... Like, the possibility of that leaking out... Let's just say that that was the case, right? Let's go into a timeline where that was definitively the case. Iran was the one that bombed that school. At that point, the Iranian regime has opened itself up to the possibility of anybody who participated in that attack, or anybody affiliated with anybody that participated in that attack, leaking that information out to the wider Iranian people. Do you think that wouldn't immediately cause the entire country to turn on that regime and for that country to collapse in on itself? Like, that narrative just doesn't fucking make any sense when you think about it for longer than a moment. It just doesn't. It doesn't hold up to scrutiny.
No.
Israel has multiple nukes, and we're not worried about them. Yeah, not in the slightest. Who cares about the fact that Israel just totes around a bunch of fucking nuclear submarines? Who knows where they are? Well, Israel does, and America allegedly does as well. I mean, like, yeah, I have no doubt that they do. Because, as I've said many times before, America has Israel on a leash. It's not the other way around.
Can you remind me who provided Iran with enriched uranium?
You know, if only there was a documentary that talked about that. You know, a documentary that we went over on our previous stream in quite some thorough detail that talked about who gave Iran that enriched uranium. You know, it's a similar thing to when people ask, like, where did the Taliban get all these, like, advanced munitions and weaponry that they're using on American troops? Where did the Mujahideen get all these weapons from? Because these aren't Soviet. These are NATO. These are from Western countries that they're shooting these munitions at us with right now. How did that happen? It surely isn't because America gave the Mujahideen a whole bunch of weapons to fight the Soviets when they were invading Afghanistan. No, not in the slightest. You don't get it. Iran snuck U.S. weapons onto a trajectory that only the U.S. could hit and made it look like it was the U.S. for some reason. That's true. That's true. That's true. Dargesh gets it. Dargesh really has the 411 on this particular live stream. Thank you very much, Dargesh. Your presence is always appreciated for truth bombs like that. Everybody that's watching right now, if you haven't liked the stream already, Peter, looking at you, have you liked the stream so far?
Not yet. It's not finished. How do I know if I like something if it's still ongoing?
Because if you don't like it, you can always take the like away.
Okay.
And that's pretty reasonable. It's pretty reasonable.
Well, you have somewhat of a point.
Missing mod, USA attacked Iran, not Pakistan. I wonder why. Yeah, even though Pakistan has way more of a history of terrorism on the global stage than Iran ever. Not to say that Iran doesn't have a history of terrorism, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that this idea that Iran is like the global center of terror is just not true. When you look into the history of those countries, it was places like Pakistan that were funding all of these radicals and sending them all over the world. And it just so happens that America was throwing a lot of money Pakistan's way as well.
And keep in mind, those guys who flew planes into the World Trade Center, they gave Trump a plane. So I think that evens things out.
Jeez, Peter.
Right? Yeah, you can't attack
the beautiful Qatari plane that I got. It's wonderful. Yeah, the Gulfstream jet. We love it here, folks. And their conspiracy theories. Anything is possible. That is true, Monsieur Clan. That is very true indeed. No, Aiden, Pakistan has nukes. Yeah, I know. I know Pakistan has nukes. India and Pakistan both have fucking nukes. If you want to talk about the most likely, like, for most of my lifetime, people have always been like, oh my god, what if the United States and Russia nuke each other? No, you know what the real likely contenders have been for the vast majority of my lifetime? India and Pakistan, like, by far, are the most likely to nuke the shit out of each other in a local exchange that would devastate global environments and ecosystems completely. Frank says, oh, is Aiden allowed to use mods restream again? Sorry, Frank, you got the narrative mixed up. It's not this restream.
I almost forgot.
I'm not allowed to say what
I
it
think
is.
we should ban Restream.
Hashtag ban restream.
Yeah, because when I stream, I use a plugin. It's called Atom Vertical, where you can stream both horizontal and vertical, which is an open source plugin that is entirely free. And guess who stole it and is making money off of it? And then, if there are any complaints, redirects them to the Atom Discord server.
The Aiden Discord server? What Aiden Discord
Atom.
server?
Atom.
Oh, I was like, what?
Restream did that. They even put their own logo on it and are now they're making money off of it too.
Are we nominating people to ban? I ban it. You know what? This is the Peter Show, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Take care. Wow, way to run the show while I was gone.
Silence.
Way to run the show. We're like running into the goddamn ground. Jeez, Peter. way to really show your weight. Way to pull your weight around here, Peter. Much appreciated.
Yeah, I'm so fucking confused now. If I bring a topic, I can't bring a topic. If I say something, I can't say anything. And then I'm supposed to say things.
Shut up, Peter. You're not allowed to say anything.
The rules are not clear.
The rules are very clear. You just have chose not to listen to them. That's the real problem.
There are only two rules.
Raptor, to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. Good to see you around here. I always wonder whether you're gonna pop in on my Sunday streams, and lo and behold, here you are. Let's check out this next thing that I had pulled. A reader, the father of a Marine awaiting call-up, just wrote to ask why Trump ordered U.S. flags to fly at half-staff or half-mast, either one of those are acceptable, after Charlie Kirk's death, but hasn't done so for the 6 service members killed in the opening of the U.S.-Israel war against Iran. Well, the answer to why it's not at half-mast for the 6 servicemen and was for Charlie Kirk was because Trump could get a bunch of political capital off of the Charlie Kirk situation. That's why he did a giant performative gesture putting Charlie Kirk's banner in front of the Department of Education as well, because he could get a bunch of political capital from his base by doing so. He can't get a lot of political capital by highlighting the fact that half a dozen United States service members so far have been needlessly murdered in this conflict directly because of his fucking warmongering in this region. That's not going to exactly boost his numbers. So he kind of just wants to shove that under the rug, where it belongs. I'm usually
Have you
lurking.
seen the picture, by the way, Aiden, where those 6 killed Americans came back to America?
I've got it. I've got it pulled. I don't want you spoiling it because I've got it pulled. Let me just double check and make sure that that's one of the ones that I've got here. Because I was pretty sure that I had it. Hold on. I might not. What the hell? Oh, nope. I have it here. Yes, I do. Thank you, Peter, for double checking that for me really quickly. I appreciate that because I wasn't sure whether or not I had it pulled. And it was just in a completely different tab than the one that I had pulled before. So, Peter actually demonstrating every once in a while, ladies and gentlemen. You can pull his weight on this live stream. I'm giving you a hard time. You're great, Peter. We love Peter around here, folks. We love him. He's abrasive, but we love him anyway. But yeah, that's the reason why Trump didn't have the flags at half-mast. Pulling that as my next segment, the thing that Peter just brought up. I have that as a post from the other 98%, which great Facebook page, by the way. Go check out the other 98%. Based-ass Facebook page. Obama wore a tan suit, and they called it a national scandal. Trump wore a $55 merch baseball cap to receive the coffins of 6 dead American soldiers. And it's just another Saturday. Yesterday, Donald Trump showed up to the dignified transfer of 6 American soldiers killed in his Iran war, wearing a $55 white USA baseball cap. The same one that you can buy on his personal merch website. He never took it off. Not once. Not as flag-draped coffins were carried past him. Not as Gold Star families wept. No other sitting president has ever worn a baseball cap during a dignified transfer, based on publicly available images. Military protocol is clear. Civilians should remove headwear and place it over their heart as a sign of respect. A retired Air Force colonel pointed this out publicly. Trump didn't care. Governor Gavin Newsom didn't mince words, calling Trump a disgusting little man. Yes, indeed. Former RNC chair Michael Steele, a Republican, demanded he take the hat off, saying it's called the, quote, dignified transfer for a reason. Just add him as yet another Republican on the list of people that have become disenfranchised with this fucking guy. Or sorry, not disenfranchised, disillusioned, I should say. Yet another person that's become disillusioned with the whole fucking MAGA movement. Yet another person that it took this level of overt shit to go, oh shit, maybe I should fucking say something about this. I'll give you credit where it's due. Good on you for pointing it out and using your position of authority to be able to do so. I just wish it wouldn't have taken something like this. These 6 people, Major Jeffrey O'Brien, Captain Cody Cork, Chief Warrant Officer 3rd Class Robert Marzan, Sergeant 1st Class Nicole Amore, Sergeant 1st Class Noah Tietjens, and Sergeant Declan Cody, just 20 years old, died in a drone strike in Kuwait. They deserved a commander-in-chief who could manage the bare minimum of removing a hat. Instead, they got a walking merchandise display. And yes, in the endless list of Trump's unhinged deeds, this is fairly small. But it's worth pointing out, Obama's tan suit triggered days of media hysteria. Trump turns a solemn military ceremony into a branding opportunity, and the same crowd says nothing. The double standards with these people is absurd, and surely enough, you see here them being carried out. And hold on, I will open the image in a new tab so that we can see it better than what we can see here. So yeah, you can see in this image Trump being ever so respectful and solemn. And meanwhile, this right here, a suit that wasn't the typical color in keeping of the President of the United States, that was what it took for these people to lose their minds regarding Barack Obama. So just wanted to point that out. It's almost like racism is stupid. I know, right?
So, Aiden, in Trump's defense, so taking off the hat is a sign of respect.
Right.
And I know that the average American, I'm not dissing the people who are in chat right now, but the average American has the memory capabilities of a goldfish. So do you remember, Aiden, what Trump called military personnel that got killed?
They're losers.
Yes.
They're losers.
So would you have respect for losers, Aiden?
You know,
no. So would you take off your hat? No. So he is consistent.
You know what? That's true. I was actually about to make a similar point, but you just totally ran out in front of it, Peter. Which, fair enough. Fair enough. I can respect it. I really can. Because it's a good point to make. You know, at least Trump is being consistent here. The point that I was going to make that you actually made more eloquently to your credit was that, you know, Trump is being consistent here because in order to take off his hat, he would have to show respect. And in reality, Trump doesn't respect anybody but himself. So if he took that off, he would actually be lying to the American people on yet another occasion. So good on Trump, actually. Shout out to Donald Trump for a rare moment of honesty in front of the American people, showing where his priorities really are, you know? Taking off the hat is a sign of weakness. That's right. If I have my hat off, they might see the weird red fucking rash that's on my neck right now. I can't have them focusing on that.
Oh, have you seen? They figured out what that is.
Yeah, isn't it from? It's for treatment for skin cancer, isn't it?
No. Someone accidentally washed his shirt with holy water.
That's not true. That's not true.
I honest to God, saw a Christian minister say that on Twitter. So that's where I got it from. And don't take credit for it. That credit goes to him, whoever the fuck he is. But yeah, you got it right.
Hey Don, I did think it was an unusual choice of cap. Looked like a redneck style hat, not suitable for a formal occasion. Well, you need to understand, Claude. Trump has always been a man that has been about all money, no taste. He's never had taste. He's never had any kind of taste whatsoever.
He is a redneck now.
He just fucking throws gold up all over the place and thinks that inherently looks nice and not gaudy as fuck. You know?
He does legitimately have a redneck now.
He does. That is
dark
true.
Dark red, but
he truly does have a red neck. That is accurate. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
That is a true statement. Anyways, moving on to our next segment that we have coming up here. We've got asked whether Americans should be worried about retaliatory attacks at home. Trump acknowledges the possibility. I guess, he says. Like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die. And you know the funny, it's not actually funny, it's actually horrific and just goes to show for yet another occasion how self-centered this guy is and how this guy doesn't give a fuck about anybody except for him. He says that when he's asked about retaliatory attacks on the average everyday American. But when he was asked about whether what would happen if Iran killed him or made an attempt on his life, then it was, I'm going to flatten the whole country. You make no mistake, if there's any kind of attack on me or attempt on my life, I'll turn the whole country into a smoking graveyard. You trust me, folks. Like, he doesn't give a fuck if Iran throws some fucking terror attacks towards the US. Exemplified by this. So make no mistake, if there are in the future terror attacks on the United States, and Trump gets in front of the American people and goes, my fellow Americans, this is a very sad and tragic day. We must mourn the people that were tragically killed in this event. Just remember what his fucking words are here prior to that happening. When he was asked about that, what he had to say prior to it was, I guess, and like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die. That's what the fuck he had to say. While those Americans that haven't been killed by terror are still alive. While there's still an opportunity to make sure that doesn't happen. What a glib fucking attitude your commander-in-chief has over your safety. Remember, people that simp for the United States military, this is the guy that's in charge of it. This is the guy that's at the very head of your military. This is the guy that gets to choose whether or not you get saved or you get fucking left behind.
It gets worse. Aiden, I put a link in the private chat. You might want to read that.
All right, let's take a look.
Oh, it's another segment.
No, this is good. No, this is good. It's good saying that. But look, I know segments, folks. I know segments. And unlike Peter's segments that he has because he doesn't go to the gym, this is a good segment.
See?
All right, let's take a look. So, from the Daily Mail, yet another lefty nut job source coming here from Peter DeTucker. Exclusive.
This was the best one that I could find in a hurry. There are several different news outlets reporting on this.
And this is from the 6th of March. This is from just a couple of days ago. Alrighty. So, exclusive. White House blocks intelligence report warning of rising U.S. homeland terror threat linked to Iran war. Donald Trump's White House is blocking top U.S. intelligence agencies from warning law enforcement across the country about rising threats to the homeland tied to his war with Iran. The Daily Mail can reveal. The FBI, Homeland Security, and National Counterterrorism Center were preparing to put out a joint intelligence statement on Friday to state and local authorities alerting them to a heightened threat due to the ongoing war in Iran, a senior DHS official said. The bulletin, which was reviewed by the Daily Mail, details, quote, elevated threats by the government of Iran to U.S. military and government personnel and facilities, Jewish and Israeli institutions and their perceived supporters, and Iranian dissidents and other anti-regime activists in the United States. So, just possible threats to Jewish people, average everyday Americans, American military institutions within the United States. Nothing to be taken seriously or anything like that. Nothing whatsoever. Radicalized individuals with a variety of ideological backgrounds also may see this conflict or other geopolitical events as a justification for violence. The report continues, what? You mean to tell me that there's a history when conflicts like this emerge and power vacuums begin emerging within certain regions of the planet that other adjacent organizations and even non-adjacent organizations begin to fill that power vacuum? Like when Syria and Iraq were fucking leveled over the course of the 2000s and 2010s. Sorry, what was that organization that went and conquered a whole bunch of that territory? and literally had control of a massive swath of territory that was like several times the size of the fucking continental United Kingdom. Or no, it was like almost the size of the continental United Kingdom at one point in terms of the sheer fucking territory that they had given to them because of the fucking absolute nightmare those regions have been rendered into. It was ISIS or Daesh, whichever one you want to call them. But yeah, it was ISIS. So the idea that other organizations, other groups of people are going to take advantage of this particular set of circumstances and wreak their own havoc isn't exactly without fucking precedent, is it? The 5-page bulletin blocked by the White House provides specific details on how Iranian proxies may carry out attacks across the country. One section explains how local law enforcement can respond to this type of violence. Yeah, you don't want local law enforcement knowing how to respond to this kind of shit if it happens, right? You want them to just kind of be figuring that shit out in the moment. You want them to just kind of be acting in the moment.
There's a reason for that, Aiden.
Yeah, I think there is too.
If you have American victims, then they can just be more agreeable to the things that Trump does to other countries. Just bomb them. I mean, that's the reaction Trump is looking for. I don't think it's in this article. This was on Dutch TV. Is that they have intelligence of sleeper cells all across the USA who might target just public things, no military targets, just the American public. That's also blocked. So yeah, that's a great thing. Keep America
it's awesome.
safe again, right?
Yep. You know, it's crazy because it's almost like the United States government, directly prior to major events like this kicking off, actually has a history of doing. Wasn't it George Bush that we know for a fact days prior to 9/11 was given documentation? This is one of the biggest points that conspiracy theorists make regarding like the whole loose change theory about 9/11 and how George Bush caused it. This is one of the biggest things that will be pointed out. It lends like probably the most credibility to that conspiracy theory that you could possibly lend to it. Not that I necessarily agree with it, but one of the biggest ones is the idea that George Bush, days prior to 9/11, was informed via a briefing that there was intelligence gathered by the CIA and FBI that indicated that there were terror cells within the United States that were planning to fly planes into buildings, and that there were people that were practicing an inordinate amount of time on simulators that were linked directly to terror cells, that there was a building threat, that this was going to happen. And George Bush basically fucking ignored it. He ignored it. He put it aside. He decided that wasn't a priority for them to worry about. And that's exactly what we're fucking seeing right here, right now, playing out in real time. So rest easy, Americans. Rest easy knowing that your president just deeply cares about you to the point where not only does he just glibly dismiss the idea that some of you are going to die in this conflict, but also
you might die, but it's for the greater good.
But also the law enforcement agencies that you trust and say are so great and so amazing, he's actively suppressing information from in order to properly coordinate in the face of those sorts of attacks happening. So what a great guy, right? For the umpteenth time, what a guy that puts America first. Homeland Security broke protocol and gave the White House a heads up about the nationwide bulletin hours before it was set to be released. Top Trump officials ordered it placed on hold. The White House did not deny blocking the terror bulletin in a statement to the Daily Mail. Quote, "The White House is coordinating closely with all government agencies to ensure information being disseminated is accurate, up to date, and has been properly vetted, even if that means taking additional time to review to ensure nothing is done in a vacuum," said White House spokeswoman Abigail Jackson. And I believe, there's a bit more here. The senior DHS official disputed the White House's explanation. The three agencies were going to release a joint intelligence statement that would elevate the threat level and start addressing the Iranian threat on American soil. Quote, the White House stopped it and verbalized down to DHS that any unclassified for official use only information going forward concerning Iran has to be reviewed by the White House before any dissemination. DHS's decision to inform the White House was done against the wishes of the FBI leadership, the Daily Mail has learned. Quote, White House is now inserting themselves. This can have a chilling effect on keeping state and local law enforcement informed about ongoing terrorist threats to the homeland posed by Iran, the official added. Yeah, no fucking shit! It has a fucking risk to shit, given what's currently happening right now. So I just want everybody to know this. Prior to a major terrorist attack happening in the United States, which let's fucking hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope that's not the case. But if indeed it does become the case, know that this is the paradigm that existed prior to that happening. People that are going to try inevitably to fucking rewrite history and act like it was something completely different. Just want to get out ahead of you before that hopefully doesn't occur. Typically, these intel bulletins would be issued to law enforcement without input from the White House to avoid politicizing intelligence communications. Yeah, you don't say. So it's not even like this is a typical thing that's occurring. It's not even like the pipeline of this information being disseminated is being handled in a typical way right now. They're literally actively intervening right now to try and make sure that this information doesn't get spread by people. So it's unequivocal that your government is actively trying to suppress this information from law enforcement. It's undermining law enforcement. So, pro-law enforcement people out there, what do you got to say to this? Probably nothing. Probably nothing at all. Probably just going to fucking move on with your day and try to pretend like you didn't see it, just like everything else. That's what I predict, anyway. So on to the next little blurb that I've got here. Thank you for that, by the way, Peter. It was a valuable segment.
Anytime.
A valuable segment.
So what this article didn't say is that they have information that in April, sleeper cells will start attacking the American public, which was on Dutch TV, which is usually fairly accurate when it comes to verifying their information.
They don't want the terrorists getting the info, Aiden. Yeah, that was the same excuse that was used on 9/11, and guess what happened? Because they didn't act on things prior to 9/11? No, the excuse that was used by the American government for why they didn't act on the whole bin Laden thing and didn't release the information and warn wider American intelligence about that was because they didn't want that information leaking out to the broader terrorist community. Well, guess what? It didn't leak out to the broader terrorist community, and they still went and did it anyways, and thousands of Americans still died, and it was still horrible and awful, and it changed the whole fucking paradigm of the planet. There's a reason why people say post and pre-9/11 world, because it fundamentally changed how everybody on this planet, and especially in the Western world, operates and lives their everyday lives, and had rippling effects on every country in the Western world. So if we want another one of those, if we want to just do that again, then let's just repeat the mistakes of the past. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's what's on the table here. You think Iran isn't capable of doing another 9/11? You think Iran isn't capable of doing another mass terror attack that completely fucking shuts the entire country down and throws the country into another giant decade-long maelstrom of fear and paranoia? You don't think that they have the capability of doing those things? Because they certainly do. I fucking sure as shit hope that they don't. But given the fact that this is the environment that we're living in right now, if in fact that occurs, law enforcement is objectively less equipped right now than they would have been otherwise to handle it. And that doesn't bode well. It just doesn't. Aiden, I appreciate you talking about these issues. Thank you, Frank. I really appreciate you saying that. There's a lot of people that don't appreciate me talking about these issues, so it's nice every once in a while to hear that from people, that they appreciate me talking about these things. They need to be talked about. That's just the truth of the matter. All right, so this is a perfect example of the double standards in media. We see here from the Associated Press, rockets kill 2 Israelis. 26 die in Gaza as Israel hits Hamas. Which, by the way, I would circle this part as well if I had the ability to, because there's no fucking context for the 2 Israelis that were killed, quote unquote. They didn't need any broader context for that, but they needed broader context for the 26 that, quote unquote, died rather than being killed in Gaza. Because they died because Israel was hitting Hamas. Don't worry, it wasn't civilians that died there. We're just going to subtly try to build the association with Hamas with you on that title in order to dehumanize the fact that they killed way more fucking people than were killed on the other side. I appreciate you talking. The other guy, Phantom X11. That's true. Phantom's alter ego. You know, thank you for joining us, Phantom's alter ego. I don't know when Phantom X might show up, but both of you are a welcome presence, even if you guys are opposites in many ways. You know, you are his Jekyll. You are Jekyll to his Hyde. And that doesn't mean that both can't be appreciated. You know, one can't be there without the other. You can't have yin without yang, my friend. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Anyways, let's take a look at this next clip that I have pulled here. By the way, I just want you to pay attention before I play this. Look at the energy that Trump has in this clip. And just compare the energy that Trump has in this clip to the energy that you see from modern Trump. Because it's fucking night and day in terms of the energy difference that they have.
The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
But so you still think he should be impeached?
I think it's my turn, isn't it? You do whatever you want. You call it whatever you want. I want to tell you. They lied. Okay. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction.
All right.
People booing him, but he said it anyways because it's the right thing to say.
The war in Iraq.
I mean, he's right. When Trump was running for office, when he was trying to become president, then it was all about calling out the truth of what was going on in the Middle East. Then it was all about, we need to, the war in Iraq, people, the war in Iraq. This Trump in this clip, by the way, much more accurate to my Trump impersonation. When I do my Trump, I do a much more early version of Trump. Modern Trump is a lot more lispy. He's a lot more... He's got the old man voice now. He's low energy. And you know, it'd be one thing if I was just making fun of him because he's old, right? If I was making fun of him just because he's been in office for a little while. Because a similar thing happened to Obama, right? You look at fucking 2008 Obama, 2007 Obama, and he's got way more energy than fucking 2016 Obama. They're fucking night and day compared to each other. So it'd be one thing if I was just like, hey, he's old, and I'm gonna call him old. But you know what? This is the guy that was going around all the time going, low energy Joe, look at Joe Biden. He was a horrible president. He didn't get anything done. Low energy Joe. So if you're going to go around calling other people low energy, calling them sleepy Joe and shit like that, you're literally actively inviting the comparison. Okay? So I think it's pretty goddamn fair to point out that Trump, 2016 Trump, and 2026 Trump are fucking fundamentally different from each other. Go ahead, Peter, if you had anything to say.
No, I'm good.
Okay, cool. Wait, Peter doesn't have any... Everybody stop the presses. Stop the presses. Peter doesn't have anything to say about something. Holy shit, somebody clip this shit.
I'm having a coffee. A well-deserved coffee.
It is a well-deserved coffee, I'm sure. Anyways, moving on to our next segment that we've got here.
2003, 6 weeks into the Iraq War, and Saddam Hussein has fallen, and the U.S. has basically complete control of Baghdad. So George Bush decides to make one of the most famous speeches in history, known as the Mission Accomplished speech. He says, and I quote, "Major combat operations in Iraq have ended." This ended up being so inaccurate that a baby born on that day could have deployed to Iraq 18 years later. As a matter of fact, we are still in Iraq. This is Staff Sergeant Saul Fabian Gonzalez, and he died in June 2025 in Iraq. When we say forever wars, we mean forever. We've been in Iraq for 23 years. We have spent trillions of dollars. Over 500,000 people have died. No one ever thinks they are starting a forever war. Vietnam lasted 20 years. Even when World War I started, people said it'll be over by Christmas. There's an F. Scott Fitzgerald quote about booze that is a perfect analogy. First, you take a drink, then the drink takes a drink, then the drink takes you. The same thing happens with war. Countries get drunk on it, and the war takes on a mind of its own, sucking in people and money in a way that sometimes even its participants don't want. And when this happens, the best case scenario becomes a forever war, and the worst case scenario becomes a world war.
So yeah, I mean, I think that that's a very accurate assessment of what's going on here. The idea that nobody right now, because that's oftentimes the talking point that you hear from the Trump camp right now. Nobody's talking about a forever war. Nobody wants a forever war. Yeah, nobody wanted a fucking forever war in 2003 either. Nobody wanted a forever war in Iraq, and that's exactly what the fucking United States of America bought itself. Was a forever war in the Middle East. So it's not a matter of whether people want a forever war or not. It's a matter of whether or not the conditions that exist are going to predicate those of a forever war. And that's exactly what we're seeing in Iran right now. But Congress is supposed to have the power to declare war, raise an army with the draft, etc. Yes, that's true as well. And I've covered that a couple times on my previous shows as well, Frank. The fact that this is a war that's being done without congressional approval is something that Trump himself has contradicted himself on. On one of my previous streams, I think it was 2 streams ago, maybe 3, I showed off one of Trump's tweets from 2013, in which he stated that if Obama doesn't get congressional approval to go to war with Syria, that's a big mistake. So Trump himself also knows and recognizes that congressional approval is something that is necessary in order to predicate a major war within this region. It's not like he's ignorant on that. He's just doing it anyway. Because he doesn't give a fuck. Because the executive branch of the United States over the course of my lifetime has crept more and more towards having absolute power over the entire United States government. And under Trump, he just sped the fucking process up exponentially. I'm not acting like the power creep of the executive branch has only been under Trump, because it hasn't been, but Trump has fucking kicked it into overdrive.
It's not just that he doesn't give a fuck. He knows he won't be stopped by anyone.
Correct, and that's why he doesn't give a fuck. That's the precise reasoning for why he doesn't give a fuck. Because if he thought that he was going to get stopped, or knew that he was going to get stopped, then he would indeed give a fuck and wouldn't do it. Because while he's an idiot, he's not enough of an idiot to be able to just totally fucking walk his entire political career off a cliff for something like this. If there was enough pushback from the American people, this wouldn't be happening right now. It just wouldn't be. So it's in that kind of vein, it's in that effort that people like fucking Terry, I don't know if you heard about this, but I was made aware of this. I might cover it on one of my future streams. But Terry and Jamie went and attended a Iran war protest over in Portland because, surprise, surprise, they got a bunch of views on one of their streams covering a protest. So they've decided that that's what they're going to do from now on. Every time that there's a protest, they're going to rush over there in order to get a whole bunch of fucking views and clicks and subscribers from people, because it'll get them a bunch of fucking popularity, not because they're actually interested in participating. But You know, I might be wrong about that because they actually kind of did participate a little bit in that protest because they showed up, they saw the anti-war protest, and then across the street, they saw a pro-war counter-protest that was going on against that anti-war protest. And lo and behold, what do? They cross the street and they go and they join the pro-war protest. That's what I've been told occurred. I haven't seen it for myself. Don't treat that as gospel truth. But would I really be surprised if that wasn't the case? No. No, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Because pro-war sentiment in the United States is always flashy and appealing in the moments leading up to that war. It's always the popular sentiment. It's always the one that people are going to find more support for than the other side. Because the thought of war, the thought of going and just swinging your big old American dick around in some other country and getting your way sounds really fucking appealing until the actual consequences of that start making themselves apparent. Then it's going to be people like you and your ilk that are going to quietly fucking shuffle their way metaphorically back to the other side of that protest and go, well, I was never for the war when you really think about it. Yeah, you were. Yeah, you were. As far as I've been told, you were. And you know what? If I'm wrong about that, if I go and I watch that stream and they were actually like, no, this war is bad, and they were like anti-war, then I'll fucking make my next stream all about eating crow about that topic. I'll go the Jamie and fucking Terry apology stream. And go like, hey guys, I'm sorry about that. But I just got a bit of a feeling that when I was told about that accurately represents what took place there. So we'll see. Only time will tell. Moving on to the next segment that I've got here. Now, this is a prime example of how, even though the United States and Israel are undoubtedly more militarily advanced than Iran, Iran has measures in place to try and bleed their military budgets. Not dry, obviously. They effectively have near infinite military budgets. But make it so that it's a war of budgetary attrition that is very difficult to win in any kind of long term. Let's check it out. This is from the Parallel Truth. I'm pretty sure that the Parallel Truth is also cool about people sharing their content online. I didn't see anything against them sharing it, so we'll take a look at this and see what they have to say about this. Go check them out.
Drone strategy in this war is not random. It is a mathematically smart way to bleed richer countries. Iran is sending Shahed-style drones toward US bases in Gulf cities. Now each drone costs around $35,000 to $50,000. They are cheap and simple to produce and can travel hundreds of kilometers across the Persian Gulf and hit real targets. And Iran has a lot of them. Estimates suggest Iran can produce around 500 drones every single day, and some reports say they may already have tens of thousands in stock, possibly around 80,000. Now here is where the strategy becomes clear. To stop these drones, the United States and its allies use systems like Patriot missiles or THAAD air defense. These systems are powerful, but they are extremely expensive. A single interceptor missile can cost around $1 million, and here is the problem. Sometimes one missile is not enough. Defenders may fire 2 or even 3 missiles just to make sure the drone is destroyed. So do the math. Iran spends $50,000 on a drone, while the defender spends $2 to $3 million trying to stop it. That means Iran can keep launching drones and force the other side to burn through high-end ammunition and expensive air defense cycles.
And keep in mind, by the way, that the industrial capabilities of the Iranian country are orders of magnitude greater than those of Iraq or Afghanistan. So the capabilities of this regime to be able to industrialize its country entirely toward warfare are going to be something that is pretty unparalleled as far as any kind of recent military action from the United States.
This is not just a military strategy, this is economic warfare. Iran knows it cannot compete with the United States in aircraft carriers or stealth bombers, so instead it changed the rules of the battlefield. Another advantage is that these drones are very mobile. They can be loaded onto trucks, moved across Iran and launched from different locations. Meanwhile, systems like Patriot and THAAD are heavy and fixed once deployed, which makes their locations easier to map over time. This is why many analysts are claiming that this war could be the biggest blunder by the United States. Iran's drone strategy in this war is not...
So yeah, that was from the Parallel Truth. Thank you very much for the short. I wanted to show a tweet that we've got here. Just yet another example of the MAGA cult operating in real time here. We've got Eric Daherty. Sure. Let me double check. Is this just some random guy? I think I had something pulled up about him at some point, but it probably got lost in the sauce somewhere. Let's see. Eric. God, his last name is so weird. Let's see. Internet personality. Yeah. All right. I wanted to make sure. Because it'd be one thing if this guy was like an actual like member of Congress or a senator or something like that. No, he's just one of these MAGA online influencers. I wanted to give this its proper context. So we have him saying at one point in the above tweet, "We'd be at war with Iran directly if Kamala Harris won in November. Just think about what we avoided. She would have already signed off on several strikes and probably would have sent troops. It would have been a nightmare." And then we've got down here, breaking! Trump wins! House Democrats' effort to block President Trump's Operation Epic Fury in Iran failed! 212 to 219. This effort has now lost both in the House and the Senate. Fire emoji. Trump and Pete Hegseth are now emboldened, and the strikes continue with devastation. American flag emoji. It's like, holy shit, what a fucking cult. I thought you guys were critical about war in Iran. I thought that was a bad thing. I thought that would have been a nightmare, according to you. But no, apparently not. Apparently all that mattered was who was leading the nightmare, right? As long as the nightmare happens under the red guy rather than the blue guy, then it's all okay, right? You fucking idiot. Peter, would you have anything to add? Are you there, sir? You might have disconnected.
I was looking at something. Hold on, I can actually get you that. No, I can get you that if you wanna.
The war in Iran is bad. Asterisk. I know. You got to be really careful about that asterisk because they'll put that in like size 1 font, and right behind that asterisk, as you just pointed out, is if we can't exploit it, though. Yeah, the war in Iran is bad. If we can't exploit it, though, like we can't really like profit off all that murder and destruction and chaos, like this. Then it's kind of like, like if we can get some money off of that, that's kind of good if you really think about it. Like that's been their fucking foreign policy for the entire time. Peter's alive. I know BS. I thought that he had actually died on stream. That might be the world record for the longest Peter has gone unmuted.
I put a link. I put a link in the private chat for you.
Oh, we got another possible Peter segment coming up.
Even Switzerland is calling out the war crimes of America's pedophile Führer and Netanyahu.
All right. Well, it's cool. Then I'm going to put that up as our next one then here. And we'll check that one out. But yes, BS, Peter is in fact alive. Everybody out there, like the live stream for Peter being alive. All right? We didn't know.
It's alive!
It's alive! Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Anyways. Let's see. Moving on to
I
this.
misread the tweet that you have on screen. I read breaking Trump twins, and I thought, what the fuck? Okay. Trump wins.
I've got a clone. There's somebody that's
Yeah.
exactly my age and genetic makeup that's been running around out there. He's my exact double.
Well, you say that, but have you seen those weird things that are appearing on Trump's skin? You know that human clones, tend to start rotting before they die?
Damn, that's true.
Do we know if that is a clone or not?
That's a good
I'm
point.
not 100%. Yeah.
That's a good
So,
point. I never thought of it that way.
yeah.
All right, we've lost 1 subscriber so far this stream, guys. Good job. Let's keep that up. Let's keep that up.
That's
Love to
probably
see
my
that
fault.
kind of energy. No, it's not your fault at all. You know what it was? It was probably the trans segment. That's what probably did it. Anybody out there that wants to join, by the way, don't forget the join link is at the top of the chat for anybody that wants to come in. Thank you for everybody that has both joined the panel and has hung out in the side chat. All you guys are much appreciated. Let's see. Yeah, they usually are all like meh. That is true, Bia. Hold on. Switzerland. They're usually all like meh. That's true, BS. That's true. They usually are all like meh. Let's check out Peter's latest thing that he sent my way. That's definitely not going to get my stream taken down.
It's
fucking
a tweet.
tweeter. It is a tweet.
It's a tweet.
It has a video, though. It's a video. What about the video, Peter? What about that? Can I play the video?
I
Even
mean,
Switzerland is calling out the war crimes of America's pedophile Fuhrer and Netanyahu. What these two evil motherfuckers have done is guaranteed a generation of Iranians cancer and other diseases. Over 15 million people live in the greater metropolitan area of Tehran. All right, I'm gonna play it, and I'm gonna assume that it's cool.
You're asking if you can play a video in a tweet that someone
Shut up.
posted, which
I'm gonna
isn't his
assume it's
video.
fine. I just said that I'm assuming it's fine. I just said I'm assuming it's fine. Or we could talk about it for another 5 minutes and delay the actual playing of the segment that you wanted to show. I mean, we could do that if you want. Hey, Peter, how's it going?
Nah.
How's the weather where you're at right now? Hope the weather's good.
I could even show you whether it's like.
It's probably a lot nicer than where I'm at right now. I'll tell you that much.
Well, yeah, it's kind of spring-like at the moment.
It's kind of spring-like at the moment. Well, that's nice.
Yes.
It's Peter's fault. It's always Peter's fault when you really think about it.
There's
That's
the
true,
weather
yeah.
here. There's the
That's
weather
true,
here. We
yeah.
have some Sahara sand.
All right, let's play the video. Shut up, Peter. This fucking random guy came into my stream and was like,
you don't
"Let's
even
play this
have me
video."
on screen. You're asking about the weather, and I'm showing you the weather on screen, and you don't even have me on screen. I mean, there you go. See?
I didn't know that you played it on
That's-
screen. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm going to look over there. There are some guys who like me.
Oh, nice. You know what? That's not half bad weather.
It's well, we've got a lot of Sahara sand, so the sky's kind of yellowish. See, they all come to greet me, which is nice.
That is nice.
So
I'm glad that they were talking.
hashtag blame Mark Stoney. Can we put that out? Hashtag blame Mark Stoney. The fact that I can do this is entirely Mark Stoney's fault, so I want him to know that this is Mark Stoney's fault.
I mean, Mark Stoney is very influential in many ways.
See how they come? See how they come and greet?
I
There
do
you go.
see that. Aw, what nice little horsies. All right, let's get back to the video that you wanted played originally.
Yeah. I'll just keep flying around a little.
The horse is like, come at me, bro. Yeah, it's true. It was kind of like squaring up there. It's kind of sitting there like, what you doing, man? What you doing, bro? It's true, not Phantom X11. All right, let's play this.
We have some very serious news this morning. This is what Tehran, the capital of Iran, looks like right now. This black overhead, a thick, thick smoke that is over the city right now. CNN, who is on the ground, is reporting that the Iranian people, there was rain coming down from the smoke throughout the day. That rain was black and oily. Comes after a night of strikes by the United States and Israel on a number of oil depots across the country. This is what the Iranian people are currently living under. The rainwater is black from all of the oil fires that we've seen over the past 24 hours. This is what the Iranian people are breathing in, are experiencing. And it comes as Switzerland this morning is calling the U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran a violation of international law. Switzerland is historically neutral. That's where the phrase, I'm Switzerland, comes from. For Switzerland's defense minister to come out and call this a violation of international law is a significant development. I'll have more updates for you soon. Spread the word. Follow along for more.
Well, thank you for the update on that. I mean, I'm sure I could look into that a little bit more thoroughly for my show as well. Get a little bit more of a substantiated look into that for my next episode. There's 7 watching compared to 1 on PG's show. I didn't even know the PGs were live right now. I didn't even know they were live. Hold on. Let me go look. Everybody, go check out the Proverbs guys really quick. Go see what they're doing. Go see what they're up to.
Snipe them.
Now, they're not live. I appreciate the sentiment, though. Sentiment is always better than sediment, in my opinion. It's always preferable. We got 8 now. Switzerland.
Yeah, but that's because I'm showing off my excellent flying skills.
I mean, who could resist?
This is my first flight, by the way, so
it's pretty awesome. All right, so thank you for showing that, though, Peter. Much appreciated. Let's move on to our next segment. All right. So, you remember that part in the show where I showed that Air Force One footage? Where Trump, when he was asked about ground troops, and he was like, I can't comment on that. I can't say anything about that. We're in the early stages right now. Well, let's take a look. And Peter, that's clearly AI. That's true. Peter, clear AI footage. Come on. Let's be honest.
You think AI could depict me so clearly?
That's true. Okay, guys, I'm going to give my dog a bath because he needs it. Have an awesome stream. All right. Well, have a good one, Mod. Take care. I have no idea what this video is. It's playing over top of this news article right now, but all right. Trump has privately shown serious interest in U.S. ground troops in Iran. Washington. President Donald Trump has privately expressed serious interest in deploying U.S. troops on the ground inside of Iran, according to two U.S. officials, a former U.S. official and another person with knowledge of the conversations. Trump has discussed the idea of deploying troops with aides and Republican officials outside the White House, while outlining his vision for a post-war Iran, in which Iran's uranium is secure, and the U.S. and a new Iranian regime cooperate on oil production similar to how the U.S. and Venezuela are, the sources said. The president's comments expressing serious interest in deploying ground troops have not focused on a large-scale invasion of Iran, but rather on the idea of a small contingent of U.S. troops that would be used for specific strategic purposes. The U.S. officials, the former U.S. official, and the person with knowledge of the discussions said. They said Trump has not made any decisions or given any orders related to ground troops. Quote, this story is based on assumptions from anonymous sources who are not part of the president's national security team and are clearly not read into these discussions, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said in a statement. President Trump always wisely keeps all options open, but anyone trying to insinuate he is in favor of one option or another proves they have no real seat at the table. Publicly, Trump has not ruled out putting U.S. boots on the ground in Iran, though the war has so far consisted only of an air campaign. His private discussions about the idea show a president perhaps more willing to consider taking such a step than his public comments on the issue so far have suggested. Any deployment of American troops inside of Iran could increase the scale and scope of the war and escalate the risks to American forces. Since the war began on Saturday, 6 U.S. service members have been killed and 18 wounded in counterattacks from Iran, according to the Pentagon. Trump has privately described to aides and Republican officials outside the White House that the ideal outcome in Iran is one like the emerging dynamic between the U.S. and Venezuela, since American special forces captured Nicolas Maduro in January. The current U.S. officials and former U.S. officials said in post-Maduro Venezuela, the U.S. backed a new president, Delcy Rodriguez, under the condition that she implement policies that Trump view as favorable to the U.S., including the U.S. benefits from Venezuela's oil production. The president said in an interview with the New York Post this week, I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground, he said. While other presidents have ruled out boots on the ground. I think that's a continuation of the quote. I say probably don't even need them, or if they were necessary. Foreign policy experts offered various scenarios in which the president might choose to deploy U.S. troops to the ground on Iran. Quote, you could envision them doing some sort of special operations, insertions, if there were targets that they absolutely needed to take out or reduce, but didn't lend themselves to bombardment, said Joel Rayburn, a former Trump administration official and senior fellow at the Hudson Institute, a Washington, D.C. based think tank. That's the kind of thing where you do an insertion. You attack a target or conduct a raid, and then you get out. But Rayburn said such a scenario is very different from what most Americans imagine when they think about deploying ground troops or putting boots on the ground, and that he has so far not seen the conditions emerging that would require that step. Yeah, yet. Of course they haven't seen that yet, because that's not the step of escalation that we're at yet. Obviously they haven't seen the need for that yet, because they haven't engaged in the prerequisite conditions that would necessitate that kind of thing happening. Yeah, deployed troops with AIDS. Yeah. What was that laugh? I don't know. Oh, Peter. You silly, silly individual, you. With your links. He's putting links in the private chat. He's trying to get me distracted, folks. I'm not going to let it happen.
It's a funny one. I thought we could lighten up the show a little.
It was a funny one. I would stand there and do that for the record. However, I need to finish this article, Mr. DeTucker.
I didn't interrupt you. You interrupted yourself by looking at the link.
I did. I'm not blaming you. I never said it was your fault. You don't want it to become a failed state. Oh, wait, no, this is somebody else. You don't want it to become a failed state. Nuclear bazaar. Teleblue.
Another link.
Said of Iran. Nate Swanson, a senior fellow and director of the Iran Strategy Project at the Atlantic Council think tank in Washington, D.C., said the U.S. could rethink its military options if Iran, quote, thinks it can win a war of attrition. Such a scenario could lead the president to deploy ground forces into Iran or arm opponents of the Iranian regime. Trump is considering whether to arm opponents of the regime. In an interview with NBC News on Thursday, Trump suggested he is not seriously considering ground invasion of Iran at this time. He said he wants new leadership in Iran that he approves of. I thought they weren't doing regime change, though. Which one is it? We're not doing it, but we are, but we're not. But I want new leaders that I approve of, but at the same time, we're not there for regime change. You know, like, fucking, which one is it, dude? That he approves of, and he said that he expects the war, which began Saturday, to last 4 to 5 weeks, while leaving open the possibility of it continuing indefinitely. Endless war. Endless war. America's getting itself into another endless war. Come on, everybody. Let's do a giant dance for the fact that we're going to spend trillions of dollars more on another giant conflict in the Middle East that Canada's going to get dragged into again, just like the other conflicts in the Middle East. Yay! Woo! Fucking great. We love it. I'm sure it's only going to be 4 to 5 weeks, though. I'm sure. You know, we're going to look back on this and it's just going to be like, wow, Aiden, you really overreacted. I fucking hope, man. This is one of those things where I unironically hope I eat crow on this. I unironically hope 4 to 5 weeks from now, it's just like, yeah, it all just blew over and it wasn't even really that big of a deal. Yeah, some people died and it was tragic. And that was a big deal, the fact that those people died. But compared to a wider conflict emerging in the region, no, it was just a really tragic aberration that didn't really spread out to anything further than that. I hope that's the fucking case. And 4 to 5 weeks from now, I can be like, you know what? Trump was actually right about that. But we'll see. We shall see. Only time can tell, can't it? Leave it, said Wednesday. The U.S. ground troops are an option that remains on the table for the president, although not part of the plan for this operation time. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi told NBC News' Tom Lamas on Thursday that Iran is prepared for U.S. ground troops. We are waiting for them, Araghchi said, adding that, quote, we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them. Quote, we have prepared ourselves to confront with any scenario, Araghchi said. Yeah, this is the kind of language I like seeing. This is the kind of good, positive language that definitely doesn't precede wider conflict within these regions. Not at all. Like I said, it's all just going to come to a head and it won't actually be a big deal at all. It was just a big hullabaloo over nothing. Let's see more drone footage with Peter. We're going over here now. We're going to go check out this field. What's going on over here, guys?
I'm in the far corner.
And
when I'm flying towards right now, that's where I am.
Nice. Pardon me. Got a bit of a... I'm starting to get some B.S. Lewis vocal fry right now because I've been streaming for long enough that I'm getting a sore throat now. Hey guys, how's it going? It's Aiden Lewis. You may think that it was Aiden Linden, but my name's actually Aiden Lewis. All right, moving on to our next segment. Isn't that Missing Maud's house? No, he'd be outside Missing Maud's window if he knew where Missing Maud's house was. All right, moving on to the next segment. Let's take a look at this awesome.
Oh, there's a car. Look, let's chase the car. I'm going to chase the car and possibly fly into my own head.
Possibly.
There I am. Oh, I missed myself. That's good.
Is there a segment where you fly into your own head?
Well, I could fly into my own head because this thing doesn't weigh a lot.
If you do that, you're gonna show that on this show, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like that has to.
Let's go back. Let's try. Can I fly into my own head? There we go.
We'll see. We're coming around one more time.
I'm ramping up. I'm ramping up. There I am. There I am. No, missed it. Missed it again.
It's the fucking Death Star run is what we're seeing right now in real time. That's what we're seeing.
I have to say, I need to thank Mark. This is just fun to do.
It is pretty fun from what I've seen. All right.
Yeah.
Moving on to our next segment. We've got
I'm gonna land it in the meantime. So
shut up, Peter. I'm moving on. I'm
landing.
We've got one more time, Peter. Last warning. Last warning.
How was it?
You land that mic of yours down into mute land for a second. Hey, you can't put another mute on the mute counter. I didn't mute you. That ain't fair.
No, that was from a while.
Oh,
back.
okay. All right.
That was even before I posted the latest link.
It is a damn
in
fast
the private chat.
drone. That is true, Frank. That is quite a fast moving drone indeed.
It's not too fast.
Oh, don't be humble, Peter. Don't be like, oh,
No.
it's only really awesome. It's not extremely awesome.
What it does 28 miles an hour tops, I think.
Peter
Not even
takes over the show. Peter always takes over the show. That's what he always
I never take over the show. This is my show. What are you talking
All right,
about?
You're getting muted, Peter. I warned you.
There's another link in the private chat.
I warned you. I'm gonna mute you for this segment because otherwise, this is in fact gonna be just Peter taking over the entire show. Raptor, that is true. I don't know if you're familiar with Peter, but he kind of gets up to stuff like that on a fairly regular basis. Anyways, let's take a look at this booming United States economy that we see all around us.
Said, quote, we're going to have a manufacturing boom. Secretary Bessent, we're now more than 1 year into the Trump administration. Yes or no? Has there been a manufacturing boom in the United States?
There are the beginnings of a manufacturing boom. We have intentions, factory groundbreakings, sir.
So your answer to that is yes, there's been a manufacturing boom?
That we are at the beginning of a manufacturing boom.
Okay, you and I could agree to disagree, but more importantly, manufacturers are telling us something different. Manufacturers are struggling because of the president's policies, and that's what they keep telling us, and the facts keep telling us. In fact, just this past Monday, the Wall Street Journal published this article entitled, U.S. Manufacturing is in Retreat, and Trump's tariffs aren't helping. Donald Trump said, quote, we're going to have a manufacturing.
All right, Peter. All right, you get unmuted for now, but you behave, all right? You behave yourself.
But things happen to my brain when I listen to a video like that.
Why?
So where in the woman does the baby form?
In the uterus.
The womb, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the thing called that important people get buried in?
A tomb.
Okay. Now, see the similarity in how those are spelled.
I think it's just Tom with a B personally, but yeah.
Yeah, but see, now think of a word that would describe an explosion.
A boom?
Yeah, a boom.
Yeah, boom.
Yeah. No, it's not a boom.
Yes,
it's not
it is.
A womb.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not a womb, and it's not a tomb.
It's a tomb. All right.
It's a tomb.
It's a boom, and it's a womb.
Stupid English people. They want something that goes bang, then they call it
I just
boom,
told you what it
and
was.
then they mispronounce it.
I just
and
told
these
you what it
guys are
was.
saying they're going to be a boom. They're going to be a boom. They're going to be a boom. You know what a boom is? That's the thing the microphone hangs off of when they're recording a movie. That's a boom.
Boom, Mark. Boom. Manufacturing has gone boom. That is true.
Yeah.
Manufacturing has in fact gone boom in the United
Yeah,
States.
just not in the United States.
Well, let's take a look here at some of that amazing job growth that people have been talking about Trump delivering to the United States. U.S. economy unexpectedly sheds 92,000 jobs in February. So unexpected. You know, it's almost like I was literally on record on my show like a month ago talking about how this is exactly what was going to happen or something like that. I don't know. It's so unexpected. It's so unexpected. I can't believe it. The number of jobs in the U.S. economy fell last month, an unexpected contraction that has renewed questions about whether the labor market in the U.S. might be starting to crack. Payrolls in the U.S. dropped by 92,000, and the unemployment rate ticked up to 4.4%, according to the latest official figures, surprising analysts who had expected hiring to remain stable. It marked the biggest monthly job loss since October, when the U.S. government shut down and came amid concerns that a jump in oil prices sparked by the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran could threaten growth. No, but Trump's keeping America safe, though, guys, when he's going to Iran. That's what I keep hearing It's just so weird how every single time that I go to articles unrelated to things throughout this live stream, that they just keep substantiating the other things that I've been saying. It's just so strange. It's almost like there's actually like good, reasonable support behind the things that are being said around here, unlike the random contentions. Do you know the other contentions that are made on other live streams, I meant to say, before cutting myself off to read Claude's comment, because I got very excited. You must understand that anytime I see Monsieur Baz in the side chat, I like to impersonate him a little bit. Do you know what boom boom is? It's made out of baboomity, says Birius Slack. Baboomity. To which Claude replies, I'd rather have a boom boom than a boom. That is true. That is true. I would rather have boom boom than boom as well, Mr. Balls. Yes, indeed. Nearly every sector shot jobs, including healthcare, typically a source of strength, which was hit by strikes last month. Employment in the federal government also continued to drop, shrinking by 10,000 last month. Since hitting a peak in October 2024, federal government employment has dropped by 330,000, or 11%, the Labor Department said. It also said job gains in December and January were lower than initially estimated, Even if healthcare employment bounces back as expected, the figures dented hopes that hiring might be starting to accelerate after the 2025 slowdown, which was the weakest year for jobs since the pandemic, said Samuel Toombs, chief U.S. economist for Pantheon Macroeconomics. What stabilization? He wrote in a note after the figures were published. The idea that the labor market has turned a corner implodes with this report. Which, I mean, it's pretty fucking undeniable if I do say so myself. The hiring downturn sent shares on Wall Street lower and raised new pressure on U.S. President Donald Trump, who campaigned on promises of improving the economy. Democrats quickly seized on the figures, with Senator Elizabeth Warren saying they showed the White House was, quote, tanking the job market, while White House officials brushed off their significance. In an interview with CNBC, Kevin Hassett, director of the National Economic Council, said that he still expected strong growth to power job creation in the months ahead. Quote, there will be so much activity that everybody's going to be able to find a job that wants one, he said. Wow. So he's basically saying that there's going to be 0% unemployment. Well, you know, there's always going to be some people that are unemployed because they just don't want to work. But I'm pretty sure those people are not typically categorized as unemployed. The unemployment rate typically refers to people that are looking for work. Otherwise, the unemployment rate would wrongfully factor in people like retirees or other people like that, dependents and things like that. Those people aren't looking for work. No, unemployed people typically factor people that are looking for work but don't currently have it. So this guy is basically saying that there's going to be a 0% unemployment rate soon enough here, folks. I'm sure that we'll be reporting that any day now on this channel. I'll be on here and I'll be like, you know what, guys? Not only did the war in Iran not actually expand any further than it did, but as a matter of fact, the market's booming now, everybody. Everything's going great. Woo! That's what's going to be happening a few months down the line, I'm sure. The report also complicates the questions facing the U.S. Central Bank. The Federal Reserve would typically respond to a weakening labor market by cutting borrowing costs in hopes of giving the economy a boost. But analysts said the risk that a sustained leap in oil prices could put upward pressure on prices may give policymakers pause for thought. Quote, today's numbers may have put the Fed between a rock and a hard place, said Ellen Zentner, chief economic strategist for Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. So that's that article. Go ahead, Peter. I saw that you unmuted yourself.
I didn't know such a thing. I put up a picture.
Oh, I see. Let me have a quick look here.
I mean, I have all kinds of free pictures, like see, I like that one too.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
or that one.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good selection that you got there.
Yeah.
In any case, though, let's take a look at our next article. Or sorry, not our next article. We've actually got a video here. And I wanted to look at this primarily for the historical look that it would kind of give us at violent resistance to people being oppressed, because we were just talking earlier about trans people being oppressed.
So you're not going to play the clip that's currently going viral? I'm not sure if it's real though, but
Which one? Oh, the one that I already played that several shows ago. I already played that one forever ago.
okay.
Yeah. No, I covered that one like the day after it happened. Trust me, that one was one was pretty front and center on one of my old shows. See, Peter, you're falling behind. You're behind the times, Peter. You're trying to get me to cover old news. I'm not here.
You do
Look,
a 6-hour show. I got
the
shit to do. I can't watch everything.
Channel isn't about reruns, Peter. We're not here for reruns. We're here for original content on the Aiden Linden channel.
So let me get this straight. You're not. This channel is not for reruns. Yet almost all of your content revolves around someone's second turn, basically a rerun.
See, when it comes to covering other people's content, Peter, how is that?
So
a
then
rerun?
it's
because
then
if I was
suddenly,
if I
all
was
of a
just
sudden it's about
because
rerun.
you see, Peter, if I was just playing somebody else's show, right? If I was just playing somebody else's content and I wasn't making any kind of commentary on it, I was just letting it play by itself, that would be a rerun. That's true. You'd have me dead to
Trump's
rights.
presidency is a rerun.
Oh, that's the point you're trying to make. I see.
Yes.
I see.
Your entire all of your shows are about reruns. Because
no,
you
they're
never
not, because
cover-
they're happening right now, you silly goof.
Which is a rerun of the first time.
Oh my
Just
god.
worse.
Oh my god. Okay, I think I've finally stumbled my way across the point that you're attempting to make here. You got me, Peter. You got me. You're right.
Yeah.
By covering an event that has already happened, i.e. covering the news. That's
a rerun.
It's a rerun.
You're rerunning the news that has already come out because it came out and then you saw it and now you're showing us and now you're looking
And now
at
I'm
it.
talking about it and using my own commentary in order to provide my own fucking blend of unique
to make commentary on what is for you a rerun.
Hey, so you know what? There's certain things like, you know what? Fuck you, because you just fucking came in here and fucking showed multiple clips on here that I didn't have any knowledge of prior to now. So those weren't reruns for me, were they, bitch? Fuck you.
No, that's why. Because I didn't want to make the entire show all
What
about
about that, Peter?
reruns.
What about that, Peter? What about that? Huh? Are those just reruns for you? So you're just a hypocrite because you came on here and gave us a rerun of your shit.
No,
What about
the
that,
thing is
Peter?
that
What about that? Oh, that's not a rerun, though, right?
No,
It's not a
no,
rerun when
because
you come on and
the
show
first one,
content
the
that
first
you've
one I
already
posted,
seen
I
on the
distinctly
channel.
said that was not the one that I saw, but that was the one that I could find real quick.
Oh, it was the one
Yeah.
you could quote unquote find real quick. Yeah, a
Yeah.
likely story, Peter. A likely story.
Because
you see, ladies and
I
gentlemen,
just-
you're seeing the cracks.
I just
form
put
in
a
real
search
time.
term in Google and then the shit comes up.
You're seeing,
It's how
you're seeing
easy
the
things
cracks.
are to.
The cracks in the foundation. They're forming in real time, ladies and gentlemen. Me and Peter, we're done. We're done. I'm throwing them out. The live stream's over, ladies and gentlemen. We're finished. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Your bird just chimed in. Even your bird's disagreeing with you right now, Peter.
Yeah.
Even your bird's like, what the hell? What the hell, Peter? What's going on?
I don't know.
No, I'm joking. All right, let's go to our next segment, though, because as I was attempting to say earlier, before Peter's bird decided that they were going to interject on the live stream, was that I had a couple of segments earlier that were
You can
about
get him closer
oppression.
to the mic if you want.
All right, time for 6. So there's a few segments that I've done on the show at this point of people being oppressed, people being marginalized. Trans people are being marginalized. Immigrants are being marginalized. American citizens are being marginalized. And I think in the face of that, I think it's important to pull up a video that I don't think a lot of people have seen. And I think that it's an important video because it showcases a very distinct difference in people's minds and people's opinions regarding how people ought resist that kind of behavior being done to them. So this is, and I'm going to unmute you, Peter. I'm going to unmute you. But this is Martin Luther King and Malcolm X debate. Now, this is an 8-minute video, so it's a bit longer of a video compared to most things that I've played on here. So unless you want to jump in actively and commentate, I'm probably going to play this fairly uninterrupted. And if anybody in the audience wants to commentate on it as well, they're more than welcome to do so.
Basically, what you're saying is I just should shut up.
No, you're welcome to jump in if anybody's saying anything. You're welcome to jump in if you didn't let me put in my asterisk there yet. If it's relevant.
Read my last
to the
comment in
topic.
chat. Read my last comment in chat.
Bitch, people are being marginalized. Yes,
Yeah.
you
And
are
muted.
one of these people as well, Peter. That's true. You're being marginalized. You know what? Let me just say unfairly marginalized. Let's just put that in there. You definitely can't say that you were unfairly marginalized, Peter.
No.
You deserved.
I'm
deserve
fairly
the
marginalized, yeah.
I prefer butter over marginalized myself.
Yeah.
Personally. But anyways, let's look at this. And like I said, if you got anything relevant to the video, don't hesitate to jump in and say something.
Reverend Martin Luther King subsidizes Reverend Martin Luther King so that Reverend Martin Luther King can continue to teach the Negroes to be defenseless. That's what you mean by nonviolent. Be defenseless. Be defenseless in the face of one of the most cruel beasts that has ever taken the people into captivity. That's this American white man. And they have proved it throughout the country by the police dogs and the police clubs. 100 years ago, they used to put on a white sheet and use a bloodhound against Negroes. Today, they have taken off the white sheet and put on police uniforms. They've traded in the bloodhounds for police dogs, and they're still doing the same thing. And just as Uncle Tom, back during slavery, used to keep the Negroes from resisting the bloodhound or resisting the Ku Klux Klan by teaching them to love their enemy or pray for those who use them despitefully. Today, Martin Luther King is just a 20th century or modern Uncle Tom or a religious Uncle Tom who is doing the same thing today to keep Negroes defenseless in the face of attack that Uncle Tom did on the plantation to keep those Negroes defenseless in the face of the attack of the Klan in that
Well,
day.
I don't think of love as, in this context, as emotional bosh. I don't think of it as a weak force. But I think of love as something strong and that organizes itself into powerful direct action. Now, this is what I try to teach in the struggle in the South, that we are not engaged in a struggle that means we sit down and do nothing. That there's a great deal of difference between non-resistance to evil and non-violent resistance. Non-resistance leaves you in a state of stagnant passivity and deadening complacency, wherein non-violent resistance means that you do resist in a very strong and determined manner. And I think some of the criticisms of nonviolence, or some of the critics, fail to realize that we are talking about something very strong, and they confuse non-resistance with nonviolence.
The goal of Dr. Martin Luther King is to give Negroes a chance to sit in a segregated restaurant beside the same white man who had brutalized them for 400 years. The goal of Dr. Martin Luther King is to get Negroes to forgive the people who have brutalized them for 400 years by lulling them to sleep and making them forgetting what those whites have done to them. But the masses of black people in America today don't go for what Martin Luther King is putting down. As you said in one of your articles, it's psychologically insecure, something of that sort. I forget how you put it. But you didn't endorse what Martin Luther King was doing yourself.
I do not reject his goals of full integration and full equality rights for American citizens. Do you reject these goals?
If you don't think that he's walking on the right road, I'm quite sure you don't agree that he'll get to the right place. And if you would classify his method as psychologically unrealistic, I think that if a man's method is psychologically unrealistic, which means the road or the means or the method that he's using, I think as a psychologist, you would be very doubtful
I don't think
that
that's
he would reach
true.
the right.
If anyone has ever lived with a nonviolent movement in the South, from Montgomery on through the Freedom Rides and through the sit-in movement and the recent Birmingham movement, and see the reactions of many of the extremists and reactionaries in the white community, he wouldn't say that this movement makes, or this philosophy makes him comfortable. I think it arouses a sense of shame within him often, in many instances. I think it does something to touch the conscience and establish a sense of guilt. Now, so often people respond to guilt by engaging more in the guilty vote.
Now, this is something that I want to take a moment to just point out very quickly. There's very much so become this modern philosophy surrounding people who take the position that rather than violently resisting oppression, you ought shame those people that are oppressing you and make the fact that those people are being irrational and hateful for no logical reason toward you overwhelmingly obvious to the wider public. I think that has kind of been transformed by the modern right-wing movement. And I think it's kind of been made into this idea of wokeism, quote unquote, right? The idea that somebody ought be shamed because they're a racist. The idea that somebody ought be shamed because they're a sexist. The idea that somebody ought be shamed because they are prejudiced towards somebody for no good reason besides being a product of their own ignorance has now been branded by those very people who are either descendants of those that were trying to marginalize people in Dr. King's time, or at least descended from their way of thinking. Those people have now come up with the term woke and have tried using such an ambiguous, non-specific term to shut down what has its ideological roots in non-violent resistance toward prejudicial thinking. It's no wonder that it's become such a common term amongst conservative thought nowadays. Because what is it ultimately there for? Except to try and shut down any deeper thought regarding what is being said there. Don't think about what that person's saying. Don't think about the implications of what that person's saying. Give that no mind whatsoever, because what that person's saying is woke, quote unquote. It's just another term that's used in an attempt to stifle any actual productive conversation whatsoever when any examination of nonviolent protesting movements that have been done throughout human history will show you that it is the shaming of people in those sorts of circumstances that will lead to an effective resistance of those prejudicial ideas remaining within society in the way that they do. And with that being said, I will continue the video.
Can act in an attempt to drown the sense of guilt. But this approach certainly doesn't make the white man feel comfortable. It disturbs the other thing, conscience, and it disturbs this sense of contentment.
Nothing will they ever do. They will always talk it, but they won't practice it. And with the Supreme Court, if the NAACP can tell me that they want a desegregation decision for me 10 years ago, but yet the schools haven't been desegregated, as I say, this is a victory with no victory. It's a victory that you can talk about, but it's a victory you can't show me. So if you represent the NAACP and you are telling me about this great victory you won for me, when I look at you, I have to conclude that either you have been duped yourself or else you are trying to dupe me. And in most instances where the civil rights struggle is involved, there is no civil rights leader can point to me one concrete gain, practical gain, that black people have made in the civil rights field in this country, not only during the past 10 years, but during the past 100 years.
I don't think there's any real organization to the riots. I think they grow out of the conditions that I've mentioned all along. And as long as these intolerable conditions are there, as long as the Negro finds himself living every day in a major depression, then every city will sit on a powder keg and can explode over the slightest incident. I feel that killing is a very tragic way to deal with any social problem. There is no...
And keep in mind, right? I wanted to wait until closer to the end of the video to get into it in a little bit more depth. But to kind of touch on it a little bit, this is one of my issues with Malcolm X's criticisms of Martin Luther King. Is that I feel like Malcolm X's criticisms, pardon me. I mixed up their names there for a second. But I think one of Malcolm X's major criticisms of Dr. King is that he's somehow ignorant to the issues that are around him to one extent or another. That he wants to ignore what's going on around him in favor of just trying to be nonviolent. I don't think that's true at all. I think in the statement that was just said there by Dr. King, he acknowledges the fact that the conditions that he lives within create a powder keg that could go off at any moment. But simultaneous to that acknowledgement of those circumstances, he also shows that he doesn't want that to be the case. He expresses that he doesn't want it to erupt in violence. And with that being said, I'm going to play the video again.
Violent solution to the problem that the Negro confronts in this country, and this is why I have constantly said that riots are socially destructive and self-defeating. After all, the Negro ends up on the losing end. We can't win a violent revolution. Most of the persons killed in riots are Negroes themselves. The persons who end up not being able to get milk for their children of Negroes because things where they have to live are destroyed. So there's no practical or moral answer in the realm of violence to the Negro's problem. But I do understand the sociological, the psychological, and the economic reasons.
The problem can be solved. First, the white man and the black man have to be able to sit down at the same table. The white man has to feel free to speak his mind without hurting the feelings of that Negro. And the so-called Negro has to feel free to speak his mind without hurting the feelings of the white man. Then they can bring the issues that are under the rug out on top of the table and take an intelligent approach to get the problem solved. That's the only way that they'll ever do it. We need an action program while we are Muslims, or while we are Christians, or while we are whatever we are. We still need an action program that will eliminate these evils that are in our community. And this is what we're trying to do with the Muslim Mosque Incorporated. Do you consider yourself militant? I consider myself Malcolm.
Well, I think we have to agree.
And you know, what a corny joke, by the way. Just to say, you know, dad jokes have never gone away. Do you consider yourself militant? I consider myself Malcolm. What a corny joke. I love it, actually. But he kind of makes a point to an extent, though, with that. I do think that there is a more healthy environment where two people are allowed to sit down at a table and unequivocally, without any kind of, I need to worry about this person's feelings, I need to worry about offending this person's sensibilities. I think the most productive conversations in the face of the kind of hatred that's being talked about here is the kind of conversation that can take place bereft of violence, but not bereft of truth. Where two people can sit there and genuinely air their grievances to each other. I think that's the best possible environment where the actual ideas themselves are capable of really taking shape and combating against each other, not based off of the threat of violence or the perceived threat of violence, but off of the actual merit or lack thereof that they have implicit within them. I think that's definitely true.
Aiden?
Yes.
If I consider myself Peter, would that mean that I'm a dick? Just
in a sense. In a sense. I mean, you are more often than you're not. That's Anyways, let's keep watching this.
What's in a name?
Everything, my friend, everything. Let's keep watching.
That this appears to be the result of an internal conflict within the black nationalist movement. So I think the first thing that needs to be done is for a conference of goodwill to take place between black nationalist leaders. This was why I suggested a few days ago that the followers of the late Malcolm X and the followers of Elijah Muhammad should sit down at the peace table together, so to speak, and discuss this problem and try to reach some understanding. I don't think, and I'm sure, that nothing can be accomplished by violence. It only leads to new and more complex social problems. I think it is unfortunate for the black nationalist movement. I think it is unfortunate for the health of our nation.
I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
I'm really happy for you. I'm gonna let you finish. But Beyonce had one of the best videos of all time.
What the hell is the end of this? What the hell's going on here? I love how it was like a straight up serious video.
Beyonce was that old.
I know. I'm sitting here like, thought this was a serious video. And then at the end, it's just like, all right, then we're gonna do a meme at the very end. Okay, it's definitely one of the artistic choices of all time. But yeah, I wanted to play that because I think that there are valid points that are made on both sides, but I think ultimately Martin Luther King's approach is definitely the more effective. And I think it's definitely the reason why you learn about Martin Luther King in schools and you don't learn about Malcolm X. Because I agree with him in one of his final statements he made there. Violence ultimately begets more complex social issues, and oftentimes those more complex social issues involve more violence themselves. So it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to promote. And anybody that is in the business of trying to actively promote it as a means of trying to resist what is going on right now, I don't think that there's somebody that really has the best interests of long-term thinking at heart. Now, I can understand the way of thinking of more radicalized people insofar as, like, especially in those times, like Malcolm X, where he's coming from a time period where the oppressions that he was experiencing were a lot more widespread and they were affecting a lot more people, and it was endemic within the society that he was living within. So that context is important. But at the same time, I think that if the black community had largely gone more toward the direction of what Malcolm X had wanted, I'm not really sure if the black community would have been given the amount of rights and freedoms and the respect that it currently occupies within America. Although, that currently is certainly in question when the President of the United States is actively going around and removing exhibits showcasing slavery as it existed within the antebellum South. Oh, wait, it wasn't him. It was just, the person appointed by the federal government. So definitely has nothing to do with him whatsoever directly. Sorry, my bad. Love people that act that way when it comes to stuff like that. Anyways, with Peter's faint typing soothing us ASMR-like in the background, let us move on to our next segment. My big, beautiful ballroom that I've been wanting to get this whole time, Peter. I'm sure you're familiar. We've been talking about it on the show. I'm sure you know all about the big, beautiful ballroom that we're doing in the White House right now. Panel reviewing Trump's $400 million White House ballroom postpones vote. Womp, 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 womp. I know that it's things like this that make me know that this guy wants to be king. You know, it's things like this that make me know, because he hates the fact that he lives in a country where there's at least a little bit of checks and balances remaining for the shit that he just wants to do on a whim. You know? He wants it so bad. Anyways, a federal panel reviewing Donald Trump's planned $400 million ballroom addition to the White House postponed an expected vote on the project until next month, after receiving thousands of negative public comments. The National Capital Planning Commission, or NCPC, has been expected to cast a final vote on the proposal on Thursday, but instead, the chair of the commission announced at the beginning of the meeting that the vote would now be held on 2nd of April, citing the large amount of public input submitted during the public comment period. Quote, "We're going to take the time to deliberate, and we're going to have a final vote on April 2nd. Will Scharf, the NCPC chair and top aide to Trump, said on Thursday as the meeting began, according to CNN. Before the meeting, the commission released more than 9,000 pages of public comments it received about the project. The commission has said that more than 35,000 people had submitted written comments, with the majority opposing Trump's plans to build a 90,000 square foot ballroom where the East Wing of the White House once stood, and condemning the demolition of the East Wing, which began in October. At the time, White House officials argued that the demolition did not require the commission's approval, and said they would present plans for any construction proposals to the proper commissions. Trump has said that the ballroom would cost about $400 million and be financed with private donations. Yeah, the people that are donating to that, by the way, Palantir, NVIDIA, a whole bunch of major corporations that are actively trying to spy on you and get a bunch of your personal data. Meta is another one as well. I've got a story about Meta coming up later on in the show. Just give me one quick second here. I'm just going to take one quick second. Brianna just got home, and I'm going to go say hello to her.
And that's how it happens. Suddenly you've got dead air. And someone who can't be trusted with the microphone while Aiden's not around. So, what a pickle we find ourselves in. What do we do now? Trying to fill the dead air with something while Aiden's away.
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, he's back.
I don't want to be too long. Sorry about that.
That's a great host right there. Just walking away from the microphone, giving everyone dead air.
I'm sorry about that. It wasn't my intent. Look, I wasn't doing it on purpose. You asshole. There's still 9 people here.
Peter takes over show.
Yeah.
I had to, Claude, because we can't have dead air.
It's
I
true.
mean, that's not professional.
No, it's true. I appreciate that, Peter. You were here to vamp while I was away, and that's always appreciated over here. So, Peter, I said you weren't pulling your weight earlier, but that's like, what, the second or third example of you pulling your weight? Like, maybe I misjudged you, Peter. Maybe I gave
something
you a hard
embarrassing, please. I think it was embarrassingly enough that Aiden just left.
Yeah,
It's
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
My
someone's
fiance.
home. Squirrel.
Yeah, my fiance came home and I wanted to say hello to her. What a horrible thing, right? Fuck you.
I mean,
I'm
my
gonna-
girlfriends get home all the time while I'm doing a show.
Yeah.
Doesn't
You
mean
don't
that
care
I
about them as
immediately
much as I care.
stop.
Yeah, I know. Kind of like how I immediately stopped you right there, right? Yeah. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, I know. I care about Brianna more than you care about them. That's okay. That's fine. I understand.
I mean, there's a reason that we have 2 cabins, and I'm forced to sleep in one of them almost half of the time. There's a
I'm sure
reason for
there
that.
is. I'm sure there is, Peter.
Yeah.
Anyways,
The best one is still when I had that huge air horn that came off a truck, and I mounted that under the bed with a switch, and Malou went to bed.
trying to get Link
He
back
nearly
after
killed
dismissing
me.
it. Here, Achilles, I will. I'll put the link out to you on email. I'll send that to you right now. If you dismiss the link from the pinned comment, I'll send that to you. Can other people see the link? Like, people are able to get in. Right?
I can see the link. I can actually.
Yeah, you can post it in the
Copy.
side chat if you want.
And
yeah.
then I can. Holy shit! That's far too long. Hold on, I need to do that in a different way.
I just sent it
copy.
to you, Achilles. There you go, buddy. No, it'd be awesome to
Yeah.
have you on.
If Achilles comes on, he can relieve me of my duties, and then I can get about.
Are you just trying to get out of here at this point? You can go, dude. You don't have to be here if you don't want to.
I have to leave anyway soon because it's 11 p.m. My
Oh,
dog
yeah.
is looking at me, thinking, "Why haven't we been outside yet?" Usually, you do that at 9 p.m. It's 11.
Oh yeah, I forgot to show this. This was supposed to be during the transition of my silly segment. But Peter, I need to show you this.
What?
Sometimes, and as Achilles has pointed out, more often than ever before, sometimes the humor just writes itself. Look at this.
America's back. Yeah.
And then you see the
and regarding my comments on Exxon earlier this week, couldn't happen to a nicer company.
Oh, they're great people at Exxon.
Yeah. I mean, Exxon in Dutch means something completely different, has nothing to do with oil or gasoline or anything like that. Yet,
It's our name. It looks like our name. It's got one X less than our name, and it's got a Z in it, or a Z, as some people might call it. But it's our name. I'm gonna sue you.
What? We're going outside in a minute. Sit down. Sit. I'm getting attacked by a bull terrier because I'm doing a funny voice. And my bird gets excited because my bull terrier is attacking me. So now my bird is peeping in the background. They're all
There's a
ganging up
revolt.
on
The
me.
animals are revolting. It's finally happening. It's finally happening. They've been coordinating this for so long. They're like, all right, the revolution is happening. We're taking over.
I'm
AOD.
still stronger than my bull terrier, and he doesn't have the guts to bite me. He can bite a branch or anything in half that's twice the size of my arm, but he won't bite me,
Achilles.
which is good.
Welcome to the show.
Hey, Achilles.
How's everybody?
Good.
Had some technical difficulties.
No, you're good. You're all good. I'm glad you're in time to appreciate this as your first thing. On the
Yeah,
show.
right. I mean, look at the coincidence right there. And it's his angry face. Like if you go to Wikipedia and you look at American presidents, they're all smiling at the camera.
That's true.
And even he was smiling in 2016, and then he was like, I'm bringing peace over here.
Yeah. That's the face you make right before you bring world peace.
President of Peace, so we're gonna rename the Department of Defense into the Department of War because I'm the President of Peace.
Look, I'm named the President of Peace because all the buildings in Gaza are now in pieces. That's why I'm named the President of Peace, because they're all in pieces over there right now.
And concerning the Department of War, I think not even the book of George Orwell, 1984, was as blunt as to just call it like Ministry of War.
That's true.
Yeah.
Right? It was supposedly the Ministry of Peace that was dealing war.
Right. Yeah, at least his was more stylized. Come on.
And here we are saying, oh, thank God we're not living in such a dystopia like 1984, you know? And it's like so worse. So much worse.
Me and Brianna have both said for like going on a year now that we live in the lame dystopia. We could have lived in the cool dystopia, but we can't even be bothered to live in a cool dystopia. We have to live in the shitty, lame version of the dystopia where everything's all bland and everything sucks all the time. Couldn't we live in the fucking RoboCop dystopia? Or the fucking like
District 9.
Yep. Yeah, District 9. Yeah, that's a good one too.
Yeah, some shrimps, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even freaking one that's really on the nose, like Total Recall.
But
I'd
by the
rather
way,
live in that one.
yeah. But by the way, District 9, if you watch it again, with keeping in mind that there is this one place on the world, which right now is completely destroyed, but for the past, like, I don't know, 30, 40 years, you'll find a lot of similarities between how the movie is portraying those that were in the district with the people in Gaza. Like it was, if you take the whole alien thing out, I kept, when I watched it for the first time, that's what I was seeing. I was seeing like, we keep them here and we're not letting them out. And I'm sorry for taking us to that subject like so quick. I mean, what was the subject today? Racism? I'm sorry.
We've been talking about a lot of things today. I try to cover a lot of different topics over here. You know me.
Yeah.
You know me. I got the topics. I know topics.
And then I interrupted him with even more different topics.
And you know what the funny thing is? People were like, oh, you covered too many things on your show. And I was like, okay, then you know what I'm going to do then? I'm going to open up the panel from the very beginning of the show so that if you want to come in so badly, you can come in. And Peter came in and Mr. Logo came. Mr. Logo was actually the first one that ended up.
Yeah, Mr. Logo was first.
He was there and covered the trans segment. With me near the beginning of the show, the Christian and trans segment, which, I mean, maybe you'll have different opinions than me on Achilles. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but I mean, at the very least, I'm sure you can appreciate the fact that I feel it's important enough to talk about here, and I'm expressive about it the same way that I'm expressive about the issues that we do agree on. So
yeah, and that actually should also tell viewers that we're not robots. We don't have the same views on everything, but there are some things that even people that disagree on everything can agree upon.
Right. Exactly. So, with that being said, let's I wasn't quite finished with my other thing that I was reading here, so I'll go back to that.
Did you learn, guys? I bet you two probably have, but maybe some viewers haven't. But for some very hard to understand reason, all the crossings to and from Gaza have been shut down, and there is no humanitarian aid entering Gaza at all.
Yeah, I tried. I had something saved, and then shockingly enough, the article that I had saved got deleted for some strange reason. I wonder why. Yeah. But it was an article that was about children's medicine being unable to get into Gaza completely for the last like couple of months now. Like no medicine whatsoever has been able to get in there to help for children.
Yeah, now after the whole Iran thing, like they've totally shut down like everything. What it used to be for the past month, it was there was an agreement of how many trucks can go in, and it was like 1/10 of those trucks that was ending up in, and what it brought was never enough. But now they stopped that truck too, and now you can't go in and you can't go out either. So there are people in hospitals that they're still waiting to get out of Gaza so they can get treated, but no, you're just gonna have to wait here until we decide to end that war. And how fair? What a fair nation.
Yeah. No kidding. No kidding. Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that because, yeah, I was going to put that in the show, but for some reason, who knows, right? I ended up getting taken down. So I'm going to continue with this article that I had pulled up. If you'd like to pull something, by the way, you're more than welcome to. Peter's pulled a few different segments. If you'd like to include something.
I was away all day.
No, you're good. I'm not saying that you have to do anything. I'm just saying if you have something you'd like to contribute, you're more than welcome to.
And be careful, Achilles, because if you do, people in chat will say, "You're taking over the show."
I think Peter might be a little bit about the chat revolution that was taking place under his watch.
In my village, they say, where there is smoke, there is usually fire.
It's true.
Yeah.
True, Peter. He's got a point.
Yeah. Well, I can counter that. I know it's bad, but I still smoke. So there's your smoke.
Oh, it could be something else. Okay, yeah.
yeah, it's true. It's true. All right, I'm gonna read the article. Let's go. We're gonna be here all day otherwise. So, before the meeting, the Commission released more than 9,000 pages of public comments it received about the project. The Commission had said that more than 35,000 people had submitted written comments, with the majority opposing Trump's plans to build a 90,000 square foot ballroom where the East Wing of the White House once stood, and condemning the demolition of the East Wing, which began in October. At the time, White House officials argued that the demolition did not require the commissioner's approval, and said they would present plans for any construction proposals to the proper commissions. Trump has said the ballroom would cost about $400 million.
It's a beautiful ballroom.
It's a beautiful ballroom. It's being financed by NVIDIA and Palantir and Meta, and they all love you, by the way. They love the American people. I mean, just because it's only their data that they love doesn't mean they don't love you. They just love a very particular part of you. That's what they love.
Right. And did you see that he recently said, right now it's just a big hole?
Right.
Why?
Yeah, why? What caused that problem exactly?
Why a hole, like, specifically? Why?
Yeah.
No, there's not going to be underground computers underneath when people will be dancing the tango above, right?
Dad is
It's
super
beautiful.
sensitive. He can't
It's
be.
the
It's
most
the most beautiful thing ever. Don't worry about that. It's the most beautiful data center you've ever seen.
Built by the best. We've been training on Gaza children for years.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
You think the White House tours 100 years from now are going to be like, and here's the secret NVIDIA data center that was installed by President Trump in 2026.
And we will all be dead.
He tried to hide this from the American people before the Great Armageddon of 2027 that wiped out 82% of the population. So, yeah, here it is. Anyways, let's look at this. A recent analysis by the New York Times found that more than 98% of the roughly 32,000 submitted comments opposed the plan, with respondents describing the proposed design as gaudy and cheap. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You mean to tell me the guy that has a bunch of Home Depot shit plastered up on the fucking Oval Office right now that's just fucking spray painted gold, or maybe has some nice little like paper thin gold leaf plastered on top of it if he was really feeling like he wanted to splurge a lot of money on it? You mean to tell me that he builds a gaudy and cheap piece of shit ballroom? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It is gaudy. It's awful. Any of the images that you can see of that thing, it looks like shit.
I haven't even seen any.
It looks like shit. It's like literally what like if you ask like a 10-year-old what a wealthy ballroom is supposed to look like, that's what they would probably have eventually like drawn up if they had access to like the budget that they had to make the design documents for that ballroom. If you asked a 10-year-old what a nice ballroom would look like, that's what you would end up with. Anyways, let's take a look at some more of this. Later on Thursday, NBC reported that Scharf disputed reports that the ballroom vote had been delayed, saying that the commission's plan, quote, has been to proceed to a final vote on this project on April 2nd for quite some time. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it's been that way for the whole time. It's fake news. That's basically what they're trying to say right here for the umpteenth time. You called us out on something that went wrong. It's a bunch of fake news. That's all it is. I think that's all that we can really get of any value from that. Anyways, I've got a couple things more here. I've got 3. Nope, I've got 4 more segments left on the show before I was going to close things out for the day. You said that you were late, Achilles, but you were still in time for the closing part of the show. So don't worry, especially when it comes to Sundays. I've got plenty of time to do these. So
I love the picture.
Yeah.
By the way, that day that he got up in the middle of the meeting, and he got up and he went to the window to look at the ballroom, I think it was only Stephen Colbert that caught why he did that. Everybody came out with different theories because he has ADHD or, so much stuff.
Right.
But I think Colbert nailed it. He had to fart, dude. He had to fart, and he was like, "We go to the window and look at this ballroom.
I know farts. Look at me."
Don't forget his age, right? Maybe the doctor told him, "Don't hold them in." And he's like, "I gotta hold them in. I'm the president." No, you can't.
Right.
Let's look at the ballroom. Close microphones, please. And it's shaking hands, after, oof, what a ballroom that was.
And I think to myself, what a wonderful ballroom.
Right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I've been informed that Logan's doing a drama stream about me right now. That's neat. Okay.
Rogan or Logan?
Oh,
Oh, okay. Because Rogan would be something,
Yes. Yeah, that'd be no, they're who you're thinking of. Yeah. Apparently, yeah. Oh, yeah. I missed it at first. My bad. It went over my head. Folks. I'm sorry. It's been a long stream here, folks.
Seriously, brother, this thing that we're experiencing as a planet right now has fallen like a knife, and it is separating people, and I don't care what people think about what the media is telling them to think. I mean, it's absurd. The more you look into it, the more you discover that they're lying from all media are lying about it. We see, and something that matters a lot about me and you is that we're not against Trump. We don't like what the previous government did either, and we're not going to like what the next one will do. The whole thing is a complex that just puts puppets up front, and you guys fight
because you love that puppet. And we're just trying to tell you that, you know, all the nations of the world were talking about that issue, the whole, let's say, before Iran, even Gaza. And then all of a sudden, one president comes up that's best friends with Netanyahu, and international law no longer matters. For two nations on the earth, it's just done. I'm going to make it the Riviera of the Middle East, and it's done. And then it just becomes rumble. And then you hear people saying, well, even the children would become terrorists anyway.
Yeah,
So
it's
you're
not like they got
becoming,
radicalized to be that way or anything.
right? And you're becoming my enemy when you're making statements like that children would be terrorists, so it's best if they died. I mean, in that case, even those 165 girls, they will probably be, you know, terrorist girls, so whatever, right? If they say stuff like that, they're the ones getting on my offensive. I'm sorry if I have to attack you with what I believe as somebody in Greece,
right?
And somebody in Canada. So don't. My point is, don't sweat over it.
No, you're right.
Right.
All I was gonna say in response, because I'm sure while plenty of people would love if I was like, oh, I'm gonna go and review it right now and make a whole bunch of drama off of it, and I'm sure I probably would get loads of views right now if I did that, rather than focusing on what's going on right now, on the actual news that's going on right now. The title that he put on there was Who Real Humanist? Well, let me tell you who the real humanist is. The real humanist is the person that stands up for children even when they're being killed by a country that is quote-unquote America's greatest ally. The real humanist is the person that stands up for people that are being marginalized and disenfranchised by the government. The real humanist is the person that, rather than just looking the other way or trying to make excuses for the government that's actively doing those dehumanizing things, stands up and is critical of that government and uses their voice to try and lend criticism to the idea that those people ought to be marginalized rather than allowing them to be marginalized. That's who the real humanist is, just so you know.
And it's the only nation that you can't criticize its actions because you become not a racist, an anti-Semite. If you like, when I say I don't like the actions of the U.S., that doesn't mean I hate Americans, man. Yeah. I mean, why for that specific nation, whatever it does, if you criticize it, I mean, I hate what my country does, right? So I don't hate Greeks. I don't hate the people of a country. I hate their governments. So why on that specific case, if you say, oh, they shouldn't have done that, how dare you saying they need to burn? I didn't say that, you know?
Yeah.
I have an issue with the word humanist, though, because it is like putting too much power in the too much strength in humans, it's a form of atheism where no God exists, and we replace that with the power of humans, and that is the term humanism.
Right. So well, that's the genesis of our disagreement, though. Essentially,
the way you're using humanism is in the contradiction to being dehumanized, like to be inhumane.
Can I comment on that really quick?
Yep.
I disagree with that. I think that as part of humanistic philosophy, one of the things that is central to humanistic philosophy is the notion that there is no divine savior that can be prayed to in order to alleviate the suffering of these people. And in the face of that paradigm, it is us as people that need to intervene and need to do everything that we can within our power to try and lend power to those people and lend decency to those people so that they might have the dignity that they as fellow human beings deserve. So as a humanist, I would say that it is in keeping with humanist values to say the things that I'm saying right now.
Right.
The stances that I take.
But let me add to this, and for the sake of argument and for the sake of saying my perspective on this, I think there is a God, and all our actions do matter. It's our job to stop it. It's our job to speak against it, because he's there looking at what we would do with this, what we would do about it. So it's not that it takes the whole burden of speaking against the injustice off my shoulders. No, it's actually making me or others more liable to our thoughts, our actions, and our inactions. The existence of something higher. Like we have a saying in Greece, when you are terrible as an individual, somebody can turn to you and say, what soul are you going to deliver? Like to somebody, what kind of a soul are you going to deliver to that higher power? That dirty soul, so that's why it gets a little, the word humanist, in contradiction to being inhumane. Yes, I would call myself a humanist as well, but in the sense of there is nobody up there, no, I don't like that definition. But we put ourselves at the gap that we see. I don't see the gap. I see there is a higher power. That's we can argue.
No, I wanted to let you voice that without any interruption or anything like that. I understand that your worldview and our worldviews, I should say, diverge on that particular avenue. However, I think that one of the important things is that although they diverge as far as where we think the need for those things may come from, I think the important thing is that the end goal is ultimately the same. And that end goal is, at least in this world, while people are alive, the preservation of human dignity, the preservation of these people, especially these vulnerable people, these women and these children in these regions, that they don't get bombed and they don't get killed en masse, and that they have an opportunity to be able to grow up in conditions that won't horrifically traumatize them and radicalize them and make their lives that they have here on this earth as miserable as they could possibly be. So we may disagree on some things, but I think ultimately we can agree about that.
Yep, 100%. And one thing I was thinking, as you were saying this, is that I don't blame you, because I heard something recently, which I was watching some documentary, which I don't remember what it was, and I heard somebody say something which blew my mind on how blunt it is. Before I go to the quote, let me say that when people see a president saying that he speaks with Jesus and he needs to get rid of Islam, and then you see a nation that doesn't even believe in Jesus having the same goal of getting rid of that country because it's the center of Shiites and all that stuff that's happening, it's very hard for people that don't believe to say, you know what, I want to believe in that. That's what no, it's so hard. So the quote I heard was that we've turned Christianity into an imperialistic religion for the past like 200 years. And we do all the things that Jesus asked us not to do, but we do that in his name. Here I am doing what you asked me not to do, but I'm doing it for you. And that's just throwing so many people off. And Christians need to wake up to this. They need to wake up and make that distinction. So yeah, sure. Go ahead.
No. What you said there is very important. I think that a lot of Christians, and we were talking about this with Big Bad Mama on my previous show. I'm not sure if you were there for that particular discussion. Perhaps you were, but we were talking about how many of the radicalized Christians who are talking about Armageddon and telling the United States soldiers in the United States military that they're going to bring about Armageddon on this earth.
Right.
That
Yeah,
a lot of them are mirroring the extremists that you see within Islam and their
Right.
justifications for how they perpetrate their conflicts.
I had actually never seen that before happening. Like Christianity ever taking that extreme perspective from a government. I've never seen that happening. It's the first time I see it ever.
And think about this from your perspective as a Christian. All of these people, one of the biggest arguments that a lot of anti-theists will make, and I never really made it because it's a pretty weak argument, or at least was a pretty weak argument up until recently, was that Christianity is a religion of violence, and it's a religion that seeks to conquer other people. And it's like, okay, yeah, you guys have got the Crusades from like 1,000 years ago. Fair enough. What else do you have where it's like explicitly, we're going to go and conquer these other, you got the New World as well. It's a bit more of a contemporary example. Some of the things that were done under like Cortez and people like that. But like, give me a contemporary example or even near contemporary example of Christians doing that. I can't help but imagine you as a Christian now are kind of having to throw your head back in despair and wonder, God, why are you doing this? When they've literally given all these anti-theists these arguments basically on a silver platter. Because now they can legitimately say that people are at least using Christianity as an excuse to start these giant wars, because that at least is true. You can say that it's not true, a true reflection of Christianity, and I would agree with you, but I wouldn't necessarily think that all of these anti-theists out here are necessarily out here to accurately represent Christianity. So the fact that they even have that as an excuse is not exactly a good thing if you consider yourself a Christian. So keep that.
And it's not just about the sake of argument. That the argument is lost right now because Christianity was not showing these signs, but here we are all of a sudden. Like what?
Yeah.
Now we actually, outside of any argument, we actually, as Christianity, can't say anything against Islamic extremism. We can't say anything. After this, we can't even complain about it. If we don't try at least to show that we don't agree with this, it's hypocritical to talk about extreme Islamism.
Yeah, agreed, 150%.
Like I couldn't believe my ears and my eyes when you were reading that article. And what was it? It was Homeland Department?
Yeah, Department of Homeland Security, yeah.
God.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I know, it's insane. It's actual insanity. And
by the way, a comedian here in Greece, I've said that to a couple of friends around. I've told this to Krista, to Steven. I remember some others too, but I'm not sure I told you. Some comedian here in Greece said, we need to get rid of theocratic states. So yes, this state needs to go because we can't have theocracies in 2026. So let's get rid of them so we can give their land to the people that God has promised that land to them. And right, fair and square. Like there's no hypocrisy here at all.
No, not at all. And once again, it's like, if God promised them that land, wouldn't God be able to give them that land if he really wanted to? Like, why is it that you feel the need to go and do this on his behalf? Like, where's that in the Bible that you need to step in on his behalf and do his dirty work for him? Like,
you're right. Where is it? But here is what the issue is there. And I know there's a lot of people out there that will not like this if I'm saying it, but I'm sorry. I just stick to the Bible, what the Bible says. So they quote some verses and some chapters, like they will say Ezekiel 38, Isaiah 53. So if you go to those and you read what it says, it does say that God will not forget you, even though you cheated on him, because he will give you that land. Yeah, but read the rest that are before that that gives them all the reasons that they no longer deserve that land.
Right.
And they will get them back at the second coming, but that's from God's hand, not theirs. So they're taking it instead of waiting. God promised this to me, so get the fuck out of here. Yeah, no, that's not what the Bible says. But it's not the first time I see people twisting the Bible. I mean, almost 90% of Christianity does it, so why wouldn't even the Jews do it? I mean,
yeah. Well, in any case, I wanted to.
Can I say one more thing?
No, of course you can, Peter.
We thought you fell asleep.
You said there are no recent examples of that being done. Not entirely true.
I mean, the best one that I would say would have been the example I cited of Bush earlier, but go ahead.
Yeah, my grandfather was sent to a concentration camp because he was an atheist in the Second World War. While there is no specific patch for an atheist, atheists were given the red inverted triangle, the same patch that political prisoners also had, and a few others. But yeah, he got picked up because he was an atheist and sent to the camp because he was an atheist.
So it runs in your blood, first off. It runs in your blood. So it runs in your blood. The first thing I get from this is that it runs in the blood. It goes back to grandfathers.
As far as I can track back, my ancestors, all of them have been atheists, but that's not a big deal in a country that is 80% atheist.
But wait, I don't get it. Who was it that threw him on a concentration camp? Adolf? Like the Nazis?
The Nazis, yeah.
I don't remember any atheist concentration camps. I remember Serb camps. I remember Gypsy
There are no
camps.
atheist concentration camps, but there were atheists in concentration camps.
That is undeniably true.
Yeah.
There were definitely people thrown in there that were atheists.
Yeah.
Anyways, to carry on with...
Wait. Historical records do not support the existence of concentration camps specifically designed for atheists, while
No, we didn't
That's
say
what
that.
I just said.
I know. I'm continuing. While Nazi Germany persecuted various groups, atheists were not targeted as a distinct category for imprisonment. And some, like Walter Pliwowski, were victims based on other factors. So I'm just saying, this is the first time I heard this ever, so I just had to Google it first thing, right? And that's what I get on my number one, which the website is The Conversation.
Well, I'm going to fight your Google AI answer with my Google
You can
AI.
Google.
Hold on. I'm going to fight his Google AI answer with my Google AI answer. And my Google AI answer says, yes, atheists were in Nazi concentration camps, primarily because they were targeted for other reasons, which you'd said earlier, such as being political prisoners, communists/socialists, intellectuals, or Jewish. While the Nazis did not run a specific large-scale extermination program solely for atheism, they banned atheist, freethinker, and Marxist organizations early on, sending many members to camps. Because there was a strong association at the time of atheism with Marxism.
Yeah, okay, I see that. But again, the quote that you just read, it's just saying that there were other reasons, but none for being an atheist.
Specifically for being an atheist, I would say, yeah. I would say that there wasn't a specific extermination program that was ran for atheists. I agree with you, and I wasn't saying
all
that
of them.
was the case.
Not all of them were arrested either. It was more the vocal ones that got arrested. And,
yeah, but that is
Hitler did ban all atheist organizations quite early.
All that I had said were that there were atheists in concentration camps. Not that there were atheists in
I get
concentration camps.
There were no specific dedicated camps for atheists.
But
my grandfather was set to go on transport to Auschwitz a day after the camp was liberated by the Canadians and the British. So they were just in time.
So in Serbian, one thing that is not going out a lot in the world is that the worst, like if you ask somebody what concentration camps can come in your mind, they will bring up two, which is Dachau and Auschwitz, right? But there were like 40 or more.
I think there were more than 40. I think I think the last count I saw was around 70 or even more.
So there are some that were more ethnic than others, like the Serbian camps, which you guys should look into. What took place, the worst concentration camp that we know of, with the greatest atrocities, that did include ovens, it did include everything else that the others had, but even worse was Jasenovac. It is written, I'm going to write it in the chat, and you should look into that. What I'm trying to say is, because all of those were Serbs, most of them were Christian, but that doesn't mean he put Christians in the camps. He wanted to get rid of Serbs. So I think in that same manner is how a lot of atheists, because Marxism and communism overall was the enemy.
Oh,
you know,
no, you can't say that, because atheist organizations in Germany were banned. So there was nothing. They were Germans.
Because of the connection, both Hitler and Mussolini, with Mussolini first, took the power by attacking socialism and communism. So if you were saying something which was profound for the time, like even if you were a scientist, but what you said, like, I created the world's first water-driven car.
I have a quote here that I can read for you.
So everybody, I mean,
let Achilles finish what he's saying though, real quick, Peter.
So if you said that I managed to build a water-run engine, and everybody now can have cars without these multi-dollar companies behind them, that sounded communistic, even though you were a scientist. That's what I'm trying to say, right? So it was very easy to be thrown, not in a concentration camp, but, you know, getting shut down by those governments.
The Nazi regime strongly opposed godless communism and viewed outspoken atheism as tied to communist or Marxist ideology. As such, prominent members of atheist and free-thinking organizations like the German Freethinkers League were arrested and marked with the inverted red triangle. So they did. Hitler. There's a speech. I don't have it. I don't have it handed somewhere on one of my hard drives. It's a speech where Hitler talks about atheists and how bad they are, and so
I actually want to get. I want to get the book that he wrote. So, Mein Kampf, because that is the best way in our days to actually know what he believed in that book that he wrote in prison.
So it's not everything's in there, but there's a lot in there, and it has been a banned book in my country, to my regret. Because I think banning a book is never good. You should at least have it out there and possibly even discuss it in schools and go over the parts where there were signs of what was to come and how you can recognize that. So
you can point to what evil is.
But
right?
I mean, considering what happened in my country, I can at least understand why they banned the book. They also banned the swastika. If you fly a swastika flag, you're going to get in trouble. You're going to get arrested, and it's going to be taken away from you. You can't do that in public. What you do in your own home, that's in your own home.
in a sense, Peter, because he was the one that burned so many books, by banning even one, aren't we doing the exact same?
That was my reasoning too. And as I said, people need to read it in order to see what he actually wrote instead of going off of websites that might have
AI.
quotes here and there and put things out of context. So
Nobody's saying that we agree with what's in there, but it's very hard in our days to find actually out what he was believing in. And people say Hitler believed that, and then you have to look for it. You know, if you read it, you know if he did or not.
Yeah, since my grandfather was in a camp, I have a whole lot of stuff on that issue, why he went to the camp and what Hitler's ideas was, and what his ideology was, what his beliefs were.
Yeah.
So that's.
But anyway,
that's not a secret. I actually, Achilles, I spoke to Hitler's priest near Berchtesgaden. So, and at the time, and this was in 19. I don't recall exactly. It was in 1972 or 1974. The guy still greeted everyone with Heil Hitler.
But let me tell you this: in 50 years from now, people will remember Donald as a Christian. He's not a Christian. And he's playing the Christian dollar. That's what he's doing. He's investing on the Christian market.
He said on air that he's not a Christian. And I have shown it. I have shown it to Christians who then said, "But that's not what he means." Well,
who? Yeah. Donald or Adolf? Because they're so similar. I'm
Donald. I had the clip of
guys,
and I think it was Gangsta Ghost who said that's not.
I'm muting both of you. I'm moving on to the next segment. Otherwise, we're literally going to be sitting here forever. All right.
Yep.
All right. I'm sorry. There was no natural point to end that. All right. I wasn't like, all right, let's wait for the natural pause in that conversation when there's literally, it's like waiting for the natural pause in a fucking raging river. Like it's just not going to happen. You just need to
the
stop
muted counter
at a certain
is
point.
up again.
Oh no! What a shame. Anyway,
It's on 6. It's on 6.
I'm gonna mute.
Which isn't too bad.
7 is my favorite number, Eden.
We'll keep that in mind.
That's letting you know.
It's gonna go up again if you keep this up, though. What? What's that? That's a lie. It's fake news. There wasn't even a 7 to mute. It's fake news.
MSNBC. I know what you do.
So, as a throwback,
I can count down too, but it's not as bad as the last show. I was over 200.
So, as I was saying, as a throwback to the show that I did forever ago, where I asked Terry what it would take in the Epstein files implicating Trump in order for you to say something against him regarding the Epstein files, and she could not give me anything specific, only for me to go and pull literally one of the very top ones on the page on the DOJ website that included information alleging that Donald Trump had girls trafficked through Mar-a-Lago and that they had cameras set up there so that the Sinaloa cartel could properly assess the underage girls that were there in order to properly see which ones they wanted and things like that. Let's take a look at another one of these files here and what it has to say. So if anybody doubts the veracity of this, just know that you can go and find it. It is 31E-NY-3027571, serial 252, dated, I believe that would have been the 8th of July, 2019, page 8 of 10. So let's go down here and take a look at what it says. Redacted could not recall the identities of the other individuals present. However, they all exited when Trump asked everyone to leave the room. Trump mentioned something to the effect of, "Let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be." Trump unzipped his pants and put Redacted's head, quote, down to his penis. Redacted, quote, bit the shit out of it. Trump struck Redacted and said words to the effect of, "Get this little bitch the hell out of here." Redacted advised she bit Trump's penis because he disgusted her. Quote, "He had money. It reeked off of him." At that point, people re-entered the room, no further information provided. Redacted recalled a blonde, beautiful woman approaching her at some point that day after her interaction with Trump. The woman said, "Let me give you a tip, little girl." Sorry, quote, "Let me give you a tip, little girl, about your breasts. Wear a bra every night." Those words have stayed with her throughout the years. Redacted got the feeling the relationship between Epstein and Trump included a certain amount of jealousy. She thought Trump appeared jealous of Epstein, but at some point they ended up on a level playing field. Trump and Epstein sometimes use the term fresh meat, untainted, and not jaded, quote unquote, while referring to girls. At the time she heard it, Redacted did not understand the term not jaded. She subsequently looked up the word jaded. Redacted stated she had 2 additional interactions with Trump, but she asked that the interview move on to a different subject for the time being. Redacted discussed an additional interaction with Epstein. Oh, pardon me. I think that ended up playing in the other tab for whatever reason. Sorry about that. Redacted discussed an additional interaction with Epstein and his associates, wherein Epstein and the quote-unquote group brought acid, identities of additional individuals not provided. Epstein asked Redacted if she knew anything about acid. She replied that she did not. He asked her to try it first, then tell her friends where the party was going to be. Epstein gave Redacted some of the acid to give to her friends. She did not recall hearing about acid on the island before Epstein introduced it, but she recalled that after he did, acid, quote, swept the island. Reflecting on the interaction she had with Epstein up to that point, Redacted advised that while she continued to be sexually abused by him, she began to feel like Epstein trusted her. The situation was still horrific, quote unquote, but she began to feel important. He knew she was keeping his secrets, specifically the things that he had said in front of her. So that's actually backed up by the fact that there are numerous documents showing that Jeffrey Epstein had a whole bunch of different substances delivered to his island on a regular basis. He had all sorts of drugs delivered to his island all the time. So, including acid, that was on the list of things that were on that list of drugs. So, I mean, that's definitely not out of character as far as that's concerned. But, I mean, this entire thing that's listed here, I mean, the closest I could get an actual answer from Terry at the time was any kind of quote-unquote criminal activity from Trump she wanted information on before she got critical of him.
It's fake news.
So, yeah, let's see. Let's see whether or not at this point, after this has been read, whether or not you'll have anything critical to say about Trump or not.
I know nobody's talking about that subject now.
Yeah.
What I know.
Yeah. No, I'm sure that everybody would rather be on a giant drama stream talking about something that I said earlier. That's what everybody would rather be doing than talking about the actual things affecting the world right now.
I have a question, Aiden. Is that the same woman, then girl, that was interviewed by the FBI 4 times?
We don't know. We could speculate, but I'm pretty sure that their identity is unknown at this point in time.
No, there is one that was interviewed by the FBI 4 times.
But she got
people
killed,
say,
right?
well, she was probably not credible enough. If you were interviewed 4 times, I'm pretty sure the FBI thought that you were credible.
Yeah, that's pretty fair as far as an assessment of that is concerned. So I wanted to share as my next and second to last segment here, because we've been going for a while here, guys. We've been going for just under 5.5 hours at this point. Our next one here is House kills effort to release all congressional sexual misconduct and harassment reports.
Of course they did.
Of course they did. I'm going to mute you guys just while I read this. And I will unmute you once I get to the actual open part of the segment. I just don't want there to be any background noise since there was a bit in the background from Achilles. And sometimes from Peter when he types as well. But anyways, Washington, the House on Wednesday voted to scuttle an effort by Republican Representative Nancy Mace to shed more light on sexual misconduct allegations against members of Congress. Mace, a conservative Republican who is running to be governor of South Carolina, forced a floor vote on her resolution directing the House Ethics Committee to make public all reports on allegations of congressional lawmakers and aides engaging in sexual misconduct or harassment. But in a 357-65 vote, the House voted to refer the Mace resolution to committee, a move that effectively killed it. The Ethics Committee had encouraged members to vote to refer the resolution in a joint statement. The Republican and Democratic leaders of the committee argued it, quote, could chill victim cooperation and witness participation in ongoing and future investigations, and would make it harder for the committee, quote, to investigate and eliminate sexual misconduct in the House. Quote, here and elsewhere, perpetrators of sexual misconduct should never be shielded from responsibility for their misdeeds. Chairman Michael Guest, R-Miss, a ranking member Mark DeSaunder, M. California, said. But they added, quote, victims may be re-traumatized by public disclosures of interim work product, excerpts of interview transcripts, and certain exhibits, and witnesses who often only speak to the committee confidentially or on condition of future anonymity could fear retaliation if their cooperation is made public. Mace has spoken openly about her own experiences as a sexual assault survivor, and she's been at the center of the fight over releasing the government's Jeffrey Epstein files. She was one of just 4 House Republicans who teamed with Democrats on a discharge petition last fall that circumvented her own GOP leadership and eventually led to the Justice Department's release of the Epstein files. So surprise, surprise, somebody that's one of the rare people on her side of the aisle that's actually asking for transparency. Surprise, surprise, she decided, surprise, surprise, she decided that she was going to go and push that even further, and she got shot down. almost unanimously by the House, when all that she was asking for was that the wider government be held to account for all of the sexual misconduct allegations that have been levied against them. Yeah, it's anybody's guess as to why that wasn't allowed to go forward. She said a resolution came after NBC News and other outlets reported that a GOP colleague, Rep. Tony Gonzalez of Texas, had sent sexual text messages to a female aide, Regina Santos Aviles, with whom he allegedly had an affair before she died by suicide last year. Gonzalez previously denied having an affair, but has not addressed the substance of the allegations since the text messages came to light. Mace is among several Republicans who have called on Gonzalez to resign. Quote, I would like the members of Congress to tell their female colleagues where they stand on sexual harassment within the U.S. House of Representatives, Mace told reporters. Quote, do you support women up here that work up here and who are your colleagues, or do you not? Earlier Wednesday, the House Ethics Panel said that it would open an investigation into the allegations against Gonzalez. House rules explicitly prohibit lawmakers from engaging in relationships with their own staff members, and I'm sure that is universally respected by all of them. I'm sure each and every single one of them have respected that rule, and that's why they don't want to release it, because they would just embarrass everybody else just how squeaky clean their records really are, you know? They don't want to make everybody else look bad, so in the service of not making everybody else look bad, they don't want to release their squeaky clean sexual misconduct record to everybody else. Surely. That's the main reason. Just because the Ethics Committee had launched a formal investigation into Gonzalez doesn't mean its report would ever see the light of day, since the Ethics Panel only has jurisdiction over sitting members of Congress. The investigation would end if he abruptly resigned from office, or if he loses his seat this year, and the report is not yet complete. In Tuesday's night's primary in Texas, Gonzalez was forced into a May runoff election against GOP challenger Brandon Herrera. So with that being said, we'll unmute my fellow compatriots. Hey, Robin. Hope everybody's doing well today, Robin says.
8.
Hey, well, I hope you're doing well as well, Robin.
Hello, Robin.
8.
So yeah, what do you guys think? I think that the reason why they don't want to release this is because they just don't want to make everybody else look bad because of how squeaky clean their sexual misconduct record is. What do you guys think?
Yeah, if one goes down, then he's gonna pull them all down with him. And as you said, they have all the cleanest records, I bet. So
Right. Absolutely. So with that being said, our second to last segment of the day. Let's pull that up here.
This was the second to last. You just said that.
No.
Your math is wrong.
Yes.
Your math is wrong, Peter. I didn't say
that.
He
said.
I didn't say that.
Now
I didn't
we'll
say
go
that.
to the next.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that, folks. I don't know what he's talking about over here. We've got more fake news over here.
Can I throw in another quick segment so we can make the actual segment being actually second to last, so you are both right?
Sure. You can throw in one more segment if you want to throw in the private chat.
I can't help to notice a couple of coincidences that have taken place. So first, the you is in quotes, right? Somebody, you decide to attack the center of oil on the planet for some reason. What do you do first? Make sure you have some backup oil. So remember what happened like a month before Iran? Venezuela.
What? No, those things are unrelated, Achilles. They have nothing to do with each other.
Right? What a coincidence. Like, it hit me the other day. I'm like,
No, that was totally random. We're just yeah.
Unrelated. Sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. Somebody get that man out of the room. Somebody get that man out of here. You're not allowed in here anymore, Achilles. I'm sorry to say.
The other funny coincidence is that that Cyprus was kinda hit because first off it was a UK base that nobody wants around anyway. Shh. But not even the Cypriots. But shh. You know the British treated the Cypriots worse than the Turks had. Ever heard of that?
I did not know that.
Yep. Public executions, terrible stuff. But here's your land. You can have your own base. But anyway, first off, we don't know who threw that drone. Iran has never taken responsibility for it. And that's very funny because we've seen other things taking place in this war that Iran said, I didn't do it. But anyway, the coincidence that I see is that Greece had to send some protection to the island, right? And we sent a new ship, which is a Belara class. And it is, it's almost a frigate. It's like a huge defense ship. What's funny about that is that we got it a month ago. We've been waiting for it for like years, and we got it a month ago from France. Not for free. We paid for it. But what a coincidence that now that's the UK base needed defending. Here's your Belara, Greeks.
Right. Right.
I mean, come on, man.
I mean, it's anybody's better guess as to why that's the case.
It was just a coincidence again, like the previous one.
Right.
That was the coincidence segment. There should be one of those.
The coincidence segment with Achilles. There we go.
Yeah.
No, I've got a new segment on my show now. I'm going to be doing Should Christians on my show, and what that's all about is if you look up Should Christians either on Google or YouTube, you'll get a bunch of different autocomplete results. And I'm going to be going down those lists and looking at videos related to each one of those autocomplete results and reacting to them. So I think that'll be an interesting segment.
Yeah, it would.
I think it'll be an interesting one. But anyways, Meta, one of those companies, by the way, sponsoring that big, beautiful ballroom that we were talking about earlier that Americans should definitely trust as a company.
Yeah, they love to dance.
Your Meta Ray-Ban smart glasses recordings aren't private. What?
No.
You mean to tell me that the thing that literally sits on top of your head and records you every single second of the day isn't private to you from the company that brought us things like new algorithms that track where we go every single day to the point where the freaking NSA goes to them for fucking tips on how to track people? Like, no. Surely this isn't the company that perpetrated something like that. The things you record with your AI-powered Meta Ray-Ban glasses. Yes, even those intimate moments where you think you're alone are probably being seen by strangers. An investigation by Swedish outlets Svenska Dagbladet and whatever the hell that other one is that I'm not even going to fucking attempt.
Dagbladet.
Yeah. Glipschmark Bubadur.
Dagbladet.
Yeah,
we're going to be asking Peter for those.
Yeah, Peter, you go ahead, buddy. You tell us all about it. What is this one over here?
Dagbladet and Göteborgs Posten.
See? See, he just knows that shit. It's just easy for Peter. It's easy for him.
It's not as if you don't have a Swedish friend or two.
Just because I have Swedish friends doesn't mean I actually pay attention to what they say. No, of course I do.
I will tell Deviant about this and you will be scorned.
Of course I'll be scorned. That's just a Tuesday when I deal with Deviant.
Yeah.
He's gonna all Egyptian gods to you.
That's true. That's true. First
Gonna
is going to be
intro.
Aaron Raw is going to be the first one that's going to be sent my way. Right, Peter?
No, Peter.
Well,
Aaron Ra will come through Peter.
He might be the most intimidating one.
We know that one.
Anyways, hey everybody, it's me, Aaron Ra, the Egyptian god, here to vaporize.
This is how we know that this is fake. You start out with, "Hello, puppies and kittens."
That's true. That's true. I'm sorry.
Every single video.
My bad. All right. That'd be like me not opening the stream with "Hey, people." Like, you know something's wrong at that point. All right.
So now you're dissing Robin in the chat, who said, "Hey Peter and Spooky, hey Odin and Tux, hey Achilles and Aiden."
Robin's cool.
Hey,
what are you talking about? I'm not dissing her.
Yeah, you said you can't start with "hey."
I said that I couldn't start a stream with "Hey, people," because that's what I typically open a stream with, you silly goose. Now, anyways, I'm going back to the article, and that mute
one
count is
Hazel
going up. It's going up another one. It's going up another one here, folks. We gotta control Peter. You can't control himself, so I gotta help control him for him, folks.
We got their navy.
These liberals out here, they need help when it comes to things like that. They don't know what to do with themselves. All right. That offshore meta workers in Kenya were asked to analyze intimate and even quote-unquote disturbing videos taken by glasses wearers, including videos taken in bathrooms, footage featuring nudity and sexual content, and images showing personal information like bank accounts. It's part of a process known as data labeling. That's all it is, folks. They're not like actually factoring anything in. Number 9. Number 9. Number 9. Number 9. Number 9.
Today, I was
famous Beatles song. Famous Beatles song.
I told you today I had to visit a couple of friends. So I was at some friend's house and they said, "Do you guys want to play Cluedo?" I'm like, "No." What is that? And come on, man, dude, I hated it. But anyway.
Achilles, for the ignorant Americans among us, you have to say that is called the game of Clue in America.
That is true.
Cluedo would be far, far beyond their ways of pronouncing things the correct way.
I definitely knew what he was talking about prior to Peter clarifying that, for sure.
But I suppose because it is like well known, people would know the game even if they didn't know what it means. Anyway, one friend of mine, like my battery died, and he's like, "Why don't you get a smartphone?" I'm like, "What do you mean, why don't I get a smartphone? It's 2026. You still don't understand why do people don't want smartphones?"
Yeah.
And it's like, it's recording everything. Like the minute I see there's going to be AI glasses, I'm like, yeah, I'm buying those. You got it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I want every single second of my life to be recorded by some random person. That's sign me up.
Yeah.
And this is the final result.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm just.
No, you're good.
Just because cameras, we've invented cameras. Yeah. So let me have it like everywhere now.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me have a camera up my ass too. Let's see what's going on in there.
By the way, I built a closed camera circuit around my house, CCTV.
Yeah.
And it took me like 3 months of research to actually find all the traps in all the companies. Like you don't find them immediately. Like it looks good. It says no subscription, but everything comes through our servers. Okay. So, by the way,
mine don't.
The only company that I found was Reolink, and Linksys is a good one. They allow you
Tapo as well, Achilles.
Which one?
Tapo. And they're pretty cheap, and they record in color under starlight. So
yeah, those
that was for me the reason to go with them.
check out Reolink. Their quality is amazing. But what I like as a network administrator and knowing some stuff like that, I don't like servers. I don't like clouds. Can I have my own DVR
me either.
like I used to 20 years ago, recording it on my own hard drive, not connected to any internet, please?
Right.
So if you can't have that, like people are like, they want the convenience and they're like, what's the, oh, Amazon. Oh, it says, oh, it's almost free. Oh, I don't need to wonder why, right? Let me
Yeah,
just get
Tapple
it.
also offers you a hub that you can connect a monitor to and put in a hard drive. So you
Yeah, that's great, Peter. Anyway, no, I'm just joking. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to say that privacy today, like if people actually thought that buying AI glasses like that, their data is safe because they can access it through a cloud. What a cloud actually means is somebody else's computer. There's no magic cloud up there that it's all yours.
Right.
It's just somebody's server, dude.
Yeah, it's just somebody else's shit that you're putting it on.
and it can be hacked.
It can. Anyways, the things that you record with your... Oh, right, I already read that part. It's part of a process known as data labeling. No, you can't, Peter. You gotta wait. You gotta wait. I'm muting you again. It's part of a process known as data labeling, used to train AI models with footage first reviewed and annotated by humans, so that AI can understand what it's quote-unquote looking at. Workers told the publication that many of the videos appear to be moments captured when users weren't aware they were being recorded. The group works under SEMA, the same Meta contractor facing a class action lawsuit on behalf of content moderators who allege they have been exploited and forced to review traumatic content without proper working conditions. Quote, you understand it is someone's private life you are looking at, but at the same time, you are just expected to carry out the work. You're not supposed to question it. If you start asking questions, you are gone, an employee told the publication. Wow, you mean to tell me that as soon as they start getting critical, they get shuffled out the door for somebody else that has less stringent morals? I can't believe it. Meta's terms of service reserves the right to send users interactions with its AI services, including its always-on live AI features, to human moderators. The company referred to this policy when asked for comment by news outlets. The Meta Ray-Ban Smart Glass collaboration initially launched in 2023 to mixed reviews about its photo and video capabilities and AI features. Meta released the upgraded AI-powered Meta Ray-Ban display model in September, complete with a new neural band interface and promises of AI assistant integrations that would turn them into glasses of the future. Yeah, neural band interfaces. Let's integrate this shit directly into our brains, everybody. Let's plug this right into our freaking minds so that we can't even have private thoughts anymore. Even our thoughts can get data mined by these companies so that they can get even more accurate understandings of what we like and what we can have advertised to us. That's not a fucking nightmare at all.
Speaking of dystopias.
Yeah, like, what the fuck?
Reminds me of a film that is not well known. Harrison Ferguson, something like that. Let me try to figure it out.
Spooky says, what the heck? I left 49 minutes ago because you said that you were closing the stream down. Well, I didn't say I was closing it down right away. I said that I was going to after I was done with the segments. And then I got a bunch of other segments given to me by my fine compatriots on this here panel. So the show went on. And I have no problem with that because they were necessary to cover on the show. Oh, Achilles wants to share another
thing. Found the movie. Found the movie. Let me read to you. So, in Harrison Bergeron, government-mandated headbands are electronic mental handicap devices. Mental handicap. So the job that the device was doing is to keep your IQ level down. So you would
take tests, and if you scored high, they would tweak your headband for lowering your IQ.
Right.
So the headbands or mental handicap radios in the short story are designed to disrupt thoughts and prevent high intelligence. So it's a 1995 film with this actor right here. This guy, I remember his name. Sorry.
That's all right.
You should check it out because it's one of the dystopic movies that are not well known out there. And I watched it back in the day, I don't know, 2000s or something.
Cool. Well, thank you for putting us unawares about that. Spooky says, does Aiden even read his chat? To which Peter says, nah. All right. So moving on to our final segment. You know, if I had to choose anybody to bail us out of this horrible timeline that we're living in right now, I would not choose Barack Obama as my first choice. I've just got to be honest with you. He'd be far from my first choice. But you know what? If it's got to be him, then I'll take it. I'll friggin' take it.
I mean...
R2! What are you doing, R2? I feel like I'm in the swamps of Dagobah right now. I'm like, Yoda, fight with
kind of weird with a Stargate in the back. It's not all consistent.
It's not quite entirely on brand, but
it's a working Stargate.
I was gonna say
Stargate. No one has a working Stargate but me.
I know working Stargates. Look, I have the very best Stargates, folks. Nobody knows Stargates better than me. I know them better than anybody else. I just spammed the mute and unmute, and it just went from 12 to 26.
That's what happens.
You never lose his count.
It's true. It's true. He had an exact count in his mind of how many clicks that was. That's good.
So, Aiden, I would like to caution you about something. Here's how I see things rolling down in the close future, within a couple of years. I don't know if it's going to be at the end of this year or within the next, but I think it's that close. There is going to be a person that is coming from the left. He has been speaking against imperialism and neocolonialism and the states that we have mentioned here, or you have mentioned earlier. And he will be given a position that it will look like some stuff are going to start getting better. I don't know what that position is going to be. He's definitely not going to be president of the US because that is a president of only one country. I think he's going to be the secretary of UN or secretary of NATO, which we need to keep in mind that a secretary doesn't mean that he owns it, but it does verify the verse that says that he will be placed at the top of the world. So he's going to be saying all the things that you do want to hear from somebody saying them, like what makes sense about people's lives, about all that stuff. When that happens, I want you to remember to be very cautious and realize that that's the greatest lie of them all. And we have been warned against that person.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. And trust me, like I was trying to say at the very beginning there, I'm very far from some like, oh, I love Obama. Obama's a great guy. But I'll tell you this, I do agree with the sentiment that Obama's better than Trump. I think that Obama's a damn sight better than Trump. I think you and I could agree on that at the very least. And I don't want him to be president. I don't want him to try to run as president. But if Trump is going to try to run in 2028 on a third term, then at that point, I mean...
What I can tell you about if I think he's better, I think he has a better image when he speaks. You see like a president
of such an important country speaking. When Trump speaks, the whole world like face palms. And we go like, what are we going to hear now? Like, we don't even need to make any jokes about it.
No, I think Obama as a person was also a lot better than Trump, though, as well. Like, at least Obama actually took the time to try and write to people that wrote him while he was president of the United States. He took time to try and write people back. You know, like, he at least attempted. And I agree, a lot of it was just trying to keep up an image. A lot of it was just trying to keep up this idea of the president. But I mean, for Pete's sake, people are literally trying to go after Obama for, oh, he had a basketball court in the White House. First of all, it was literally a tennis court that they slightly repainted to look like a basketball court. I'm sure that cost the taxpayers as much as this ballroom. That's going on right here, definitely. But secondly, when the hell did you ever see Trump play any kind of sport that actually required physical activity? He plays golf.
He cheated on golf, dude.
Yeah.
He cheated on golf. Like,
like, let's get Trump on a fucking basketball court and see what he gets up to besides fucking having a pulmonary embolism or something like that because he freaking can't do it. Anyways, let's take a look at what Obama says here. Because I'll tell you what, even though Obama definitely doesn't have anywhere near the energy of 2008 Obama, this Obama still has way more energy than modern day Trump has in terms of energy. Let's take a look at what he has to say.
is that a funeral?
Each day we wake up to some new assault on our democratic institutions. Another setback to the idea of the rule of law. An offense to common decency. Every day you wake up to things you just didn't think were possible. Each day we're told by those in high office to fear each other and to turn on each other, and that some Americans count more than others, and that some don't even count at all. Everywhere we see greed and bigotry being celebrated, and bullying and mockery masquerading as strength. We see science and expertise denigrated, while ignorance and dishonesty and cruelty and corruption are reaping untold rewards. Every single day we see that. And it's hard to hope in those moments. So it may be tempting to get discouraged, to give in to cynicism. It may be tempting for some to compromise with power and grab what you can, or even for good people to maybe just put your head down and wait for the storm to pass. But this man, Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, inspires us to take a harder path. His voice calls on each of us to be heralds of change, to be messengers of hope, to step forward and say, send me. Wherever we have a chance to make an impact, whether it's in our school, or our workplaces, or our neighborhoods, or our cities. Not for fame, not for glory, or because success is guaranteed, but because it gives our life purpose. Because it aligns with what our faith tells us God demands. And because if we don't step up, no one else will. How fortunate we were that Jesse Jackson answered that call. What a great debt we owe to him. May God bless Reverend Jackson. May he rest in eternal peace. God bless you.
And you know, say what you will about Obama, But when did Trump ever act anywhere near that Christian at any point during his presidency? All these evangelicals are always out here going, "Oh, he's such a good Christian. He loves God so much." When did he ever do anything like that?
When you're a president, you have to show it. It's not about others just saying you're Christian. You have to show it. You're the president, right? And here, I mean, that's the thing, man. It's not just about being a Christian. It's being able to give a speech that makes sense. That Aidens out there don't need to make a Trump without Trump segment so we can laugh with it, right?
Right. I mean...
Well, Aiden, do you think that what goes around comes around?
Uh-oh.
Oh, snap. What do you mean?
That'll gonna be good.
Just in general, so and maybe specific to this topic, do you think that what goes around comes around?
I think that generally can be the case sometimes in life. Yeah, I don't think that's always the case, but I think there are times.
Can you make me full screen for just a second?
I can. I mean, I would like a $100 transfer to my PayPal account and your local current equivalency of your currency. No, I'm just joking. Here you go. All right. You're gonna get my freaking stream taken down. Peter's all about trying to get my stream taken down. That's what he's about. No, I'm joking. I don't know about the music though. I don't know about the music.
Okay, hold on. I will make it without music. Hold on.
R2.
That was R2. Still here. Okay.
Tasty snack this is.
I have it without music. Is that okay?
Yes. Without music, it's
Okay.
cool. I just don't want 10 seconds worth of music to get my freaking stream blocked in 80 seconds.
You have to go over 20 seconds, and I think this is 15, but I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, look at him.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What comes around truly does go around, doesn't it? Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
You know,
you know what? That even though it sucks that RAM costs more than a used car nowadays, you know, this helps make it just a little more worth it, you know? Even though it's consuming more water than small countries at this point, you know? Who cares? Because at least we can laugh at funny content like that.
Yep.
But,
it is funny.
Oh, guys.
I hate AI, but sometimes it's cool. Sorry.
Yeah, if we didn't see Bush go to jail, Clinton go to jail, we're not going to see Trump go to jail, like ever.
We didn't see Nixon go to jail, even though he literally had to resort to getting pardoned by Gerald Ford. Yeah, we're not going to see Trump go to jail. It's not going to happen. I know. And for as like nice as it would be, even just for a trial, that's all that I want. Even if he doesn't go to prison, which like ultimately that's what a trial is for, is to determine whether or not somebody's even suitable to go to prison. What I want is for there to be a trial and for the evidence to come to light and for him to be deposed, as far as having to sit before whether it be Congress or whether it be the Senate or whether it be a completely independent committee, which would probably be the best option. A group of people that can just grill him on this shit, and he's legally obligated to answer accurately. Like, it's shit like that that's actually going to at least attempt to get to the bottom of what's actually happening right now. So with that being said, that speech that I pulled up from Obama, it's like what you said, Achilles. It's so much more coherent It's so much more compelling, and that is why if Trump
Compassionate.
yes, that too. That is why if Trump ever does try to run for a third term in 2028, Obama will absolutely murder Trump.
No, can't. He can't.
I know he can't technically, but I'm just saying that if that contingency were to happen,
You're so what you're referring to is the proposal to change the 22nd Amendment. They have, with the alteration, put in so Obama can't run, because only a president that has had no 2 consecutive terms can go for a third term. That is the proposal that they're trying to push through.
Are you serious? They're really being
Yes.
that blatant about it? They're being that blatant about it.
Yes.
But I
and
thought according to their
currently the
original...
only
Wait, Peter. But I thought according to their narrative, Trump was supposed to be president through 2020. So according to their narrative, that shouldn't even be true either.
Yeah, but I mean, didn't I talk about how people in the United States have the memory
That's
capabilities of the goldfish?
That's true.
Yep.
In any case, guys, it has been a 6-hour extravaganza over here, guys. It's been an absolute marathon of a show. I've got to go. My brain is actual mush.
It's been 26 mutes.
Time. It's been 1/4 of a day that I've spent on this particular live stream. But you know what? I had a good time. And upon looking at this, holy shit, I've already gotten 187 views on this, which is the most I've ever gotten prior to ever uploading one, which is good because, like I said earlier, the reason why I care about that and why I'm bringing it up is because unlike focusing on the drama, which is what some people are doing right now, we chose to focus on the actual issues that are going on in the world. So I'm glad that people decided to pay attention, even though they could have went and saw that other stuff. So thank you for that. Thank you to everybody that stopped by today. Achilles, thank you, Peter.
Are we supposed to leave?
Well, you can have your closing statement if you'd like to make a closing statement.
Thanks for yet another stream. Sorry, Peter, but
yeah,
Achilles is add the interrupted counter, so you're gonna have that too. I just wanted to also let you know that somebody sent me a clip, an audio clip of Trump over the phone, who is very angry, and he's saying, "I'm not gonna release the files. And if I'm going down, I'm taking you all down with me. So don't insist on releasing the files." But I can't verify it's not AI anymore.
Right. That's just the thing. I've heard
Right.
that one as well, and everybody's all been saying it's AI, it's AI, it's AI. So unfortunately, even though I've heard that one, I haven't played it on this because I do try to play and cover things that are at least somewhat substantiated.
Okay, yeah, because I was thinking of sending it to you, and I'm like, "Are you sure it's not AI?"
Yeah.
So,
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Peter,
So
go ahead. Or sorry, no,
thanks
you're
for
not
the
done with
great
your
show.
closing statement. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
thanks for the great show, brother, and thanks
course.
for being somebody out of all this community that is actually doing something about the things they don't like in this world. They don't just meet to have a hangout where they can talk about, I don't know, the weather or nails, and people are dying. So thank you for that.
Not a problem. And thank you for being here and helping me cover things. It's always appreciated. Peter, do you have a final statement you'd like to make?
Mute him.
Mute him. I had him muted that whole time. That was the joke. Go ahead, for real this time.
28. Well, Achilles, the clip you just mentioned, had Aiden looked at the private chat, there would have been a link to a tweet that I put out during the show saying, what are the chances that this is real? And it's a short video of Trump, the one you described.
Okay.
But
Go
Aiden
ahead.
didn't look. Aiden didn't look.
I know
He didn't
that one that
care.
you're talking
He
about.
didn't care.
I know the clip that both of you are referring to. I've listened to it. I'm aware of its existence. Trust me, I know of it. And as soon as that gets verified as real by some source that's like legitimate, I will rush to the presses and cover it. But I don't want to just go and throw stuff out there. Like there's
Yeah,
like
I couldn't find a confirmation,
segment, right? Like the
I
joke
couldn't find a
segment at the
confirmation,
beginning of
which
the
is
show.
why
That's
I
where
put
I
it
try to
out.
play like the silly stuff at the beginning of the show, you know, the stuff that doesn't have to be substantiated because it's just ridiculous and people are just kind of there to have a good time at the beginning of the show. I try to do that at the beginning and then kind of lean into things more near the end because I just feel like that's in better taste than covering everything serious and then going, and now it's time to be silly, you know, like, no, it's better to laugh at the beginning, in my opinion. So with that being said, in my opinion, I'm not saying that I'm putting people down that do it the other way around. It's just more personal preference. But with that being said,
Hold on.
do you have
What?
anything? Yes, I was about to say. Do you
Yes.
have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, I'm exactly the opposite of you. With I mean, I think the funny thing should be at the end. So, and since it's time to leave, I will make arrangements for me to leave.
Oh snap! He's about to
And
leave.
I will retreat to my own planet until the next show.
Take cover, everybody.
Dude, that's so cool, dude.
That's so cool. Have a good one, Peter.
That's so cool, dude. I just have a picture here, and that's it.
Right?
That took me a week to replicate.
That is so freaking
An entire week. I mean, just the blowout and the puddle. That is the.
I want to see you walk through that shit.
Well, I can't do that, but
It's gonna happen. No.
Well,
We're gonna
all you
make
need
it
is a
happen.
green screen, walk through, and just add yourself. That's it.
Yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Well, this is a video, right? That you had posed in a thumbnail.
You guys are gonna go on for the next
No,
17
no,
minutes.
no.
about
This
if I let
is
this go.
live. I can turn it off, and then I can turn it back on again, or even quit in the middle.
You could shut the portal down if you decided that you didn't want to go after all.
Yeah.
If it turns out that this is a fine universe with Trump running the show here, it's fine. You can stop.
Yeah. Yeah, Peter's about to go back to the Berenstein
No, Achilles,
timeline.
I
the better
can't
timeline.
go through the porthole. What I can do, and I have to. Oh, there's the button. I think this should
Well,
work.
fire her up, Peter, because I'm shutting her down. Oh snap! There you go.
Ah, shit! Wrong button. Now I'm in my Christmas tree.
Christmas tree. Wait.
Which I'm in my. If I zoom out, you can see.
It's very festive.
Slowly zooming out. So I'm in a Christmas bauble, and I'm in the tree. Can you see me? I'm waving.
That's very festive. I like that. It's very.
Oh, dude,
festive.
I may need to take some classes from that guy, man.
He's good, man. No, he's good with this stuff. He is. He's a wizard with this stuff, if ever there was one. So, anyways, guys, thank you so much for the awesome show today. And
That
with
didn't
that
work.
being said,
Hold on. Why didn't that work?
I am.
Oh, wait.
Last chance, Peter. Last chance.
One more time.
How he'll appear as Santa Claus. Oh.
There it is. Woo!
See?
Nice.
I can't use that.
That's
But
good
I'm
stuff.
saying that okay, I don't understand which program that is behind OBS that is doing this, but
There's only OBS.
only OBS.
Yeah.
But how is anyway? We might get too technical, and Aiden's
We're gonna
gonna
do that another time. You're doing that another
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
All right,
We get
Peter.
too technical. The little
Sorry.
guy will show up again. There.
Start up the Stargate, Peter.
What are you doing behind me? Hold on.
I saw him as he was
Oh.
going behind you. He decided he was being
Yeah.
shy today.
But
there
that's
he is.
all of that's just OBS.
There he is.
All right.
That's
Very
awesome.
cool stuff.
All right, fire her up, Peter.
Fire up.
So I will go to my other place. So this is my cabin, by the way.
Is it on an island, Peter?
No, it's not. But I do keep people hostage here. So if I do this, see, there's I mean I can't get to the top for some stupid reason, but on Ra's in the back.
Kentucky Atheist.
Have a good night, guys. Have a good one.
It's Kentucky Atheist. He's trapped in his cabin.
Take care,
it's
guys.
it's on Ra.
Yeah,
For
have a
some
great
reason
night,
it's
y'all.
fucked up.
Great show.
Have a good one, everybody. Thank you very much, everybody that came on here. Much appreciated. Take care, and bye-bye.